Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is with all of you. How are we, people? Hope you're all doing well. You asked and we delivered. Sarapi, 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 P, Sarapi, he's grumpy. Yes, she is. She's back. Grumpy Sarapi. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. We've missed you, Sarapi. She's been on holiday. From the chat for a week. I think I'd done a head in for a week with all these streams. So she's back. I hope she's back anyway. J Mark, hello to you, my darling. J Mark, how are you? Sorry, I'm just going to write in the other chat for a second. Happy day. So the other chat, we got Nicholas Kasotis, day 8 of trial. Yeah. That is going there. They're going into jury deliberations today. So I have that open, but we'll talk about all the stuff in a second. Hope you do well, J Mac. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Sally keeps scrolling. Hello to you, my darling. Runs for coffee. I had to get coffee, if I'm being honest. I had to. Oh, I missed some stuff. Dave says guilty, as always. Kathy, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. How do you say your surname? Beans? Benes. Kathy, hello, my darling. Yeah, Trucker, you're in the other chat. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Oh, shit. Did I write in the wrong chat? Oh, shit. Hang on. What did I do? Oh, no, I didn't. It was there. Sorry, it was there. Fine. Yes, nice to see Sarah P back. Welcome back. Please hit the like and subscribe and notification bell. Good morning, everyone. Sally's there. Yes, if you'd like to, let me pin that. If you'd like to help Dalan with his trip to Boston, we've covered this before. If you want to contribute, happy days. If you don't want to, happy days. It's fine. I'm going anyway. But some of you asked, can we contribute something for, like, for you taxis and food, wherever. I was like, yeah, there you go. GoFundMe. But no one needs to do it whatsoever. Donna Graves was very, very generous. But yeah, no one needs to give anything. But if you do want to, I get to keep 97% of it, which is why I did it, because YouTube only allows me to save, take about 60% of it, wherever it is, after, depends if you use Apple Pay or not. So yeah, that's the reason for that. So as I say, any donation is greatly appreciated, but is never required. So, and you've also got the PayPal and Buy Me Coffee as well. They're both great as well. So there you go. Thank you, Sarah P. Lovely, Sarah P. Morning, Dylan chat. Sorry, first day of school yesterday. I mean, that doesn't excuse the last week. Where the hell have you been? I'm joking. Sarah P has been working busy for me, in fairness, where I think I annoyed her with all the streams I was doing. So I won't apologise, because I'd like to see you working. I still have to finish the testimony. It was great. I've not watched any of it, so I don't know. But they are now speaking to the jury, and I think giving instructions, and then they're going to start deliberations this morning. Good morning, C-Star. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Well, C-Star was one of the people I met in Boston. Hopefully I get to meet you again, C-Star, when I get to Boston in the fall. Good morning to Erin Hack. You've had 3 cups already. Well, I haven't had Dunkin's this morning. This is a different filter coffee I got. It's Morrison's brand, so it's not as nice as Dunkin's, but it'll do. I'm doing fabulous. My favorite day of the week. What? Hump day? No, it's not hump day, is it? Thursday. Oh, you're in hospital. She's in hospital, everyone. She's been poked and prodded today, so J-Mac is. She's been poked and prodded, so we wish you luck. Fuck cancer. Wish you luck, J-Mac. I hope your day goes okay. You're there for 6 hours today, but you've already been there for like 2 already, so stop your whinging and get fucking on with it, J-Mac. Come on. Nani do. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I'll always love that name, Nani do. Hope you're doing well. Ready for the grilling on the stand to begin, hopefully. Which was that? The Casotis one. That's been done already, is all I'll say on that one. Sarah P. Good morning, Robin G. How are you? Hopefully the Glen was going well this morning. Hope everything's well. Good morning, Lady Di. She's here today. I emailed you last night as well. I'm not sure if you got it. Venmo, I don't. So, interesting fact for you, Venmo and Cash App are both banned from the UK. It's It's very frustrating. It's banned. We can't use it or access it in the UK. It only came in, I think, about a year ago, 2 years ago, and it's one of those. Oh, 2024. So it's one of those things that's completely banned from the UK. Just sucks. Join the Alter Corner community if you want to become a member. There you go. Now you do. He doesn't have it. Chappie Vice said I've known he was in America, so I wonder. Yeah, it's just banned, totally banned from here. Phone numbers, everything. So I'd have to have an American address and an American phone number to do it. So it's probably possible to do it that way. I'm not sure if you have to be a nationality of America. So if you want to marry me, Aaron Hack, get divorced and marry me, that's fine. We can get a green card and we can get Venmo. I don't think Mr. Hack wants to. So I had to fast this morning, and now on my first go. Oh, you fasted! So I'm on tablets at the minute, which means I can't fast. But I'm off on next Tuesday, so I think Wednesday I'm going to do a 36-hour fast. I think on Wednesday, so I might be grumpy as fuck on Wednesday, but I'm doing 36-hour fast. I think it's 36 hours anyway. Yeah, she's got it. She's got it. Dana Leonard, how are you doing, friend? Hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you're doing well out there, and much love to Tracy. I know she's not watching, but much love to her. I love Tracy and tolerate Dana. J-Back's laughing, love it. When faster you can have black coffee, trust me, I've asked. Yes, you can. Black coffee and water if you're fasting. Black coffee or black tea and water as well if you're fasting. They say anything that's under 2 calories. So, good morning, Donna. And again, thank you so much, Donna. I was just telling everybody about the GoFundMe. Donna kicked me in the ass and said, go fucking set one up, you motherfucker. She didn't say that. I added that in, but she's too polite for that. But thank you, Donna, again, for your generous donations. I really do appreciate you know that anyway. You know that. Follow X. There you go. There you go. I will check. I don't know, whichever one you message me on, I messaged you back on. I don't know if it's work or personal. I don't know. You messaged me and I messaged you back. I can manage your Venmo. You could probably, I would trust you. I would 100% trust you. If that was a thing, I would 100% trust you, Aaron Hack. I haven't been contemplating that, but you would definitely be one of those people I would trust to hold my Venmo, if I'm being honest. Tell them we adopted a new puppy. Oh, nice, Chrissy. Chrissy's over there in Salem. Nice. New puppy. Happy days. There you go. You have me on TV. Happy days. Hopefully not widescreen. Looks too big. J-Mac, thank you, Aaron Hack. Aaron Hack, that's what my doc told me, but this company said no, nothing but water. Oh, okay. There you go. Everyone's different, but yeah, I've been told black coffee and water. So, nope, but I will manage it. I was so jealous. I need a new pup. My other one is so lonely. Lonely, so lonely. It's what you get here on a daily singing. My friend did a 90-hour fast and felt amazing. As soon as he started eating, all his aches and pains returned. They say what was it, a 5-day fast or something is good for you? But then, I don't know, it's too much. Dane and Tracy, wonderful people. I agree, Tracy is definitely a wonderful person, C-Star. Erin, she's a lot, and our older pup needed her. There you go. Forrest Dump, hello to you. 48-hour fast, you reset your whole system, as Alan Jackson says. Do it! Well, I'm coming off the medicine, I think, on Monday. So I might, after I've taken the medicine in the morning, I might eat all day. I got to go to the gym on Tuesday. So what I might do is start at 6 p.m. on Tuesday evening and do 48-hour fast then. Shall I do that? Let's start it on Tuesday night and do 48-hour fast. You can all hold me accountable. If I'm grumpy, I'm grumpy, but I'll do it. That's it, my promise. 48-hour fast. I think either going to be start next Tuesday or next Wednesday. I'll do 48-hour fast. Just black coffee and water. There you go. Thank you, Robert G. Hey, Christine Fortunato, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you, as always. Old man, Chrissy, I have been looking. There you go. Erin, I think you had an anniversary yesterday, Erin, for this channel. And I think Sarah P has her anniversary today for this channel, for the amount of months that you've both been here. So thank you very much. I sent you emails in person and work. Yeah, I responded to one of them. I have no idea which one. Hope I didn't wake you down when I messaged you. No, you did not wake me, my darling. I appreciate that you did message me. And no, it wasn't dirty pics. It was proper stuff this time. Normally it is. Yeah, it's Tilsha business. Robin sent me a link to say she's going back to court in September. So, yeah, we'll see on that one. He would trust me. I would trust you 100%. I would. He had already woke. There you go. 1 year to date, Erin. Hey, Jackson's Nickel, how are you? Happy days. Happy days. Welcome on the way to work, Jackson Nickel. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Husband was not well, so after, Chrissy's husband passed away. Hope you're doing well, my darling. My puppy passed and now his brother's all alone. When I was a keto, I could do 48 fast, no problems with black coffee only. I've never tried it, so I want to try it. Hey, Tim. How are you, Tim? Hope you're doing well. You're always grumpy. You motherfucker. I've done 72 before. Jeepers. I've never done over. I think 16 hours is my maximum. Makes me feel better. It has only been 1.5 weeks, so I am rushing it, and I know I'm so sorry about your husband again. Yes, so Erin Hack she's the longest standing member, 26 months, and Sarah P is as well. She's right behind. Sarah P was the first member actually, but then she cancelled her card, and then Erin Hack skipped over her to become the longest member by a day. So it's funny. I like to say Sarah after Sarah P. There you go. Robin G. I've done 6. Whoa, Nanny do. What the hell? I've done 6 weeks of fasting for surgical reasons. I didn't even know that was possible, my darling. 6 weeks. Fuck. Jeepers. October. Thank you. It's your business in October. You're right. Sorry. Thank you. Hey, I think, either today or tomorrow, you're going to be 26 months. You're going to be 26 months either today or tomorrow because you're like a day. Sarah. There you go. Well, the Hackster was in the weeds, right, ready to pounce. The couch made it cancer. I used to have a big couch. For those that don't know, I used to have a big couch. The puppy faces a lot. So far, she has pooped in the house and peed. This is why I don't like. I couldn't train a puppy. I'd want a puppy that's trained. I don't do poop. I got a big field behind me that they can run in, but I can't do poop. It was horrible. I imagine. I don't want to ask you what it's for because it's personal, but 6 weeks of fasting is a lot. Some people say I'm fat enough. I need 6 weeks, but I couldn't do 6 weeks. Hey, Riyab, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank God he doesn't do that anymore. I went on that Mediterranean diet. I lasted 1 day. I did a fish diet, seafood diet. Seafood, need it. That's a long fast, Alan. Yes. There you go. Badaza, how are you, my friend? Hope you're doing well. What kind of pup, Chrissy? There you go. Right, we got the puppies out of the way. We got the puppy talks out of the way. Right, we have now got Bryan Walsh. It was so hard, which is why I'm struggling to get another. She's a mutt. What's a mutt? I'm saving for another sausage dog. My dog said more fish, and I said I'm out. My dog said more fish. My mother's allergic to fish, seafood, so I have not been brought up on fish. Right, this is supposed to be a Bryan Walsh stream, but then obviously it's now going to turn into a dog stream. Who let the dogs out? Ooh. For some reason, I feel like the stream's slow. I don't know why, but it seems slow. No worries at all. I just wanted to explain it to you. So there you go. I just want to explain it to you so you understand. There's a lot more, but I hope you know me by now. I just get pissed off and I don't want drama. So, yeah. Morning. My work schedule changed when I got to work today. No, you're like Lady Di. Lady Di went to work one day and she's supposed to work from home. So hopefully you didn't have the same thing. No idea what breed. I have high-level allergies. They told me to do the Mediterranean diet. I was sent to Mediterranean, then I will do it. Dogs and fasting stream. It's turned into that today. So I won't apologize for it. I love it. I miss my pups right now. I like a pair of puppies as well. Wish I was home with them instead of work. Murphy's a doodle. Yankee Doodle went to town. Exactly, Dazza. Like, what the fuck? Oops. Yes, we will have it. We will leave it at that. No drama. Save it for your mama. Absolutely. But hopefully that just explains to you why I'm quite, yeah. Same. But mine have been wonderful. Right. Do we want to carry on with dog talk and fasting? Or do we want to watch a couple? Because I presume everyone knows about Bryan Walshe. I presume. I've just got like a bit of back stuff that I've not. We have fun here. You guys do. Fucking hard work for me. This is. Chappie's over the heart pup talk. These are corgi to eat up his crumbs. I do. I got crumbs everywhere. I do have crumbs everywhere. Second job at the Village Silversmith on Fridays if you ever need something from there. Oh, that's cool. So, yeah, because Rehab, you're up in Salem there, aren't you? He's totally guilty. Yeah, I'm not even. It's not even the trial. There's so many interesting things because obviously those that don't maybe follow it all with the Karen Reid trial, there's obviously lots of things have been exposed about Proctor and text messages and communications and everything. And he may well be guilty, but it's like, should he even go to trial? With the amount of corruption that's been ongoing. I got Bukaki's stuff here. As well. I've not watched Bukaki on the stand, so I've got it's about an hour. I wanted to watch that to see what he had to say as well about that. And then Annie Elise has done something on it as well, just to give us an update about what's going on. And there's another video with a little bit of background on it, which I can play as well, because there's a hearing this afternoon for Bryan Walshe and some other people as well, because the communication stuff I think is going to be deleted in on Monday, I think. Thank you, Cindy. Hang on. I just had a PayPal from Cindy. I won't say your second name because I don't want to dox you. And your name's not Erin. Cindy says, from my hubby, Ray Ray. Ray Ray, thank you, Ray Ray. Thank you, Cindy. Oops. I clicked something there I wasn't supposed to. Thank you very much to you, my darling, for that. And thank you, Ray. I love that. I love that. I wish so on the Streamlabs it comes up, PayPal comes up, but it doesn't on StreamYard. But I do get it on my phone, so I do get it. Why is my stream all laggy? Is it just me? Is it just me that my stream is like I can see it's laggy? I don't know why. I don't understand how they can collect folded improperly and still use it for trial. I agree. I agree with you. So that's the issue. So technically, it's hard because obviously I think most people will say, "Hey, Standing Stones, how you doing, Sean?" I think most people think he's guilty, so they probably read it and go, "Yeah, he's guilty," so don't really care. Let's just move on with the trial anyway. And I think that's the way they look at it. Whereas actually, we shouldn't look at it that. I've always said, like, I'd rather have 100 guilty people out on the streets than one innocent person in there. I also think that how many people are in prison right now because of this corrupt police force. So I think we should be looking at everything, every case, because I can guarantee you there's at least one person in prison today, thanks to Bukaki, Proctor, and all them, and their false testimonies and false narratives. So in that case, I think there's lots of cases that should be thrown out. I get high blood pressure. It's not from my weight, thank goodness. High blood pressure runs in my family. Not well. You all know about my mother. She's gone from like over 200 BP down to today. She was 160, so she's reduced. She's on medicine now. So go get your BPs. She had no symptoms, people, and I just bought the machine because I wanted to check the whole family, and luckily we caught it just in time for her. So Thank you, everybody. No lag. Thank you, everybody. Hi, Standing Still. How you doing, Sean? BP's 130 by 90. Oh, that's good. That's good, though. I mean, 120 over 80 is supposed to be, but I mean, 130 over 90 is fine. Fucking hell. Casoti's absolutely fucked. I don't know him. Oh, you're Cindy. Thank you. Thank you, Nanny. Hopefully, well, I'm there in the fall. Nah, Nanny, as I said, I didn't want to say your second name and stuff like that, but thank you, Ray Ray. But yeah, I'll be there in the fall. I'll be around doing various things, so hopefully you can come join us between October 21st and November 12th. There'll be various things going on, so I would come early and run up a flight of stairs. Oh, yeah, you went early. Fine. Good morning, Candice. How are you, my darling? There you go. Right. They need to hold him accountable and start doing things correctly, and maybe someone like BW getting off, Bryan Walshe getting off, maybe what they need to kickstart. Yes, I agree. I agree. Is Erin? No, you meant Erica. Erica Walsh. You meant not Erin Hack. This is a different Erin. Erica Walsh was like nearly 6 foot. Erin Hack is like 4 foot. So just complete. She's tiny. So thank you, Lady Di, for this. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that for the gifted memberships. Congratulations to Candice Hoff or Candice got one just now. Happily Angry Lawyer. Rehab. No, not Rehab. Karen's Free. What next? Chooch. Oh, Chooch got one. Nice. Honey Plum. Adam Roberts. Jess Mad. Hollywood. Tiffany W. Little B. Well, you all got one. Oh, that's great. I'm glad that Candice Hoff got one. And she's right here when Lady Di did it. So that's good. Erin Hack is 4'2 3/4. 4'2 3/4. Hello, hippie chick. Another nutter one. Hippie chick. If you don't, and never met. So hippie chick is going out to Boston as well. She's a psycho. I mean, she's a lovely person as well. You'll all love hippie chick if you've not met her yet. There she is. Welcome to our news members. Right. So, yay. I love it. We got a loss here. All right. Let me hypo here to blame Dana. Absolutely. Please do. Apologies for the streams yesterday. It was Dana's fault. Right. Let's play a couple of streams, shall we? Literally. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Thank you so much, Erin Hack. Jeepers, like Christmas. Congratulations to Amanda Erickson, Michael Brooker, Paige M. Oh, Paige got one. Mandy. Kelly Steffi got one. Talk time with Amy, Boston Kelly. Big H. Nachos. Luby. Na 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 na. Lisa DTT. PWK. Fibber McGee. I love that name. Fibber McGee. Tanya Lennox. Digger 420. Laurie Reed. Laurie. We love Laurie. 10 Toes Down. 1-800 Fraudbusters. Did he do Baseball Dad? Oh, Baseball Dad got one from Indiana, another Indiana resident. The original Indiana person until Pichik took over. Allegedly, LB Lian got one. Nice. I'm glad. Gratty03 got one as well. I think that's everybody. Thank you so much. Did Bad Daz get? No, Bad Daz is not. That's fine. He already got one. Thank you so much to Erin Hack as well. The Hackster. Thank you, my darling. There you go. Hippie Chick cannot wait to see Dana in his Speedos. There you go. You're not the only one. Join the queue, Hippie Chick. Fucking hell. It's really memberships. How kind. They are very kind. This is one thing I can say about this chat. It's very kind chat. We might be a small chat, but we're a mighty chat. So, oh, for fuck's sakes. Lovely Sarah P. Thank you so much, my darling. I appreciate that. Cheapers. Congratulations to Deaf Not Jim McIntyre, Enraged Bacon, Half a David, Flashbang Barbie, and Ron Dizzle. Thank you, everybody. Cheapers Christ. He didn't need to do that. Cheese and rice, everyone. Cheese and rice. Thank you very much for that, SRP. Lady Di and Erin Hack. Oh, motherfucker. There's another one. Robin G. Thank you very much, Robin G. We are reigning. We're reigning men today. Congratulations to Colleen, Becky Island, Wendy H, Wear It Well, and Stacey Q. Thank you very much to you, Robin G. I really do appreciate you, my darling. Thank you so much. That is very generous, all of you, for that. Jeepers. Thank you very much. That's very kind of, yeah, Lady Di, Erin Hack, Sarah P, Robin G. Now this means I have to fucking be nice to them all now, doesn't it? I gotta put the time. I gotta be nice for them for the next half an hour. I put the timer on now. It's half an hour, 30 minutes, 29 minutes, 28. No, I'll do 30 minutes. There you go. 30 minutes. I'm gonna be nice to all four of them. So there you go. Right. What are we doing now? I have lost control. I've lost control. The whole chat should be green now. It's nearly green. It's nearly green. It's nearly green. I tell you, it's nearly green. I'm lost now. I've lost my train of thought now. I can't believe how wonderful people are. You all wonderful people. And just now need to move some stuff. What are we doing today? We're doing dogs and something else. I don't remember what we're doing now for streaming. I have FOMO. All right, 29 minutes. There you go, Standing Stones. There you go, hugging everybody. I object to 30 minutes. If they don't give memberships, I don't want to be that pressure on me having to be nice to me. Yeah, I don't think I could, Dana. I don't think I could. Definitely not Jim McIntyre. That is hilarious. Well, thank you, Higgins. Hugs to all the girls. There you go. Thank you, Sean. That's Standing on Stones giving hugs to everybody. Right. Should we get back into the stream? But thank you, ladies. Thank you, all of you. I do. You know, I appreciate you. I just, yeah. That's 40 memberships given out. Happy days. Robbie G, it's my luck. What's your luck now? Don't worry, J Mac hits a lot anyway. She hits it all night long, all night, all night. Um, uh, okay, hang on, I will. Right. Right. I know, I've seen it. Fine. Right. Let's get into some of you that don't know anything about the this thing. Hey, Jersey Jen. A little late, that work thing, you know. Yeah, it's fine. Everyone's here for work. I get it. You do your work. Work comes first, and then join in when you can. You just missed the parade. We're down to 36 minutes now, ladies. Sorry, 26 minutes. Sorry. I became a member using the link, which is something different, I guess. What link? I what link? You know what you've done? You've gone to buy me a coffee and become a member. You're on that's a wrong that's a membership for because I've got two people that want to give membership every month for that because I get to keep all the money. That's a different membership. You need to cancel that. Cancel that one, J Mark. It's early. You're right. It's early. It is early. J Mark, I need to message you to let you know you've done it wrong. Anyway, right. The link pin. Yes, you've done it wrong. You've done it wrong. You've done it wrong. You're not the membership is for here. That membership is for buy me a coffee. There's a few people that just contribute every month. That's what that one is. You've done it wrong, but it's fine. We can cancel that. It's not a problem. I know you forgot what you're supposed to be doing. I know. Now chat's talking to me, and you know how right. So those that don't know, like Jersey Jen may not know, I get distracted too much with the chat. So if you keep chatting, that means I get distracted. That's my problem, you know. I get distracted so much. I'm here for Bryan Walshe. not for him, but I'm here to show some stuff about Bryan Walshe. I think most people have seen it. I want to see Bukaki's interview. I've not seen it. We all get distracted. I know. Not hard to Lady Di. I know I get distracted straight away. Humid. Oh no. Right. I'm going to shut the chat off in a bit. Now I won't because I love it. Right. This is, if you remember, 2 years ago, Anna Walsh went missing in Nowhere Sean, 2020, New Year's Day, 2023, I believe. And then obviously pretty much quickly afterwards, Walsh was found. But this is this. I found this morning. This is the backstory of Anna Walsh. So, I have seen it just here to harass the land, motherfuckers. This is why I play the streams, so I can not be distracted. Right, so this is a backstory for 2 years ago. Now, most of you know the story. But just in case you don't, I'm going to play this. This is from 2 years ago. This is a Fox 5 special. You will not leave even if the Mambos come out. Do not say stuff like that. Do not mention Mambos because I will get them out. And then Josie's going to be pissed at me for doing that. So I have to behave, Jersey Jen. I have to behave. I got my boobs out yesterday. I have to. Right, here we go, everyone. This is the start of it, just as a refresher. Yeah, refresher is always good, yes, because we may have forgotten some stuff. So let's do this.
An active search for a Massachusetts mom of 3 who mysteriously vanished after leaving for D.C. She hasn't been seen since New Year's Day.
What happened at that house in Cohasset on New Year's, the morning of New Year's, we don't know.
She was in every way, shape, or form this full of life human being.
Right now, it's a missing persons investigation. Whether she just needed a little break or a timeout. We're just looking for her.
When a phone has been shut off for a few days, it's concerning.
Hairs were standing on the back of their neck when they first arrived at his house on January 4th.
The husband of the Massachusetts woman missing since New Year's Day, now formally charged with her murder.
He is probably the stupidest murderer who's ever walked the face of the planet Earth.
Anna Walsh, a mom of 3 young boys, goes missing from her Massachusetts home early New Year's Day. She was said to be heading here to Washington, D.C. because of a work emergency. She worked for realty firm Tishman Speyer. Now her husband is charged with her murder, even though her body has never been found. Tonight, we'll take you through Anna's life and what prosecutors say happened in those early morning hours.
She was living the American dream. Right? Immigrated from a war-torn country, came here, got a job, was working to support herself and her family.
Anna Walsh grew up in Serbia before coming to the U.S. in 2005. Reports say she worked her way up in the hospitality industry in New York City, where she met her future husband, Bryan Walshe.
She's just so personable. She lights up a room.
After New York, Anna also worked in Washington, D.C., Virginia, and Massachusetts. And while we know details of her professional career, little is known about her relationship with Bryan. We spoke with reporter Bob Ward from Boston 25.
That's one of the mysteries here, that their friends that are here in Massachusetts aren't really saying a whole lot to us and about their relationship. I uncovered a report in Washington that showed in 2014 that she complained to police that he threatened to kill her and a friend.
Anna reported to D.C. police that her then boyfriend told her over the phone that he was going to kill her and her friends.
There was a record of him threatening to kill her. And that is a huge red flag.
That report doesn't name Bryan Walsh, but states that her boyfriend was living in Massachusetts, where Bryan was living at the time. Anna never cooperated with D.C. police, and the case was closed.
A typical follow-up would be have to connect with the victim and get more information. And it appears that she did not want to follow through. Not unusual in domestic violence cases.
More than a year later, Bryan and Anna were engaged. Just months after that, they were married. And the year after the couple welcomed their first child, Anna posted to social media a photo of herself with a black eye. In the post, Anna said she had a mild concussion, a bruised hip, and a cut. She appeared to brush it off to friends in the comments, blaming a fall at work. The picture has never been linked back to any sort of domestic violence, and the couple would go on to have 2 more children.
I mean, her kids were her whole world. Whenever she's with them, it's all about them.
Despite living in Cohasset, Massachusetts, Anna began working in D.C. at Tishman Speyer last year.
And I knew they were struggling because she's been far away for so long. I knew she, they had many fights about like, when are we finally going to come to D.C.? When am I going to be with my kids? That was her priority.
It was employees at Tishman Speyer that first reported Anna missing on January 4th.
My friend Jem called me and said, Anna's missing. And the first reaction is like, what are you talking about? Anna's missing.
Peter says that friend Jem was at Anna and Bryan's home New Year's Eve, ringing in the new year, just a short time before investigators would later say she was killed. Initial reports say a family member told police that she left at 4 a.m. on January 1st to catch a flight to D.C. for a work emergency.
It's been reported that she was called to D.C. to handle some type of emergency at one of the properties that she manages. That's why she was attempting to go to D.C. early. She did have a flight booked for the 3rd, but she never got on that flight.
She would not have left on New Year's Day for a work emergency. So I think I pretty immediately knew in my gut that that was not the case. And so it was just sort of this doesn't add up.
According to investigators, Anna's cell phone was turned off on January 2nd.
It's very difficult, as you know, nowadays not to leave an electronic footprint or some type of footprint, which are debit cards or your credit cards. And none of these things have been active since the first of the year.
Anna is the kind of person to respond. Again, given the extent of what she's doing in the day, she might not respond right away, but she does respond. When a phone has been shut off for a few days, it's concerning.
Police say Bryan was cooperating in the early days of the investigation into Anna's disappearance.
Whether she just needed a little break or a timeout, we're just looking for her.
A retired homicide detective who is not involved in the case says he thinks police knew all along.
It's my belief that the police were on to him from the get-go. They made some startling observations of the car before they even knocked on the door.
Bryan first told investigators he hadn't seen his wife since New Year's Day, and in that time since, he had only left his home to get ice cream with his son. But as police continued to investigate, they obtained a search warrant for the family home, which led to Bryan in handcuffs.
Bryan Walshe is sloppy. He's making errors at every turn.
Bryan was convicted of federal wire fraud charges in an unrelated case for selling fake Andy Warhol paintings and was awaiting sentencing. As part of his probation, he was wearing an ankle monitor.
His story did not match up with that electronic evidence, his electronic footprint. And at that point, there has to be red flag, I'm sure.
Do you think that may have played into effect when it came to the arrest for him misleading the investigation?
Absolutely.
Bryan was charged with misleading police after investigators searched the home. For the first time since Anna's disappearance, the world saw Bryan at his arraignment.
The images showed him actually smiling or smirking. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And he walked in with an air of arrogance, kind of looking around the courtroom, kind of looking like he owned the place. And I don't know, maybe thinking he could talk his way out of it.
This is a serious situation, and he looked just casual. And I think it's especially someone loving Anna so much, it's really difficult to see that and to understand that altogether. It doesn't make any sense.
With Bryan now behind bars, investigators begin to piece together what they say happened to Anna Walsh. Still ahead on this Fox 5 special, the evidence collected by investigators inside that home and the haunting details revealed inside the courtroom.
How could something so horrific happen to such a beautiful human being?
If he did this, it would be smart for him to become clean.
It is a absolutely crushing circumstantial case.
You could hear a pin drop as the prosecutor went from Google search to Google search to Google search to Google search.
Welcome back. Bryan Walshe now behind bars for misleading police in the investigation into his wife's disappearance. Anna still has not been found a week after she went missing. During his arraignment for that charge, prosecutors revealed they found blood and a knife in the basement of the couple's home in Cohasset.
Cohasset is a wealthy town on the ocean. It's very well known. Nothing like this happens there.
During that court appearance for the charge of misleading police, we learned that Bryan lied about taking his son to get ice cream. Prosecutors say instead, surveillance images show he was buying hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies at Home Depot.
I believe he did clean up, but you can never clean up good enough.
It is almost impossible to clean something well enough that forensic evidence would be actually taken care of.
On the day of his arraignment, police were searching a dumpster in nearby Peabody, near Bryan's mother's home.
Investigators recovered 10 trash bags. Inside the trash bags, many of these items contained stains consistent with blood.
Among the things they found were blood-soaked towels and rags, a hacksaw, Anna's COVID card, and a necklace and pair of boots similar to the ones Anna was last seen wearing. A week later, and nearly 2 weeks after Anna's disappearance, Bryan was charged with killing her.
So we believe that Bryan Walshe dismembered Anna Walsh and discarded her body.
A much different reaction from Bryan at this arraignment.
He was very quiet. It was very serious what was being revealed in that courtroom.
As prosecutors laid out their case, evidence shows a slew of disturbing searches made on his son's iPad just hours after Anna was last seen alive.
5 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m. on the 1st, how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44, how to clean blood from wooden floor. At 11:56 on the 1st, luminol to detect blood. At 1:08, what happens when we put body parts in ammonia? At 1:21 p.m., is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? Those were on the January 1st.
Prosecutors say Bryan didn't stop there. The next day, he's accused of searching things like, is a hacksaw the best tool to dismember a body? And can you identify a body with broken teeth? The day after that, more searches, including what happens to hair on a dead body and what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on the surface in the woods.
He Googled how to dismember a 115-pound body, and his wife was 115 pounds.
I have never seen a defendant do that many Google searches. Never. It was 3 days worth of not just Google searches, but incriminating and damning Google searches.
She just kept going, and every search was worse than the one before.
Prosecutors also say just days before Anna's disappearance, on December 27th, Bryan searched online, what's the best state to divorce for a man?
I've been doing this for almost 40 years, and I've never seen that level of detail unleashed at an arraignment.
Bryan Walshe pleaded not guilty.
Defendant will be held without bail pending indictment.
The question remains, where is Anna Walsh?
I think the investigators believe that she was disposed of in the trash and then incinerated, and they were just too late to get to it.
Still ahead in this Fox 5 special, will the circumstantial evidence be enough?
She's such a bright light in the world, and it's not fair what happened. And she does not deserve this.
It's surreal. It really is. It's like, it just, people don't do this to one another, especially a husband to a wife, supposedly.
It's also so sad, young woman, mother of young children. It's gruesome, and it's just a really hideous set of facts.
I think juries are sophisticated enough to know that if someone's sitting up, if someone is being charged with murder, they're also capable of disposing the body.
Welcome back. Bryan Walshe now charged with his wife Anna's murder. He pleaded not guilty, and her body still has not been found. Investigators believe he dismembered her and took her and her belongings to different dumpsters starting on January 3rd.
He walks to the dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster with the garbage bag and leaves it. On 4:48, he hit another complex in Abington, and at 5:10 p.m., cell phone shows records at another apartment in Brockton.
The next day, on January 4th, police do a welfare check on Anna after coworkers report her missing. During that check is when officers notice Bryan's car. Prosecutors say the seats were down inside of his Volvo, and there was a plastic liner in the back of the car. Then on January 5th, prosecutors say cell phone data shows him traveling to his mother's home.
The phone traveled to the complex where his mother lives at 9:30 a.m., went for about 5 minutes around the building to the southeast corner. In the southeast corner of that complex is where there was a dumpster. The dumpster was later secured and searched.
While prosecutors were able to secure some of the items Bryan allegedly disposed of, it was too late for others.
These bags and what was in them were already picked up and taken to a location for shredding and to be incinerated.
He is probably the stupidest murderer who's ever walked the face of the planet Earth. He has made every textbook mistake possible at every single turn. He is not given any thought to how to actually carry out the perfect murder. If there were a case study in how to commit the worst murder possible, he would be the poster boy for that.
Without a body, is there still the likelihood of this moving forward, a case like this?
I believe so, especially this case, yes. There are challenges, don't get me wrong.
It's a hard case for the prosecution because they don't have a body. And while it's not an impediment to getting a conviction for murder without a body, they still haven't recovered a body in the case, and that presents some challenges for the prosecution.
Duncan Levin is a former federal prosecutor. He says that even though a case without a body can be difficult, the state in this case has what it needs.
Just the overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence here, the cleaning supplies he bought, it was such a sloppily carried out murder that it's very overwhelming, and that's enough. That's all that the state needs to prove against him.
Most criminal cases are made with circumstantial evidence, and it's not unusual for convictions to be had with solely using circumstantial evidence. So that's not I don't believe that's a hurdle as much as people believe it to be, especially with the abundance of circumstantial evidence in this case.
That overwhelming circumstantial evidence is what Bryan's defense team will need to overcome.
The defense is going to seize upon the fact that there's no body. And without that, you can't convict for murder because you don't know that she didn't just run away. The problem for the defense is that there are so many different threads here that all point in the direction of Bryan Walshe that it's going to be very difficult for them to individually attack them.
if he did this, it would be smart for him to come clean, and somehow, you know, for his kid's sake, fess up to it, right? Because essentially they've lost two parents. No matter what comes from this, they've lost both parents.
Like, she always described him as her best friend, you know, that they were very close, like love at first sight. That was always what she said, that she trusted him, that, you know, anything he may have done wrong in the past, maybe it was just bad choices, he was a good person. And it's sort of like knowing that now it's jarring, it's gut-wrenching, it's uncomfortable, to even think that like someone who's appears so calm and collected could, you know, be capable of something you just don't expect.
Lots of times we find abusers to be incredibly charming.
I don't think that she ever thought she was in danger. And if she did, I don't know that she would have reached out to somebody.
So if she were buying a house in DC and thinking about moving the kids, that is a time where domestic violence might escalate, because that's the time of separation.
So I think when this opportunity came up as well, she jumped at it as well to be here and to, you know, move out of the Boston area. The other part of that really was, you know, with Bryan's ongoing investigation. I don't know how much I really want to talk about that. With the FBI, was like she was responsible for being the primary breadwinner, and so it was really a matter also of like her taking that on for her family.
Domestic violence cuts across every category you can think of: economic, racial, religious, any group, education level, anything, it cuts across.
If anything good can come from this, is to help the next person or persons who might be in this situation, or to have the ability to get help.
I think if more people start to realize that she, who, as you described, was successful and seemed good on the outside, can also be affected by domestic violence. And so don't look at yourself as, oh, I'm a strong, smart woman, how could this be happening to me? It happens to people across every economic divide.
She was strong, she was confident, she was powerful, and wonderful, and an amazing mother,
An amazing mother. That's how all of Anna's friends describe her. Still ahead, the message Anna's friends have for her children. Stay with us.
As a mom, she's just so attentive and loving, and fun, playful. Like, you know, she has 3 boys, so they play a lot, and they had a lot of fun together. And she was just very present with them.
Anna would want her kids to continue the legacy of her life, right? The legacy of her life has to live on, and whatever that looks like. So she'll want her kids to do that. She'll want her kids to know.
It's not clear who is now caring for Anna and Bryan's young children. Initial reports said they were in the custody of Child Services, but there has been some speculation that they could be with Bryan's mother. Anna's mother lives in Serbia. Her friends say she visited her mom in December. Anna's mother spoke to Fox Digital, saying Anna texted her just 1 week before she vanished, asking her mom to come to the U.S. the very next day. Her mother was not able to make that quick trip. As for Bryan, his case is still making its way through the courts. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Fox 5. If you or anyone you know is experiencing domestic violence, call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jacqueline Matter.
Thank you, Jacqueline. So that was just a brief overview, as I say. This was him being arrested and arraigned. If you don't remember this bit, this was, let's show this one. Where's it gone? Here we go.
Well, we begin with new developments in the disappearance of a Massachusetts mom who went missing on New Year's Day. Her husband, Bryan Walshe, has pleaded not guilty in court today after being charged with Anna Walsh's murder. For more, I want to bring in Stephanie Ramos outside the courthouse in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, and ABC News legal contributor, host of the Law and Crime Network, Bryan Buckmeyer. Bryan, I want to start with you. What do you make of this plea? Was this a surprise at all?
Not at all, Diane. This is pretty procedural in the sense of you're confronted with initial charges at an arraignment. You're hearing what those charges may be. For Bryan Walshe, it's an upgrade from those impeding an investigation now to murder. And you put in the not guilty and then await for more discovery, more information to come in before you make a really informed plea.
Now, Stephanie, you were in the courtroom when this happened. What was it like there?
Well, Diane, we could hear Bryan Walshe's shackles before we could even see him. He walked in, handcuffed, emotionless throughout the arraignment. We did notice that when the judge was speaking, he stared at the judge. When the assistant district attorney was speaking and listing off the items that were found with his wife's DNA on it, and also listing off his graphic Google searches, Bryan Walshe was just staring at her as well, just a blank stare. The assistant district attorney read off some pretty disturbing searches. Prosecutors believe that Walsh dismembered his wife's body, and they revealed Walsh made these Google searches: how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, how to embalm a body, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. And prosecutors also said that days before his wife's disappearance, he searched what state is the best state to divorce in. Prosecutors say instead of divorcing his wife, he killed her. Diane.
Now, Bryan Walshe was previously arrested for allegedly misleading police in the investigation. How much will the evidence that led to that arrest factor into this case now that he's charged with murder?
It's going to be a lot, Diane. It's going to be what I think a lot of prosecutors would call consciousness of guilt. It's not always the crime, but the cover-up. And in a case where they don't have an actual body to try to prove murder, they have to use circumstantial evidence surrounding that lack of evidence to try to prove their case. They don't have Anna Walsh, so they have Google searches. They have Bryan Walshe misleading the prosecution and the police. They also have these blood-stained rugs and knives and other evidence. And so it's all going to contribute ultimately to what they're trying to prove, that Bryan Walshe murdered Anna Walsh.
So, Stephanie, what happens next in this case?
Well, Bryan Walshe will remain in jail without bail, and we do know that the next hearing date is for February 9th. Also, his children. Keep in mind that the couple, Anna Walsh and Bryan Walshe, have 3 kids, all under the age of 6. We heard today in the courtroom that they are 2, 4, and 6 years old. They will remain with Child Protective Services. But as far as we know, as of right now, the next hearing date is February 9th. That's when we'll see him again.
All right, Stephanie Ramos, Bryan Buckmeyer, thank you both.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos,
Hey, Boston Brandy. Love Boston Brandy. How are you doing, Den? Right, just had to shut that. How are you doing, Dennis? Boston Brandy, we love you, my darling. Hope Ross had a great birthday yesterday. So that's interesting. I mean, there's some stuff there I learned I didn't really understand 2 years ago. Hang on, let's see the chat. I've not kept up with the chat, so apologies. So me and Dennis might actually, if depending where the trial is, we might try and go to one of the days for Bryan Walshe, because as it currently stands, I will be in Boston during the trial. So if the trial is on when it's supposed to be on, I think me and Dennis are going to try and go. Well, probably not for a day because those stools, they're too hard, but we'll try and go for half a day then, if public are allowed in. So then I can maybe record. So just to clarify, when I'm in Boston, Mexi is going to stream the whole trial. So we're going to have the Bryan Walshe trial on for the whole duration. Mexi's going to do that. No commentary or anything, just going to be the chat, you know. But if I'm there and the trial's on, we'll try and get down there one day, stream the morning, go into court, see what it's like, and I'll jump on stream to let you all know how it is and stuff like that. So I think they might be trying to move it to Plymouth But Dennis just said, who cares? We'll just go anyway, wherever it is. So as long as it doesn't move, we'll go in for a day. As I say, I'm not going to be there every day or anything, you know. We all love Boston Brandy and Ross. So, yes, we don't disagree with you. Most people think he's guilty. The problem we got is, as I said, they obtained everything illegally. So the next one I got is the motherfucker, Bukaki, karaoke guy. Karaoke guy gets top off, swinging it, you know, doing all the whoa. And Bukaki, English is my third language. So, you know, there she is. I love Boston Brandy. Boston Brandy is one of my favorite people. Her and Ross are beautiful together. So right, I've not watched this with Bukaki, so I want to watch it. I wanted to watch it near the trial. So we got Don Alderson next. So I thought now was a good time to do it. If he gets out, Proctor's fault. I was saying this, Darcy, right? He should walk. He should walk because of Proctor. My concern is how many innocent people are in prison because of Proctor and Bukaki and all them. I can guarantee you there are people in prison right now in Massachusetts because of them. And it doesn't sit well with me. The saying is, rather see 100 guilty people walk free than one innocent person in prison. And I stand by that. So I hope they investigate every case because I truly believe there's at least one, if not more, people in prison right now based on misconduct by the police, by people like Proctor and stuff like that. So I really, really do believe that. And I hope that there's repercussions for Proctor and Bukaki and anyone at Tully and all those people. And if it means that this piece of shit needs to walk, might be an unpopular position, but I'd rather he walked and investigations were done for every single case that they've touched, because I want to find out who is innocent. Let's get him out of prison. Innocent people in jail and criminals going free. Welcome to Massachusetts. I mean, it's unbelievable. Criminals run Norfolk County. Microdots. We love Microdots here. He does need it. He should walk, yes. He is an arsehole for his karaoke. Jersey Jet, he shouldn't have even questioned the son, and he did. He doesn't have the proper training, saying, I believe. It's unbelievable. And he wants his job back. He wants his job back. Get out of here. Took her out of an environment she was working in. We're going to watch Rosemary today and tell him happy days. So yeah, Rosemary. I think it's a loads of them, isn't it? I think it's Bryan Walshe. That Rosemary one. There's a bunch of them, I believe, today. It's how so it's 2:00 today in Dedham. So we'll be streaming it. It should be on stream, so we'll be streaming it. If not, we'll jump on Mike's stream again. But Bryan Walshe is on there as well, Dennis. So yeah, you'll be down there holding the flag as always, and there'll be a lot of boots on the ground. The OG boots on the ground will be down there. We all love her. No job back, never. No, never, no more. Go fuck yourself, Proctor. Oh, she's represented all of them. Oh, there you go. I did not know that. You see, Dennis is here, and I did not know that. So, right, let's see this mofo Bukaki. And those that don't know, right, I'll tell a little story about Bukaki. J-Mac knows already, and I've told some of you already. But when I was in Boston for the Karen retrial, I'll speak to Karen and Jackson, and so Karen was right in front of me, speaking to her when she was driving past. I was like, how you doing, Karen? How's things? Like, always polite. Yeah, great. You know, how are you? Great. Yeah, great. Blah, blah, blah. And then, no worries, Erin Hack. That's fine. And then that's the day Bukaki was on. I was like, Jackson, you know, we gonna get on Bukaki today. We're gonna hammer him. And he's just like, he couldn't speak, but he was like, thumbs up. I was like, let's fucking get Bukaki, people. Yeah. And I'm talking. I genuinely was like, let's fucking get Bukaki. Fuck Bukaki. We got him. You got him, Jackson. Give him the hammer, Jackson. Give him the hammer, Jackson. Let's get Bukaki and all this. I didn't think anything of it till afterwards. I was like, oh, it's fucking Buknik, isn't it? It's not Bukaki. What an absolute fucking knob. I'm stood there for 2 minutes going, fuck Bukkake, fucking hammer him. Hammer Bukkake, Jackson, let's fucking go. And then I'm like, oh, I had second-hand embarrassment for myself. I was like, oh, you absolute dickhead. Absolute. Hey, Paul Lynch, how we doing, brother? Love to Cynthia as well. How we doing, my friend? Nice to see you. And I'm like, when afterwards, what a to be fair, they all were just smiling, and Jackson was like that, smiling with his thumbs up, and he was like, because they weren't allowed to speak, and his cameras there, and they were all like that. I was like, fucking get him, let's Bukkake him, let's get the hammer down on Bukkake, yeah, fucking smash him, smash Bukkake, Jackson, and it was like that. Oh fuck! It's only afterwards I thought, oh, you idiot, and they were so nice and never said anything. It's funny, but at the moment, it's embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? It's embarrassing. No, he didn't think twice. They were all so nice about it. He probably calls out. He probably does. Bukkake. Unbelievable. Hey, Keith, how are we doing? How are we doing, sir? I think he lifted them, though. They were there. As I said, I had a good chat with them. They were saying how Karen was asking how it was all going. And I was like, oh, we see you, the CEO there, Karen, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's fucking hammer Bukkake. Let's get it on. And who was before Bukkake? Because someone was, and I think he was Alessi. I was like, oh, Alessi, you smashed him. You smashed him. Or somebody, whoever it was. I'm a fucking idiot sometimes. I am not. I'm very kindly staying with the Wades. They very kindly put me up. Thank you, Darcy. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you very much. Why we all call him Bukkake. I know. Does mean he's in a Bryan Walshe hearing today, or is it? It's everybody. He is right. It's everybody, but Walsh is the prime, obviously, the prime one. But he's saying that Rosemary's representing everybody. So, there you go, Rhonda. Hey, Daffodil. Don't worry, it's fine. So, yeah. So yeah, I would very kindly shout out to the way Astrid and Bobby. Before I left last time, they came up to me and was like, look, if you ever come to Boston again, don't ever think you're staying in an Airbnb again. You are staying with us. So, and to be fair, the Sweeneys would have had me if I wanted to. But like Dennis said to me, you're sleeping with Jazz. If you're staying in my house, you're staying with Jazz. Jazz is the dog. Jazz has got a bed on the floor. And he said you could sleep right next to Jazz on the floor. So I was like, it's okay then. I got the weights. No, but they very kindly, the Sweeney's also very kindly offered me to stay. But I am going to stay with the weights. So yeah, they're so nice. They are very nice. Same Tracy is wonderful. She's so nice. And he got Dana then as well. I heard Wade's house is for sale. Hey, then I'm staying with Jazz. Make way, Dennis, and come into Jazz. Oh boy, yes. No, yes. Oh boy, yes is right. But they're lovely. They're lovely. Hello, Cynthia. How we do, my darling? I was just saying to Paul, tell Cynthia, hope she's doing well. Hope you are doing well, my darling. Nice to see you, Cynthia, as always. Hey, Ape, how are you? Oh shit. Across the pond. Hang on. I just lost the chat. Where did the chat go? Oh, there it is. It's back. Good morning to you. You are. Poor Dana. But just remember, if you do cause trouble, it's always Dana's fault. So it's fine. Always Dana's fault. Dennis Sweeney says, hi, hey, Cynthia and Paul. Cynthia, Paul Lynch, lovely people. They're now with the northern part of Boston, so I didn't get to see them that much. I only got to see them once. Hopefully I get to see them more in the fall now. Doesn't know who Wade are. They're lovely people. They were there every morning with boots on the ground. Always every morning. Lovely people, great people, Sean. You'll get to meet them. Don't you worry. So, get a tent. You will be fine, lad. Right, everybody. Let's see Bukkake then. Hello, Dennis. Hi to Brenda. I love that. Everyone says hello to Brenda. Dennis, just say hello to Brenda from everybody in chat, please. We all love... it's strange, isn't it? We all love Brenda, we all love Tracy, and I think we all tolerate Dana and Dennis, So Dennis could be mad. I'm going for a 4-day weekend, so to hang with Tracy and maybe see the land. I don't know. Fuck you. You're seeing me. You got no choice in it. You will be seeing me. Do not worry, hippie chick. You'll be seeing me. Dana want you at the house. You'll be like, fuck, get out here. So yeah, we will sort it out. Don't you worry. Right, everybody, let's watch Bukkake, shall we? Some of you might have seen this as well, but yeah. Thank you, Paul. Hope you are well as well, my friend. Hope you're well as well, Paul. But if you ever meet Paul in person, he's fucking huge. You don't mess with Paul Lynch. Let me just tell you, he's gentle giant, but he's huge. As in tall now. Like I'm fat, he's tall. You know, muscular. You know. So, hope you're well, my friend. Hope the cookies are going well as always. Right, let's watch Bukkake. Where's he gone? Fucking. Oh, there you go. Let's go and hammer Bukkake, shall we, Jackson? Fuck you now. Right. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Right. Just a reminder, this is the same guy with the karaoke and the dancing moves. Let's see what he does here.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first and last name, please? Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K. Where do you work, sir? I work for the Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. How long have you been with Massachusetts State Police? I graduated the academy March of 2012. And how long have you been attached to the detectives unit with the District Attorney's Office? 10 years. And what is your current rank? I'm a sergeant. And how long have you been a sergeant within that unit? Since December of 2021. So I'm going to ask some questions now about January 5th of 2023, Thursday. That day, did you have the opportunity to be dispatched to Cohasset? Yes. Why were you dispatched to Cohasset? Cohasset police detectives reached out to our office requesting assistance in investigating a missing person case. What was the name of the person you were asked to help find? The person's name was Anna Walsh. About what time did you get to Cohasset PD that day? It was in the late afternoon. I would say approximately 4:45 or so. And did anyone else besides you, that's a member of the State Police Detectives Unit with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, respond to Cohasset that evening? Yes. Who else? Trooper DeChico. And once Trooper DeChico and you were at the Cohasset PD, who did you have the opportunity to speak with? I spoke with Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD. And what was the purpose of this meeting with Detective Schmidt? He gave us an update on his investigation into the missing person, shared the details of that he's learned since he was involved. Did you have the opportunity to review anything in addition to having the conversation with Detective Schmidt? Yes. I was able to review an audio recording of Bryan Walsh's interview. And after having this meeting and reviewing the recording, what did you have the opportunity to do next in your investigation? After doing the review of the recording and being updated on all the information that Cohasset PD had at the time, myself, Trooper DeChico, Detective Schmidt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, and Sergeant Hunt proceeded to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset. About what time did all of you arrive at that address? I believe it was like 6:30 p.m. And when you arrived, was anyone leaving? Yes, there was a female party leaving as we came up to the door. And do you understand what her relationship was to the family? I do know, yes. What is it? She was the babysitter for the 3 juvenile children. And after seeing this woman leave the residence, did you discover who else was in the residence at this time? Yes. Who? Within the residence, we were able to meet with Bryan Walshe, his mother, Diana Walsh, and there was 3 juvenile children inside as well. Now, in that evening, did you have the opportunity to conduct an interview with anyone at the Walsh residence? Yes, I did. Who did you initially get the chance to speak with? Initially, I spoke with Diana Walsh. And Diana Walsh is Mr. Bryan Walsh's mother, correct? That's correct. All right. Where was your conversation with Diana Walsh? My conversation was in the living room area where the couches were situated. There's also a fireplace there. It is right off the kitchen area, separating the dining room area by a staircase set in the wall, I believe. And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview? Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was present with me. Where were the other officers at this point in time that arrived with you? The other officers were speaking with Bryan Walsh in the dining room area portion of the home. And was anyone else with Mr. Walsh besides those officers, if you know? Just the three officers that arrived. Where were the children when you initially had the opportunity to speak with Diana Walsh? Upon her request, the children went upstairs in the main portion of the home to the second floor. Now, can you explain how the initial conversation, what occurred during your initial conversation with the defendant's mother? Yes. As we sat down, Diana was asked to provide her date of birth and a phone number. She initially ignored my request and was texting on her phone. A follow-up request was also momentarily not addressed or not answered.
It's hard to take you seriously, right? Because if he came to your house and he started asking you questions and stuff like that, would you not want it to go to him and say, hey, Bukaki, is that you, Bukaki? Do you know what I mean? You've got this sergeant doing that, and you think you've got to take him seriously. Let's go! Bukaki! It's a scream that does it for me. I'm like, jeepers, woman. So, yeah. Just remember, that guy is now on here trying to act like he is something special when he's not.
She then advised us that she had utmost respect for what we do, but she only has one son, and she was very adamant in helping find Anna. Did she say what she was doing as far as trying to find Anna? Yes, she stated that she had Googled, researched a top PI firm, private investigation firm in the DC area, and she had been communicating with the owner / CEO of the company. And did she give you any contact information for that person? Yes, she provided both a business line and a private cell phone number for the individual. Now, did she have the opportunity in this, during this conversation, did she tell you what had occurred with her son's cell phone as far as January 1 and January 2nd? Yes, during this conversation, she advised us that on January 2nd, Bryan Walsh showed up at her home in Swampscott and advised her that his phone was missing and that he needed to use her device to communicate or try to reach Anna. And did she show you anything from her phone during this part of the conversation? Yes, she showed me her call logs as well as text message communications that were documented on her device. And when you saw this, did you see the names of any of, not asking the specific name, but did you see the names of anyone in the family? Yes, there was a name associated with a juvenile child, the eldest, that was documented as a missed call.
Yeah.
And did you ask her about whose phone number that would be? Yes, I did. And what did she explain to you? She indicated it was the 6-year-old's phone number as saved with the name in her device, and that she had purchased all the three of the juvenile children, cell phones, Apple AirTags, and iPads. How long were you speaking with Diana Walsh before any of the children returned? I would estimate it 15 minutes or so. And which child did you wish to speak to? The oldest 6-year-old child. And was that one of the children that returned at this point in time? Yes, it was. And did you have the opportunity to speak to the oldest child? Yes, I did. Can you explain to us what occurred as far as that conversation? Initially, when the child presented to our presence, myself and Detective Lieutenant Lopes, asked him if he was willing to have us ask him some questions. He shook his head in the affirmative without giving me a verbal response. Diana, at that point, asked him to sit on her lap while we held the conversation. And we proceeded to ask him some questions. And what did the oldest child tell you about about what he remembers of the last time he saw his mother, Anna Walsh? What the child stated was that the last time he saw his mother was surrounded around the events of him hearing a noise, waking up, coming downstairs, and seeing her on the couch underneath his blanket, which he left in the room overnight. She was dressed in a set of pink pajamas with red hearts. And as he was walking by the kitchen island, he saw his iPad. He picked up the iPad, recognized that it was malfunctioning or broken, not working properly, and he requested that his mom, Anna, fix the iPad for him. Once she fixed the iPad, he indicated that Anna went upstairs and changed into her real clothes, returning back downstairs, holding a brown duffel bag, approximately 2 feet in length, and a purse, which he gestured to her wearing on her shoulder. He then stated that her taxi was here. He told her, "I love you." She responded, "I love you more." And she walked out the door to her ride. When asked if he saw the vehicle, saw the headlights for the vehicle, or saw her get into the vehicle, he stated he did not. Those are strictly his speculations. Obviously, he didn't use the word speculation, but. And how did the conversation end with the oldest child? I had a question for him asking, does he know where his mom, before I was able to finish that question, Diana became animated with her arms since he was sitting on her lap, flailing her arms in the air. I stopped abruptly, being interrupted by her gesture. She finished the question for me, stating cell phone. The child never answered my intended question, which was if he knew where his mom was, nor the question that Diana finished. He strictly said that mom wanted him to move to DC to be with her. He abruptly got up off of Diana's lap and ran into a different portion of the home. And did you have any further conversation with the oldest child? Yes, I did. And what was that, sir? At one point, a little bit later on, he returned to the area where myself and Detective Lopes was standing. He opened the door slightly, just wide enough to the basement that he could fit through. He took a step onto the first step going down into the basement, looked back at me, extended his arm, and I told him that he shouldn't go into the basement on his own, realizing there were child locks on the door. Then Diana also opened the door all the way and grabbed his hand and told him not to go down there. Did any of the children ever give you anything that night? Yes. What did they give you? The eldest 6-year-old boy gave me a little art piece that he rendered. Now, how long were you in the home speaking to the oldest child and Diana Walsh? I would estimate it to be 45 minutes, maybe more. There was a lengthy conversation in our presence in the home.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, we left off, I believe, that the conversation had come to an end with Diana Walsh and the oldest child. What did you do at the house after that? I waited for the other officers to finish searching the home for the missing individual, to include the attic. Why was the attic significant to you? It had not been searched, and in my experience with other cases, we have had located individuals in crawl spaces and attics. What types of cases are those, sir? Death investigations. And more specific, though, when you found people in crawl spaces like that, have they been as a result of murder or how so? They were suicides. What did you do as far as examining the outside of the home? I proceeded outside, checked the yard, the property, to include trash cans, looking for Anna's phone. One of the locations that myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Detective Schmidt checked was Bryan Walsh's Volvo SUV. And did you ask anyone permission to check the Volvo? Yes. And who did you ask? Bryan Walsh. And what did he say? He complied, granted us permission, unlocked the vehicle, and we took a look through the contents of inside. And what observations did you make of the Volvo? I located a cell phone device inside the Volvo, located in the center console of the vehicle. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Walsh about whose cell phone that was? Yes, I asked him whose device that was, at which time he stated it was his oldest son's phone. Did any of the police officers attempt to verify that? Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, having been provided with the phone number for that device, called the phone, and the phone rang, verifying that it is, in fact, the 6-year-old's phone. And where did Detective Lopes get the phone number from? Our conversation with Diana Walsh, when she showed us the call logs, the phone number was provided. Do you remember what the phone number was for that device? Not at the top of my head. I know that it most likely ended at 8028, possibly. And did you write that anywhere in any of your reports? Yes, I wrote it in my interview report. Would that, looking at that report, refresh your recollection as to the number? Yes, sir. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I asked if you could look at paragraph 9. Look at it yourself. Look up to you an opportunity to review it. Does that refresh your recollection as to that phone number? Yes, it does. What was the phone number, sir? 617 895, I believe. Oh, should I come back? Yes, please. All right, sorry. Take one more look. You know where it is. All right, now you want to give it a shot. Yes, 617 895 8028. So that phone, was it seized that night? It was not, no. Was it left where was it left then? In the vehicle. Now, this is Thursday, January 5th. Is that correct? That is correct. Now, I'd like to, that night, besides looking in the Volvo, did you find anything else as far as cell phones that night? No, I did not, no. Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you now some questions about January 6th, Friday. Yes, sir. Did you have the opportunity to contact anyone who was representing Mr. Bryan Walsh? Yes, I did. Who was that you were contacting? I contacted attorney Tracy Minor. And why were you contacting Tracy Minor? I wanted to communicate with her and get consent for the devices that belong to Bryan Walsh and his juvenile children that were being utilized. And what was your understanding of Tracy Minor's relationship to Mr. Walsh? My understanding was that Tracy Minor was representing Bryan Walsh on a criminal matter out of federal court in Boston. And when did you start communicating with Attorney Minor? I began communicating with her in the afternoon hours of January 6th. It was during the 3 o'clock hour, I believe.
And how were you communicating with her?
Via cell phone call communication.
Do you know roughly how many phone calls you had with Attorney Minor?
I had numerous communications. To the best of my estimate, probably three phone calls.
And so what did you ask Attorney Minor in the first conversation, if you remember?
In the first conversation, I identified myself and asked her to provide consent for Bryan Walsh's phones. At that point, I had knowledge of at least 2 devices, the one that was missing, that was located on the second, and then the 6-year-old cell phone.
Okay, so to be clear, you said the one that was missing that was located in the second, who did you believe that cell phone belonged to?
Bryan Walsh.
And the second device, what was that device that you were concerned about?
That was a device that contacted Diana with a missed call on the call log, and it was also now present inside Bryan Walsh's vehicle in the SUV.
What did you say to Attorney Minor that you wished to do to these devices?
I stated that we wish to do a full system extraction, phone dump, more commonly used as a phone, known as a phone dump, of those devices for digital evidence data.
And what reservations did Attorney Minor express to you in the first conversation?
She stated she needed to talk to her client, and she would call me back.
And did you explain anything else you were looking for at this point in time?
No, I did not.
So how long did it take for Attorney Minor to contact you back?
It was somewhere between 5-10 minutes, maybe a little more than 15 minutes, but I did receive a call from her within a short period of time.
And what happened in this next phone call?
She stated that it would be fine to, they would consent to the extractions. They just wanted it documented, and she requested a documentation to be generated.
And was there any limitations on the digital? Was there any limitations on what you were allowed to look at?
Yes, it was communicated verbally in our agreement that we were not to look at attorney-client communications prior to December 25th, 2022, and no communications between Anna and Bryan Walsh prior to that date as well.
Besides those 2 issues, was there anything else that you were not allowed to look at when you spoke to Attorney Minor?
No.
Did you tell Attorney, and so during this conversation, was there mention of any other devices you wish to look at?
Yes, after we made the agreement for the 2 cell phones mentioned, I also requested that the iPad, which we knew was manipulated by Anna prior to her leaving the home, would also be included within the devices that were consented to.
Did you explain why you wanted to look at that iPad?
I did not know.
Why did you want to look at that iPad?
Well, if Anna manipulated the device and fixed it during the time frame that we were advised, there would be a digital footprint on the device documented that manipulation.
And to be specific, what iPad are you referring to that Anna manipulated?
It was the iPad that the 6-year-old saw on the island as he came downstairs after hearing a noise and waking up, and he picked it up and had his mom fix for him.
Why was that footprint significant to you in your investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
It would have really narrowed down the timeline of when Anna left the home. It was in a short period of time after the device was manipulated that we were told Anna got dressed and left the home.
Had you had any access to that iPad before this conversation?
No.
And so when you were speaking to the oldest child, he never showed it to you or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, Besides the two areas that you had agreed upon with Attorney Minor, which was attorney-client contact and anything before December 25th with the defendant and his wife, she asked for what?
A documentation of the agreement that we verbally discussed and agreed upon.
And what did you do to document the agreement?
Communications were had with Norfolk District Attorney, First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and she drafted an email including those specific restrictions of the full data extraction, digital evidence analysis in an email form and sent it to Attorney Minor and CC'd me on it as well.
What memory do you have of expressing these concerns to First Assistant Beelan at the time?
I do not have a memory of communicating with First Assistant Beelan.
So do you know how First Assistant Beelan knew to send the email?
I do not know.
You may.
Sergeant, do you recognize that document I've just handed you?
Yes, I do.
What is the document I've just handed to you?
It's a copy of a printed out email exchange between Attorney Minor, which I'm CC'd on, and First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and their communications.
And does that document, is that after you had the conversations with Attorney Minor?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, and I know that I've fouled up the order, but it is in the binder, and I think it was attached to the defense's pleadings as well.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what number do you think it is?
So on my listing, I have it as Exhibit 13.
Exhibit 13. You know what he's talking about, Attorney Tipton?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to that?
I do not.
All right.
I feel a little bit better right now that he knows what I'm talking about, which is great. So, Sergeant, if I may ask, could you read the first email into the record of that chain? First is, who is the sender?
The sender is Lynn Beelan.
Who are the recipients?
It is addressed to Tracy Minor, and I am CC'd on that email.
What is the date and time of the email?
The date is January 6th of 2023, and the time is 3:39 p.m.
And can you read the body of the email?
Yes, sir. Attorney Minor, as requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation to Anna Walsh, any conversation between the attorney and client, Bryan Walshe, is excluded from the search and examination of Bryan Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. It is further agreed that any conversation between Bryan Walshe and his wife, Anna Walsh, 1 week before she was missing, 12/25/22 and prior, shall be excluded from the search and examination of Bryan Walsh's phone and the minor child's
make sure you
iPad.
give me some updates then.
Should you have any
See what's
questions,
going on.
please contact me.
See
Lynn Beelan,
how your day's
First
getting
Assistant
on.
District Attorney,
See what you scrub in.
Norfolk County, and a phone number.
And just
Hope
for
you
the
have a great
record,
day with that.
when you say minor child, you are putting that in there opposed to reading the child's name.
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a response to that email that's in the chain?
Yes, there is.
Can you read the response, sir?
The response is, we consent to all communications on or after 12/25. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get you a list of attorneys, as he has used a bunch of them.
And is there a subsequent response to that?
Yes, there is.
And can you read that into the record?
That date is fine, thank you.
And that was sent from whom?
That was sent from Lynn Beelan.
Did you receive any further email communication from First Assistant Beelan and Minor after that third entry into the email chain?
I have not, no.
Now, once that was done, those emails had been exchanged. What did you do as far as trying to get the iPads or trying to get the devices?
I didn't do anything about trying to get the devices.
Why didn't you go get them?
I was tasked with traveling out of state, and I was not going to be present.
Where were you supposed to go as a result of traveling out of state?
I was traveling to Washington, D.C.
Why were you going to Washington, D.C.?
The information we had at the time and the multiple reports of Anna coming from D.C., living in D.C., and having traveled back to D.C. Based on my conversation with Diana Walsh, I traveled to D.C. to go find Anna.
Did you meet up with anyone in law enforcement to help you in D.C.?
Yes.
Who?
It was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and 2 troopers from another unit on the state police.
Now, so after the email exchange comes through, who do you inform that you've now received permission from Attorney Minor?
I informed Lieutenant Fanning.
And who is Lieutenant Fanning in the chain of command of the detectives unit?
He was the executive officer at the time in the unit.
And where were you when you informed Lieutenant Fanning?
I was in the command post.
And where was the command post located?
It was located a short distance down the street from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in a shopping plaza parking lot behind the stores.
Now, when you informed Lieutenant Fanning, were you talking to him in person, or was this over the phone, or whatnot?
It was in person.
So, at the command post on the late afternoon of Friday, January 6th, how many state troopers were in and around this area at this point in time?
There were dozens and dozens.
And so, are you aware of who collected the devices from Bryan Walshe on January 6th?
I am not aware now.
So you didn't go to collect the devices?
No, I did not.
When did you return from Washington, D.C.?
It was during the late evening hours of January 8th. It was Sunday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on the date.
And did you have any further conversation with Attorney Minor about the devices after the phone calls and the emails?
No, I did not.
So after the email chain is done, do you have any further phone calls?
No.
And to be specific, with Attorney Minor?
No.
And going back to the second phone call, you told Attorney Minor that you wanted to look at the iPad?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what you told her about wanting to look at the iPad?
The conversation about the extractions of full data extraction was in reference to the 2 cell phones. We went into detail about that. Once she consented to those cell phones, I asked if we could also do the same with the iPad.
Was there any concerns about communications on the iPad?
No, there was not.
Did you explain to her whose iPad it was?
Yes, I did.
And when you explained to her, who did you tell was the user of the iPad?
I told her that based on my understanding, it was the 6-year-old juvenile.
And did you tell her did you tell her anything further about the use of the iPad and why you were looking at it?
No, I did not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Under examination, you described your interaction with Diane Walsh.
Yes, sir.
And so you were involved in interviewing Diana Walsh along with the 6-year-old son.
At portions of it, yes.
When you say portions of it, what portions?
The 6-year-old was not present in the entire interview with Diana.
But you were present for the entire interview with Diana Walsh.
I was.
You didn't have any involvement in the interview of Mr. Walsh on January 4th.
No, not the official interview. I just introduced myself and met him. Brief communication verbally, not a formal interview.
Did you arrive at the home at the same time with the other officers who eventually did conduct an interview with Mr. Walsh on January 5th?
If I'm not mistaken, we all arrived together. Yes, sir.
So you were sitting, is it fair to say that during these two different interviews, you were in different rooms?
Yes, we were separated. The two rooms are separated by the stairwell or staircase and a wall, I believe, in the home. That's right in the middle of the building. But there's a open space for the front and the rear through the kitchen.
It's fair to say then that there were times during these interviews that you could hear people asking Mr. Walsh questions, correct?
To be accurate, because we were having our own conversation, I merely heard voices. I could not hear the specifics of their conversation or who was speaking.
And it's entirely accurate, isn't it, to say that the entire time that you talked to Diane Walsh, that Mr. Walsh, Mr. Bryan Walsh, he was never present for any of that, correct?
With our conversation, sir? No, he was not.
So when you were asked all these questions on direct examination, and you were describing the behaviors of Diane Walsh as you interpreted them, it's fair to say that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with any of those behaviors of Diane Walsh that you were observing.
Are you asking if he was influencing her behavior?
Yeah.
I could not suggest that, no.
And I mean, she is the grandmother of this young, the 6-year-old that you were also talking to, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And this 6-year-old was telling you, in his own words, what he remembered about seeing his mother, right?
Yes, the information of his recollection was in his own words.
And when you were asked questions on direct examination about the iPad fixing it, you used the word manipulation, right?
That is a term I use, yes.
Okay. You don't have any specific knowledge about what you characterized as the manipulation of the iPad.
The knowledge I have is that I was told she fixed the device for him. Diana said that the button was broken. Those types of manipulations of the device, in my training experience, would be logged within the database on the device.
But based on that information that you just told the court, when Diane Walsh mentioned a button, what button was it?
She didn't specify.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you didn't make any effort to see if the button was now working or whatever button she was referring to was working, correct?
Correct. I did not see, no.
So you really don't know, do you, at the time, that the iPad was in fact not working, or if it just didn't come on? You really don't know. You're just going on the fact that Diane Walsh said something about a button wasn't working.
It was the child's information that he passed along to us, and what Diana shared as well.
And the only question that you testified to, that you asked Diana Walsh, that you asked the 6-year-old, was something to the effect, do you know where your mother is, or do you know where your mother went? That was when Diane Walsh interjected and made a comment, correct?
That specific question, she interrupted my full question, so I could not ask the full question. The question was interrupted.
Now, it's fair to say that you haven't been trained in interviewing young juvenile children, correct?
I don't have specific training for young juvenile children, but I am trained in interviews and interrogations.
Right, but you would agree that there are people that are trained specifically to interview young children, correct?
I am aware that there are specialists that conduct SANE interviews.
And you are aware of the fact that eventually on January 5th, there was an agreement to have the young child, the 6-year-old, interviewed by a trained specialist, correct?
I'm not certain of the date when the agreement happened, but I am aware that there was an agreement to do something like that along those lines.
And that would be done by someone in Norfolk, correct? In fact, I think the office that they use is in Norwalk, correct? Do you know that?
I am not aware of the location outside of Foxborough, but I could be wrong.
And you would agree, wouldn't you, that in your experience, it's not unusual, is it, for a parent or a grandparent to protect their child or grandchild from certain questions that they think may upset them?
No, I wouldn't say that it's unusual that a child or a parent or a grandparent would do something like that. No.
All right. If I understand your direct examination and some of your questions, and please correct me if I'm wrong. You did or you did not have any conversation with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beal regarding any supposed agreement?
I don't have a memory of talking to Lynn Beal on the phone about the agreement.
And it's fair to say that you've been asked by the Commonwealth in this case to search your records, your emails, whatever, for any such evidence of communicating with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beal regarding this agreement, correct?
I have been asked, yes.
And you conducted that search and you found nothing?
Conversations over the phone. I don't have a conversation over the phone specifically in reference to the agreement. So but the email is produced. I'm CC'd on it.
Right, but you don't know about the content of any conversation between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beal.
So there's a verdict in the trial, people. Those of you that are watching the trial, there's a verdict. So if you want to go and watch the Nicholas Casotis, there's a verdict in that one. So if you need to get over there and watch that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Truck said the same thing, same time. So there's a verdict in. Sorry, Lady Di. Sorry, Lady Di. Hey, Scott McGuinness, how you doing, fella? Nice to see everybody. Thank you, Mexi. Verdict. Hey, that's what they all say. I always get that response. That was fast. I'm like, sorry. What can I do? You know? But thanks for reminding me, J-Mac. Fucking hell. I wish I did scare the shit out of you. That would be helpful, wouldn't it, J-Mac? Ah, fuck. Hang on. I can't find the stream now. Hang on. I can't find the stream. Bear with me. Why can't I? Oh, here it is. Fine.
And Attorney Tracy Mind regarding that agreement.
I do not know that, no.
And it's fair to say that you never attempted to contact Lynn Beal to make sure that you understood what the parameters were of any agreement, did you?
I did not contact Lynn Beal, and the email spoke for itself.
Well, you've testified here today that, for instance, you just answered a question on direct examination, that the iPad had no limitations put on, like the search of the iPhone, correct?
Objection, I don't think you said that.
Rephrase the question.
Were there any limitations put on any search of the iPad?
Those search limitations were included in the email, and it referenced all devices that we were going to get on consent.
Now, you've also told us that your discussions with Attorney Tracy Minor involved discussing and seizing cell phones, correct?
Yes, there were 2 cell phones, as I mentioned prior, and the iPad that we were aware of.
And regarding the 2 cell phones, we can all agree that one of them was purportedly Mr. Walsh's personal cell phone, and the other cell phone was the one in the Volvo that was attributed to the young 6-year-old, correct?
Yes, sir.
There is no reference in the email that you've referred to today to a second cell phone, is there?
I'd have to take a look at the email, but my understanding through our communications, myself and Tracy Minor, were for 2 cell phones and the 6-year-old's iPad.
Well, I understand that's your memory. I'm asking you that with regards to the email that's been introduced into evidence, there's no reference to a second cell phone.
Yes, based on my reviewing of that email content, there's no reference of a second phone.
And there's no reference to anything other than Bryan Walsh's cell phone in that email.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
There's no reference to any other cell phone other than Bryan Walsh's cell phone in that email agreement.
It talks about the 6-year-old's iPad.
Right, but there's no reference to a second cell phone or any other cell phone in that email agreement.
That is correct.
And in fact, there's certainly nothing about all of the minor children's cell phones.
That's correct.
There's reference in that email to one iPad, correct?
Yes.
And there's no reference to more than one iPad in that email, is there?
Just the 6-year-old's iPad.
Sergeant, it's fair to say that you wrote a report where you were discussing this agreement.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And did you review that report before you testified here today on direct examination?
I did review it. Yes.
And it's fair to say that in that report, you make reference to an agreement that encompassed, quote, his cell phones in regard to Bryan Walsh. And you use those cell phones, plural, correct? In your report.
I believe that's right, if you're not mistaken.
Do you have that report with you?
I don't have it here with me, no.
And if you need to refresh your memory, just tell us. But you also, in that report, make specific reference to the agreement encompassed his minor children's, plural, cell phones, correct?
I'd have to take a look at the report, sir.
That's right. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'd ask you to read that. Does that refresh your memory about what you entered into your report that you drafted regarding this?
Yes, it does.
Does it refresh your memory that, in fact, you make reference to cell phones plural when it comes to Mr. Walsh's cell phone?
Yes, it does.
Does it refresh your memory that, in fact, you made reference to all the children's cell phones?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory that it referred to the children's iPads?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that at the end of that report, you make specific reference that, quote, the agreement is attached to this report?
Yes, sir.
And the agreement we're talking about is what's already been introduced in evidence, correct?
That is correct, sir.
It's fair to say that that agreement that was introduced in evidence does not refer to multiple cell phones, multiple iPads, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And in fact, you said on direct examination that you had some conversation with Fanning, and Fanning then arranged to pick up the devices, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that Fanning has written a report about what he went to pick up?
I am not aware now.
Did you talk to Fanning about what he had gone to pick up and what in fact he did pick up?
No, I never spoke to exactly what he picked up.
So you don't know that when Fanning went to Mr. Walsh's house to pick up the devices pursuant to the agreement, he only knew to pick up one cell phone and one iPad, correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know what he actually picked up. I communicated 2 cell phones on an iPad.
And my question is, though, that you apparently don't know that based on the conversation he had with you at the command post, that he thought he was only supposed to pick up one cell phone and one iPad. You don't know that, do you?
I never questioned Lieutenant Fanning on what he picked up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
22. Marked and admitted as Exhibit 22.
Specifically, Sergeant, in that report that now is Exhibit 22, you specifically say the agreement was put into writing by Norfolk District Attorney's First Assistant Lynn Beelan, correct?
Yes, I do.
The agreement, you're referring to the email that's been introduced into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
There's nothing in the agreement that uses the phrase marital privilege.
No, sir.
There's nothing in your conversations that you put in your report that was to document this agreement. There's no reference to marital privilege, is there?
I'm sorry, there was two things you asked about. There was no mention of marital privilege outside of the statement about excluding communications between Anna and Bryan Walsh.
And the phrase marital privilege does not appear in your report that's been introduced as Exhibit 22.
No.
And it doesn't appear in the quote agreement email that's been introduced today.
That statement does not appear now.
And the only thing that is referenced, the only subject matter that's referenced in the email agreement is, quote, communications.
That's the only subject matter that needed to be carved out of the full extraction.
That wasn't my question. My question was the only subject matter that is referenced in the agreement is communications.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, Sergeant, do you know when Mr. Walsh first talked to Tracy Minor, his attorney, about the request to search his phone?
I have no idea.
And do you know, Sergeant Lieutenant, when Tracy Minor, Attorney Tracy Minor, and Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan first began discussing the request to search Mr. Walsh's phone?
I would strictly be speculating when they first began. My only knowledge is to the email being sent from Lynn.
Have you talked to Assistant District Attorney, now retired, Lynn Beelan, regarding this agreement prior to this hearing?
I have no memory of talking to her about this agreement.
So the government, the Commonwealth, has not asked you to go talk to retired Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan and say, what did you and Attorney Tracy Minor agree to? You haven't been asked to do that.
No, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that there are consent to search forms used routinely by the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those consent to search forms, they require information to be entered on the form. It includes the person giving consent and the officer taking the consent, correct?
Yes, it is.
And they also include an area where you describe what is going to be searched, correct?
There's detailed explanation on the forms, yes.
And it's signed and dated by the person giving consent and a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason for this is to make sure that people understand what consent was given, that it was given voluntarily, and what the parameters of any consent were, correct?
That is the purpose behind us reading those consent forms to the individuals we're getting the consent from.
And you didn't use one in this case.
No, sir.
And it's fair to say that you certainly had an opportunity to use one because you were at the home on January 5th of 2023 prior to any consent being given and any agreement being made, correct?
I was at the home at that point. I did not ask for consent on the 5th.
Okay, but yeah, put it on. Okay.
You may.
I'm going to show you a document, and it's not from this case. But is it fair to say that that is an accurate representation of the consent to search form that's used by the Mass State Police?
Although it does appear as a form that's generated by the state police, that's not the form we use. So I can't represent that this is what we would have used.
What is different? What is different from that form you're looking at now and the form that you say would be used by the Mass State Police?
Well, there's a lot of different characteristics of the form itself, just the way it appears, the way it's presented, the bottom portion as well. It's just slightly different.
Can I ask you then, Sergeant Lieutenant, is it fair to say that that form, substantive, whatever form you're referring to, the consent to search form, would have included exactly what that form's asking for? Name of the person giving consent, a witness to sign on it, informing the person of their right to refuse consent, but also listing what and describing what is to be searched.
I would agree with you, yes.
So, with that caveat, I would move to
Your Honor, I object. If the council wants, I'm happy to get a copy of their form that they generated.
Why don't we do that? That's the form that they actually might be using now as opposed to that form. There's no dispute with regard to the contents of the form. He didn't fight you on that. He agrees with you. It's in evidence. You don't need the form that he's not familiar with.
And I'll get a blank one and we'll stipulate to it as an exhibit.
That sounds terrific.
I did ask for one.
You didn't ask for, you asked for what, one what? Oh, previously?
I apologize to council. I have no memory of asking for it. I will make sure
We can reach agreement on this, I'm sure.
With regards to the agreement, there's nothing in the agreement email that has been produced as an exhibit that references anything about search histories, correct?
No, that specific term is not in the email.
And there's nothing. And once again, the only subject matter that's referenced in that email agreement is, quote, communication, correct?
Yes, as what to be excluded, yes.
Well, when you say what to be excluded, it's just, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this will be my last question on this particular subject. The email agreement makes reference to what communications will be limited, and it makes specific reference to certain attorney-client conversations, communications, and communications between Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh, correct?
That is what to be limited during the search and analysis of the device's data.
It certainly doesn't say, does it? Anywhere in that agreement that the agreement is that everything that's downloaded can be reviewed and analyzed, correct? Doesn't say that.
It does not specify that.
And it's important, isn't it? Just like that form that you were talking about a moment ago, it's important, isn't it, to be very specific in any written agreement as to what the terms of the agreement are, right?
It's important to understand what is being done. Our verbal communications mentioned phone extractions. That means all of the data on the phone, and what was to be limited based on our verbal communication, then subsequently put into email form, was the communications between client and attorney and Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
But that's the way you're interpreting the content of this email that you did not write and did not respond to. That's fair, isn't it?
For the latter portion, yes, I did not write this email, nor did I respond to it. But the verbal agreement on the phone with Attorney Minor was that we were doing a full system data extraction on the devices provided that were consented to.
That's your memory.
Yes, it is.
And your memory is that the agreement also included all of Mr. Walsh's cell phones, all of the children's cell phones, and all of the children's iPads.
No, my memory was that the devices I knew about was Mr. Walsh's cell phone that was missing, the children's cell phone that was in Mr. Walsh's vehicle, and the iPad referenced to by the 6-year-old, which was fixed by Anna. That's why the communication with Tracy Minor was about 2 cell phones with the iPad thrown in on top of those 2 devices.
Sergeant Buchanan, just on that particular answer question. The second sentence in your report that you wrote that stated January 6, 2023, you wrote specifically, during numerous phone conversations, we established a verbal agreement for the digital evidence extraction of devices belonging to and being used by Bryan Walsh and his juvenile children to include Thomas Walsh, 6-year-old, Thomas Walsh's 6-year-old. Those include his cell phones and his minor children's cell phones and tablets, correct?
If that's verbatim from my report, that is what's written.
So my question that I asked you just a moment ago was your memory of the agreement was it involved all of those devices, not just the 2 that we're talking about.
My conversation with Attorney Minor was for the 2 cell phones I knew existed and were referenced.
So why did you put all those other devices in your report that you wrote specifically about the agreement?
I don't understand.
Why did you refer to all of those devices in the one single report that you wrote and refer to it as the agreement? Why did you include all of the devices?
Because there was knowledge of other devices existing. So there was Diana's statement that she purchased cell phones for all the children.
Okay.
And iPads and AirTags, etc. So there were other electronic devices that could have come into play.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Sergeant Buchanan, that there is some real ambiguity between what you stated as the content of the agreement in your report and that email that has been introduced into evidence?
I don't think it's ambiguous, no.
Were you present at the home, Mr. Walsh's home, on January 6th of 2023?
I don't remember. I don't remember going to the home. I might have been. I don't remember going to the home. I know I was at the command post. There was other missions I was conducting. I don't have a specific memory of being at the house, but if you have a specific question about maybe what transpired, I could give you an answer.
Do you know that there were numerous searches conducted to the house on January 6th?
I know that the CERT team and the dive team conducted searches around the home. I was not present for those searches. I was at the command post.
And you weren't there because you were in DC on January 7th.
That's correct. Early morning, January 7th, I left for DC.
Just so I'm following along, the date that you were using was 1/6.
Yes, for when searches were conducted.
Right, but he left on 1/7.
Right, he's
He
not.
could have been there, but he's at the outpost. I just want to make sure I'm trying to follow along with what the evidence is and that you're not missing up the dates. That's why I'm asking.
I could be messing up the dates. I'll be the
I
first
don't
to
know.
admit that.
I'll
But
let you go.
let me just say,
giving you the opportunity to correct it if I've got something wrong. But I've raised it.
I
Maybe I'm the one that has it wrong.
when did you leave for DC on January 7th?
Early morning hours. I don't know the exact time of the flight. Could have been 8, 9 a.m. But I never responded to Cohasset. I went from my home.
So you were not at the home on January 7th?
No, sir, I was not.
And you're not sure if you were at the home on January 6th?
I do not have a specific memory of being there. I might have. Yeah.
But we can all agree you were there on January 5th.
Yes, sir.
Were you there on January 8th?
No, I was not.
I don't know why this is played up now. It's on Law and Crime, I think. It's a bit slow.
And did you negotiate, as you call it, the agreement? Did you negotiate the dates that are involved?
Okay, it's a glitch on their side, thankfully, because the time is still going. It's just, for whatever reason, they got a glitch on their side.
The person wants us to exclude would be excluded. Bryan Walshe was eager to help us find Anna. The same sentiment was felt by me from Tracy Minor. She was trying to help while conducting her responsibilities as a defense attorney. So that was my understanding based on our conversation.
But was it your understanding that regardless of the communications that are referenced in there, attorney-client communications and communications between Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh, that in fact there was a temporal limit placed on any search of the devices?
Can you rephrase that question, please? The temporal limit, I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
That in fact there was a date of 12/25/2022 that the search parameter would begin, and there was an ending date of January 6, 2023 of the search parameter when the search would end. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of the date that we couldn't go back past, and that was the 25th. So we couldn't search for communications between client and attorney before the 25th, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Walsh's communications.
And I guess what I heard you say was that it wasn't you that suggested 12/25, correct?
Right. I wouldn't have a reason to pick a date. That date, other than being Christmas, it made had no significance to me.
And it wasn't you who picked the date of January 6th, 2023.
I believe it was present. So the term used was present.
On direct examination, you use the word documentation in the context of what Attorney Tracy Minor asked for. You remember that?
Yes.
And was it documentation regarding what the agreement was?
She just wanted to put it in writing, so we needed to document what the specifics were.
And was it also documentation about what, in fact, searches were conducted and how they were conducted?
No, we didn't discuss the details of the searches. She just wanted specific things excluded from the analysis and the searching of the data from those devices. And that is what was documented by First Assistant Lynn Beelan. And she agreed to it.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you. Thank you.
Read around.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He does. He does.
What memory do you have of Attorney Minor mentioning male privilege in your conversation?
No memory whatsoever.
The scene that was mentioned, where does the district attorney's office and the state police do those forensic examinations of children?
To the best of my knowledge, at the NAC in Foxborough, if I'm not mistaken.
And do you have any certifications in cell phone analysis?
I do.
And what certifications do you have?
I have a Celebrate Basic course. It's a week-long course with certification.
So when you say the term digital evidence extraction, what significance does that have as far as celebrating your understanding?
It's a full file system download, basically a copy of what the device contains for data and information on it that's then transferred onto a processing computer with an exact copy. Then Celebrate parses out certain information that's either labeled or carved out if it has been deleted and no longer assigned a value that is of significance.
Did Attorney Minor request the consent of multiple?
No, she did not.
Recross. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay. Thanks for reminding me. Just to put you on standby, Lady Di, Sarah P, Erin Hack, Robin G, game on. It's gone way past 30 minutes, so game on, ladies. Fucking hell. Do you know what? That's such a great shout. He does look like Andy Garcia. Let me take a look here for a second. So this was during the Karen Reid trial. So he testified in the Karen Reid, Ty Bukaki did. He lied in that one under oath, and then he came over here and lied here under oath. The guy has not got any care in the world. Trying to find one here that's a little bit similar. No, he does look. I will give you. He does look like Andy Garcia. So if you play this, Jimmy, you know, obviously not in there, but that is, if there was a what do you call it, a movie, Andy Garcia would play Bryan Walshe. Like, not in that face. They would have to, you know, dumb him down a little bit, but it is basically Bryan Walshe. What do you think about it? I was thinking Bryan Walshe, not Yuri. I think that looks like Bryan Walshe. This one. Not Yuri. I think Bryan Walshe. He looks like Andy Garcia. Lady Di. So yeah, we got that. This is good reminder. Yeah, Walsh, I can see it. There you go. You got there in the end. You know, as we know, some of our members of chat are a bit slow, led by Lady Di. If you do need to catch a slow bus, Erin is on hand as always. Erin Hattree drives the bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives the bus all day long. So today we got Erin Hack, Sarah P, and Lady Di on the bus. They're all licking windows today. So this is all good though. I think Robin G will probably join them as well. So Scott McGuinness, Terry Martins, it's not just DA Meatball's MSP detective group. It's all of mass DA MSP detective groups, all politically built and appointed. All oh shit, what's that? Taylor Swift, okay. All DAs would be messed up if even you just shuffled them up. Especially yes, especially you. The short bus, Jersey Jen. If you ever need help, just shout out for the short bus, and Erin Hack will come with a bus, and she'll round you up, and you can join the gang as you go round town licking windows. So there you go. Of course, Robbie G. She's always there. She's like a monitor of the bus. Robin G is in between licking windows. She's licking windows and taking the registry as well. So Erin is driving, but she's still licking windows in her booster seat. Right. Couple of others here. I've not seen these, so I want to play them because I think they're important. These are some of Anna Walsh's friends and stuff like that. This is News Nation Ashley Benefield, but we'll still watch her anyway. She's the bus monitor. Blades erupts in an apartment somewhere, so careful if that is you. Right, so this is some of her friends. It's always so sad, do you know what I mean? It's always sad when you have to play Benefield, but you know, we've all been on the bus now and again, don't worry. Robin G, the bus monitor, shouts at everybody. You know, you were heading somewhere with that. I did bring it really back quick. I did. I thought I better not say that. Yeah, it's only 4 minutes. It's only 4 minutes late. Here we go. Right, here we go.
Whenever there's a high-profile arrest, like there has been here in Cohasset, so much of the attention is on the defendant, and sometimes the attention seems to shift away from the victim. Anna Walsh was officially a victim because now that it's a murder, the intent here is that the police believe she has died. And so I want to shift the attention back onto her. And to do that, I want to bring in one of her friends, Pamela Barty. Not only was a friend of Anna Walsh, but also used to work with her. You can come right in on me here. Give me a bit of a feel for the girl that you knew, the colleague that you knew, what she talked about when she talked about her family.
Absolutely. I mean, her boys were everything. Absolutely everything to her. She was driven. She was the super mom. She was super radiant spirit. I mean, walk into a room, you feel her energy. She's either dancing, smiling, laughing. I mean, that's Anna. So it's very hard for me to see that in a past tense. So I just say that she is, her spirit still remains.
It's hard to hear this news today because up until today, there was hope. There was hope that she was still a missing person, that maybe, you know, God willing, we would find her. And today, with the charge of murder, the expectation is we won't see her again.
Right.
How are you processing this?
It's honestly been extremely difficult to process at this point in time. It's like everything's happening all at once. It's almost like you knew, but you didn't know at the same time.
Or you didn't want to believe.
You didn't want to believe it, right? And then today almost came as this massive fear of this massive rage in me when I read about it. But then there was also this relief of maybe there'll be some justice for her if this is truly what happened.
So we're all trying to figure out what they were like together. I mean, if this indeed happened, if he honestly did do this, and it is so macabre to think of the details, what could they have been like together? Did she ever talk about him? Did she ever give you a feel for what her marriage was like?
Not really, to be honest, I knew her in the professional setting and in the business realms, and she really talked about business all the time, talked about her boys all the time, and really was just full of positivity and light. Never really mentioned him, but I didn't know if that was because of our relationship or what. But I have heard now that she didn't really talk about him much.
Well, what's interesting, Pamela, is that to you, a colleague and a friend, she didn't really talk about him, and yet she glowed about her children. So she had lots to say about her family, just not that member.
Correct.
Did you read into that in any way? Like, did it strike you when she went missing that, well, this makes sense because she never spoke about that guy?
It was interesting as I started to connect the dots after I saw the missing post. So first off, when I saw the missing post on social media, my stomach, my every fabric of my being said something horrible has happened here.
Hi, why'd you think that?
My intuition, I looked at it and I said, that's not honest.
Did you
Something is wrong.
suspect him right away?
After I started reading into some of the evidence that started showing up, then I said to myself, oh dear. Because it wasn't until recently that.
But what's interesting, Pamela, it wasn't the first thought that you had. It's that husband. I know it because she never talked about him. She wasn't happy. That wasn't your first thought.
I don't want to say that it is, but it did cross my mind, right? Like, how could this high-powered supermom woman and vibrant spirit that I know just go missing? That's not like her. And then I started to connect the dots when I was reading that she was commuting back and forth.
That's a hard.
I thought she just moved, and that was it.
5 days a week, she was in Washington, D.C., and that is not an easy life when you have 3 little kids under the age of 6. I can't imagine the pressure that she was in. Pamela Vardy, thank you so much for doing this and sharing, what she was like and bringing her to life, because it's really critical that we continue to remember her for the great woman that.
Fuck, I'm muted. Ashley Benfield, I'm not really a massive fan. Why am I so close today? I was there. I was like, whoa, sorry, people. I didn't mean to scare you all. I didn't realize that. Right, we got her out the way. I think it's good to go through all this because I don't remember half of these things, or even 10% of these things, to be quite honest with you. So that's why it's a good refresher, I think, to go through some of these things. I should have done this before now. Right, this is another one of her friends. This is CBS Boston, though. This is not Ashley Benfield. So let's boost it for Deb, even though she's not here, but she's here in
close
spirit.
family friend.
Shut up. I haven't finished yet, so don't start until I finish. Right, I will mute myself and go through to this now. Oh, Erin Hack, you driving the bus with your daughter. I forgot. Good luck to her.
A close family friend, Jem Mutlu, says he had dinner with the couple the night before Anna's disappearance. And a WBZ exclusive, Anna's former boss broke down in tears, talking to WBZ's Julie McDonald about the last time he saw her and their friendship.
She became my right arm, and we became inseparable. And her family became my family. We're in absolute shock and disbelief as to the whole thing is a tragedy, Julie. The whole thing is a tragedy.
You celebrate that New Year's Eve with like your close people, and you've said that you were family to each other.
She said, Jem, I know you won't go out on New Year's Eve. I know you'll just stay home by yourself. And, Brian and I would love to see you. Just come over. Like, if there's anyone we'd love to see, we'd love to have over. It's you. Please come. And so I said, of course. Brian had cooked an elaborate meal for us, and we hugged and celebrated and toasted, and just what you do over New Year's. And there was a lot of looking forward to the new year. Like, there was no indication of anything other than.
This is the guy, isn't it, that is alleged that he invited over, or they invited over, so that Bryan Walshe could set it up so that they looked like a happy family. I believe this is that guy. They invited over and said, "Oh yeah, they're such a happy family." That's why he acted like he was the best guy in the world. I think it's this guy anyway. Sounds like it because he was there for New Year's Eve.
Celebrating the new year, like problems on hold, whatever life's problems were. Life always gives us matters and problems and things to deal with, right? That just always is. But the fact that they hadn't, they had been living in separate homes. She was commuting back and forth. She wasn't seeing the children as often as she would have liked. I mean, she loved everybody. She definitely loved her children dearly. And so it was festive. She was texting with friends, and she was sitting next to me at the bar stool and at their kitchen. There was absolutely no indication that any modicum of a tragedy of disappearance or anything else could have happened that night.
When Bryan was taken into custody, were you baffled, or you had feared this? Did you have any feelings before Sunday, or?
I did. Yeah, I did. I went to, I actually found out about her disappearance from Bryan on Wednesday morning, mid-morning. I had texted them on Sunday morning, New Year's Day. I didn't hear back because the evening that I was there, Bryan had said that he had misplaced his phone that evening. Bryan texted on Monday afternoon around 2:30-ish to say something to the effect of, yes, it's been great. It was great to have you. What a trio we are. And, here's to a new year, something to that effect. I didn't hear anything until Wednesday morning when I was walking on the beach, taking a morning walk, when Bryan called and he sounded off. I said, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? And he said, yeah, buddy, Anna's missing. And that's when I found out. And I said, I was in shock, and I was in shock, but it didn't hit me right away. And I said, Anna's missing. She said she said that she had a work emergency that morning and then had left off. I think he said that she left in an Uber, or that she was supposed to leave in an Uber. Mm-hmm. But in any case, I said, have you called other people? Have you called the police? Like, this is could be serious, and just make sure that the police know. Thursday morning, Bryan and I were talking, and he said the Cohasset police may be calling me, the detective. But I didn't wait. I called them. Again, both Anna and Bryan have been individually and together very impactful on my life. A part of me had this suspicion all along that there may have been foul play, and that somehow the story wasn't adding up. My biggest fear had shifted towards the children. Believe it or not, I still have a modicum of hope that somehow I think you got it.
Okay. I hadn't seen that before, but I think that's the guy that is alleged that he was invited over in order to give Bryan an alibi of sorts. Right. When was this released? Right. So, a couple more videos. Lawn crime. I know. Mother, stop it. That started without me knowing. Right. These are seven details revealed in the Anna Walsh case. I don't know what the 7 details are, but these are 7 details from 2 years ago revealed about it. Shocking details, by the way, not just revealed. Shocking details. Oh, Jesse Weber. Oh, shit. Here we go.
Anna's property and the items used to clean up, as well as the DNA that was left behind.
The Commonwealth is asking a defendant be held without bail for the rest of his life.
As Bryan Walshe is arrested for the murder of his missing wife, new stunning revelations come to light in his latest court hearing. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. About 2 weeks after Massachusetts woman Anna Walsh disappeared, prosecutors issued a murder warrant for her husband, Bryan Walshe. This comes after Walsh was being held on a $500,000 bail after being charged with misleading authorities in the case. You might recall that he wasn't entirely being accurate about his wife's activities on January 1st, or at least that's what the allegation was. Now, Walsh appeared for a hearing in Quincy District Court where he pled not guilty to the charges that he now faces, such as assault with intent to murder and charges related to unlawfully moving a dead body. Now, it should be noted that Anna Walsh's remains have not been found, or at least police have not said that they have found the remains. Now, I will tell you that we learned a lot more about the evidence against him, and honestly, it was something. So to help me break this down about the biggest revelations in this court appearance, I'm joined right now by Law and Crime Network correspondent Sierra Gillespie, who is inside that courtroom. Sierra, thanks so much for coming here on Sidebar.
Yeah, Jesse, it's always great to come on.
First, let's start with the revelation of what was it like looking at him, right? What was his demeanor? What were his mannerisms as these charges and this evidence was being presented against him?
Yeah, this is what I was most anticipating seeing. Bryan Walshe himself.
Right, I'm not a big fan of Jesse Weber. Like, he's okay, but he does my nut in. He makes me jump a lot. Sierra Gillespie, I like her a lot. I don't know why I like her, but I like her a lot. I've never heard her speak before, but I like her a lot. I just can't pin it why I like her, but I just seem to like her. As I say, I have no reason to. But I like her.
Entered the courtroom, and he did not disappoint. He stood the entire hearing. It was only about 15 minutes. He had his hands cuffed in front of him and was wearing a gray crew neck. But what I think is the most interesting thing here is that as prosecutors detailed all of these incriminating evidence they say is against Bryan Walshe, he just kept eye contact with them the entire time, staring at prosecutors. He was asked like one or two questions maybe from the judge, and he spoke like very confidently, saying he's pleading not guilty. But that stare is really what caught my eye as he was just listening very, very intently.
So no emotion. No real emotion.
No emotion. I wouldn't say any emotion at all.
Okay, well, I could be wrong, but I read that he might have shook his head when we go into the next revelation, because the biggest thing that I think came out of this, or one of the biggest things, was the internet searches, right? So we learned a lot about internet searches that were allegedly made by Bryan Walshe. Walk us through that.
Okay, this is a lot to unpack here because there were more than a dozen internet searches over multiple different days, and a lot of them are red flags in this case. So for one, in December, before Anna Walsh is missing, before she's reported missing, anything like that, Bryan Walsh researches what is the best state to divorce a man in.
There was one other earlier Google search, which you'll note, on December 27th, defendant Googled, what's the best state to divorce one man? Rather than divorce, it concluded that Bryan Walshe dismembered Anna Walsh and discarded her body.
So then we move into January. We're in the new year. Multiple different searches that are kind of interesting here. He researches how to stop a body from smelling. He researches top 10 ways to dispose of a body. He looks into information about formaldehyde, how to clean up blood off a wooden floor, how to identify a body if the teeth are gone, if you can, how long does DNA last, things like that, many that I can't even remember because there were so many of them.
Yeah, I'll just list a few more, just because if the idea is, if you think about covering up a crime, your search history could be the worst thing. I mean, right?
Right, Jesse, shut up, Jesse. I know this is 2 years ago, he doesn't understand, but these were mostly obtained illegally, Jesse. So, shut up. You do my head in now. I got to skip him a little bit because he's doing my head in.
Away body parts. Later on in the day, how long does DNA last? What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? How to clean, like you said, how to clean blood from a wooden floor. dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. Is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? And then this one, as you mentioned on January 2nd, can you identify a body with broken teeth? But this one's just huge. Can you be charged with murder without a body? I think he knows the answer to that. The answer is yes.
On January 3rd, that same day at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? At 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good?
Also, this one was interesting, Sierra. Hacksaw, best tool to dismember.
Yeah, that one is really interesting because as we learned today, a hacksaw was actually recovered. This is one of the big revelations that we had. So ahead of his appearance today in Quincy District Court, we knew that he was near a dumpster. There was like surveillance video of him about an hour north of where he lives. It's a little bit north of Boston. So he was at this dumpster of an apartment complex where his mom lived. And then all of that trash was later searched at like a trash facility. What we learned that investigators found was a bloody hacksaw. They found 10 garbage bags with stains consistent with blood on them. They found Anna Walsh's COVID-19 vaccination card. They found a lot of evidence in that way. So I think that hacksaw one is really important to pay attention to.
And the DNA, right? That DNA is huge. You know, the finding him and his wife's DNA. This was my understanding. They have this backed up by surveillance footage and also cell phone records.
Yes, cell phone records and surveillance video have him in that area. And like you said, the DNA, I want to touch on that too, because they mentioned specifically a pair of slippers that had both Anna Walsh and Bryan Walsh's DNA on it. But that was not the only item. There were multiple different items that they noted had both of their DNA on it. So he was researching DNA. We know that for sure.
On January 4th, the following day, the defendant went to Home Goods and TJ Maxx. He purchased towels, as well as bath mats and men's clothing. At 4:15 that day on the 4th, he went to Lowe's where he purchased squeegees and a trash can.
I want to go into the next big revelation because it's when police arrive on the scene, right? So they don't initially know what's happening, but in this hearing, we learned a little bit more of what was going on when police arrived, right?
Yes. Okay. So up until today, we had heard reports that Bryan Walsh and Anna Walsh's employer both reported her missing on January 4th. But it was today in court that we learned it didn't quite go down that way. So it was Anna Walsh's employer who reached out to authorities saying, hey, we haven't heard from her. We're kind of worried. So police then went to Bryan Walsh's home to perform a well-being check. And it was only then that Bryan Walsh says, yeah, I haven't seen my wife in a couple of days. So that is a very interesting point to note. And also, as police were there kind of, performing this well-being check, reaching out to Bryan Walsh, looking for more information, they noticed in the back of his Volvo, his seats were down and there was a plastic tarp there. Later, when they asked about it, the tarp was gone, but blood was found in the car when it was later searched.
Do they know what happened to the tarp?
He said he threw it away. Where's the tarp? We don't know.
How convenient, I also thought it was really interesting, and I'm fascinated to see where this case progresses. But now you can kind of understanding why they actually arrested him for this. What about the credit card activity?
So this is an important one to note as well. Anna Walsh's credit card activity stopped on January 1st. This is the last day that Bryan Walsh told authorities that she was seen. She was supposed to have been leaving her home in Cohasset to go to the Boston Logan Airport to hop on a plane to DC. No more credit card activity for Anna Walsh. So that's kind of important to note too.
That we've seen this in cases that would indicate that, and I hate to say this, the worst case, that she's not alive, that she's not, kidnapped somewhere. If you don't have this activity, it's going to be very difficult in no-body cases, presuming this is a no-body case, to suggest that she's living somewhere else. But right now, they haven't either. Tell me, is it possible that police have her remains but haven't identified it? Or, that they still haven't found the body? Do we have any sense right now, after this hearing, after this arrest, whether or not
I thought there was something interesting there. Oh, Maxi Texi, stream is over. Oh crap. Okay, hang on. Oh crap, hang on. I will end it now. Hang on. Right, Scott. Robin had a question for you, Scott McGuinness. Look this up whilst I go stop the other stream. If Proctor screwed this man's conviction up, there isn't anything that can be done to him since he already lost his job, right? Scott, do you know the answer to that? I'll be back in 2 seconds. Shit. Okay, I'm back. Thank you, everybody. So that's a question for you, Scott, if you know, or anybody else knows. I never heard about blood in the car, and they showed where the tarp was in the dumpster to get it out when it was right there. Obviously, Walsh unassembled his wife, but DA Meatball detectives cheated. So there is that, yes. Yeah, and that's the problem, you know. I think most people will say that Bryan Walshe did kill Anna. I think that's a reasonable. I like to go into every trial saying the defendant's innocent and is proven guilty. I mean, you don't do all these searches, you know, simple as that, without any sort of guilt attached to it. I don't think, anyway. Not specific ones. I mean, we all do searches for dubious things, but his were like right after she disappeared. So I think most people would probably lean that he's guilty. However, they got all this information illegally. So in a legal sense, if you want a fair trial, they should all be dismissed. They shouldn't be used because they obtained them illegally. So all done. Thank you, Rhonda. What was the verdict? As in, what was the sentencing? What happened? I don't know. Hopefully, we got a sentence. I don't know what it was. Maybe Rhonda or everyone know. Proctor was already terminated. Not much can be done to him now. All Proctor is good for now is to serve as Meatball's scapegoat if the prosecution ever failed. True. So he could still be, yeah, okay. Life without parole. Thank you, Tuddy Pip. Look at that puss on him. You and Lady Di, you're both fucking in the same boat here. Bury me with my phone or phones. Not just one, plural, Erin Hack with you. There's no way you just have one phone. You got multiple phones. With these investigators, I wouldn't be surprised if they searched themselves. Yeah, I wouldn't put it. How bad is it that you could really see that Bukaki and all the investigators might be searching themselves for it because that's how corrupt they all are or perceived to be, So life without parole, thank you. Life without parole, thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Tilly Pip. No, you got to possess shit. Oh, I landed on some Velcro and it ripped. When a Velcro rips, it's a pain in the ass. It's a hot mess express. I love that saying. Hot mess express. Jump on the hot mess express. All Meatball cares about is a political image. The law crime stuff is merely incidental to his political position, status in mass politics. Yes. Well, hopefully he does not get reinstated. I hope the people of Norfolk County have enough sense to not. The problem is, though, he's got so many fingers in so many pies, and people are scared of him, So that's the only issue you've got. He will try and cheat and claw and do everything to just get reinstated. But people have to stand up to him. Simple as that. In life, you have to stand up. Nope. Oh, sorry, you don't publicly want to say about your 10 phones. I mean, they're so directly worded. Yes. Better than stepping on Lego, absolutely. I agree. That's the worst. Remember those days. And pins as well. Right, so there was that. I did that because Jessie was just flirting with my darling there. So I did not like to see that. So this is from 7 months ago. Again, low crime, but gives us some updates about. Hang on, I need to go back there. Oh, that's not good. This is law crime again. Shut up, get off me. Oh no. I've not seen this. That's why I'm playing it, because I haven't seen them, so I don't know what's in them properly. Sorry, my OCD is kicking in, so I'm going to go wash my hands as well in a second. So I'll put this on and I'll go wash my hands because my OCD is in overdrive. Right. He's like Higgy, yeah. Leave her alone. Like Higgy was to Karen. Right.
A Massachusetts woman is never seen alive again after mysteriously vanishing after a New Year's Eve dinner with friends.
Anna was 39 years old and mother of 3 children, 2, 4, and 6.
But weeks after her disappearance, a shocking arrest made in the case.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to unbound a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
Anna Walsh's disappearance made headlines nationwide. On New Year's Eve in 2022, Anna and her husband Bryan had dinner with a friend of Bryan's. But by New Year's Day, it would be the last day she was seen alive. On January 4th of 2023, she was officially reported missing after she didn't show up to work. Bryan also reported his wife missing and told authorities Anna left their home for a flight to DC. Police confirmed Anna did book a flight for January 3rd. However, her debit and credit cards hadn't been used since January 1st. Her disappearance sparked an extensive search involving search and rescue teams as well as canine officers to scour wooded areas near her home. Then on January 7th of last year, investigators received a startling email. It said, "We had the so-called Anna Walsh with us. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us. And if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." According to authorities, the email was sent from the Gmail account of Richard Walker 9984. Authorities flagged the email as suspicious, but a day after the email was sent, the investigation took another turn. Investigators got a search warrant for the Walsh's Cohasset home and made a shocking discovery. Blood was found in the home as well as a bloody knife in the basement. Bryan Walsh was arrested that same day and charged with misleading a police investigation. Then the following day, on January 9th, more than a week after Anna was seen alive, her husband was arraigned in court. According to the prosecution, investigators found no evidence of Anna taking a rideshare from their home to the airport on the 1st. The Commonwealth said Bryan's statements to police were a clear attempt to mislead and delay investigators. By that time, Anna still hadn't been found, and prosecutors called Anna's disappearance suspicious. Then, more than a week after Bryan Walsh initially appeared in a Massachusetts courtroom, he was officially charged with her murder, despite Anna's body still not being found. According to the prosecution, Bryan murdered his wife, dismembered her body, and threw her remains in a dumpster. While appearing in court, the Commonwealth laid out a timeline of what they believed.
So I would say, right, that I like, as a man, I don't know, right, but like, she's obviously very attractive lady, very intelligent lady, and is he like what did she was like? What did she see in him? His intellect? Is he a good-looking guy? Maybe he is a good-looking guy. I mean, I can't assess, but she's a very pretty girl, very, very pretty woman. I can't help but think, imagine she really was kidnapped, or if she ran away with her boyfriend. Yeah, I just don't think that the email makes sense, the email address. But you just never know. True. You just never know. This is why you're supposed to. This is why you're supposed to do investigation. This is why you're supposed to trust the police. We shouldn't have that question, J-Mac. It should be proven without a shadow of doubt. That's impossible. But with the corrupt Norfolk County officers, we'll always have questions with all cases. It doesn't matter what your cases are. We've seen with the Karen retrial how much of a disaster that was, how much of a mess that is. It's very likely we'll never find out whatever happened to John. Never. Because of the lack of investigation, the lack of due care, the lack of common sense even. So when we go into this case, there's no hope because everyone's going to question everything they do, and they just don't care. They just don't care. That's the problem. They just go, trust me, bro. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Trust me, bro. This is what happened. Have you got evidence of that, sir? No. So trust me, bro, though. Trust me, right? I'm telling you what happened. It's a disgrace. My opinion may not be popular. It's okay, Scott. But if Walsh ever walked due to meatballs ignoring constitutional Walsh walks, Dave Meatball and his goon squad are more dangerous to society and we the people. I don't disagree with you. If he walks, he walks. I mean, I've said it, Scott, numerous times today and on other streams. I'd rather get 100 guilty people on the street than one innocent person in prison. And these mofos, including DA Meatball, for sure has prosecuted some innocent people, and they're sat in prison right now because they lied. So if this is what it takes, that's fine. Do I want to see him on the streets again? No. But if it's the lesson that's needed, then it's a lesson that's needed. You know, DA Morrissey and his troops need to understand they have to properly investigate things. They got away with it for decades now, and it needs to change. And if it's what it takes to change, it's what is taken to change. Not saying just that happened. I just finding myself thinking these great. Well, right. Just break it down, J-Mac. Right. First of all, right, it could have happened. You're right. Crazy things happen in Norfolk County. Are you crazy? Yes. Do you have crazy thoughts? Yes. Are you a weirdo? Yes. Is this a weird chat? Yes. Am I a weirdo? Yes. Do you fit in? Yes. So this is what the beauty of it is. We can all think these different things because we're all fucked up in the head. So it's good. Change. Exactly. Beyond a reasonable doubt, but I've got nothing but doubt with Norfolk County. 100%. J-Mac, I think so too. But allegedly that bone fragment found doesn't make sense. Maybe it's not true. Who knows what to believe. But this is what I mean. We can't believe anything anymore. And rightly so. You're all right. Rightly so. We can't trust them. If you can't trust the police, who can you trust? We just can't. Because of what they've done in the past. That's unfortunate. And that's why things need to change. Not just in Norfolk County, but everywhere. Hold everyone accountable. It happens everywhere. Agree, Scott. Something strange in the neighborhood. Who are you going to call? Yuri Bukaki. I mean, who are you going to call to fuck up something? Proctor, Bukaki, Tully, DA Morrissey. I agree, C-Star. I can't put my finger on it. Hi, C-Star. There you go. It doesn't make sense, but neither did all the pieces of taillight. There you go. Oh, shit. There you go. You know, the taillight did not make sense in the current retrial. Not everything makes sense here. You know, obviously he's allowed the right to go into the trial innocent unless proven guilty. It's just whether all the evidence gets in, and he shouldn't get in. Their incompetency shouldn't be allowed to be rewarded. Now, Richard Walker email didn't connect back to Walsh, so I still want to know more about that. Yeah, because you're a nosy bitch, Lady Di. That's why I love you. You're all nosy. This is why you guys would be great in a jury, because you're so nosy. It's unbelievable. And that's what a jury should be. They should be really nosy and want to ask these questions. Why? Because if you haven't got answers to all these questions, that means they haven't proven it. As simple as that. So all jurors should be asking these questions. Why? Tell me why, tell me sweet little why. Was it lies? Or whatever it's called, I don't remember. That's why I'm here. That's why we love you. That's why I love you anyway. There you go, Jersey Jen. Another weird brain. We love it. We love it. Obviously, you're from New Jersey, I presume, with a new Jersey name. There you go. Lady Di, I come from the land of misfits. Come from a land of misfits. Jersey Jen and Lady Di. Lies. Tell me sweet little lies. That's Norfolk County song. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Jersey Jen, we all are here and we all are weird. We are glad to have you join the rest of us. Sarah P is typing on the bus right now. I did as well, Jersey Jen. The judge would hate us with all the questions, but that's what I mean. They would. The prosecutors would hate all the questions, but yeah, I agree. They would definitely hate all of us, I think. Yes. There you go, Jersey Jen. Happy days. Christine Fortunato, she's also from New Jersey. I visited New Jersey once for a wedding. I went into Stewart Airport in New Jersey somewhere, wherever that was. Orange County Choppers was just down the road. I remember that bit. J Mike, I thought I remembered you. Hang on. There you go. That's funny, Jersey Jen. J Mac, I hope your hospital visit's going well, my darling. Yes, hope it's going well. Right, let's get back to this bad boy, shall we? Unless the Misfits want to say something else. Norfolk County song is Fight the Power, Public Enemy. I don't know what that word is, so you got to forgive me. Forgive me. Come from Mars, you don't trust anyone. Absolutely. You can't. You can't. That's the problem. And isn't that sad, though, Rhonda? Isn't that sad that we can't trust everybody? You can't even trust. Get up, stand up. You can't trust anybody. You can't even trust a baseball dad. Yay, Indiana in the house. How are you, sir? I've not seen you 8 months, 9, 10 months, baseball dad. I hope you're doing well, brother. It's been a very long time. I hope you're doing well. I'm not sure who gave you the membership. It was either Erin Hack, Sarah P, Lady Di, or Robin G. So, but nice to see you, my friend. Thank you. There you go. Stand up. Heading home now. Okay, well, be careful. Don't fall asleep. I know you're being chauffeur driven home, but still, if Lovely was here, she'd be like, you're in your carriage on the way home. Sucks. We all sucks. Yes, we all. Yeah, I know, Rhonda. It does. Right, let's get back to this one then. Law on crime. Baseball dad. Hey. Right, let me get this right one here. Here we go. Anyway, I was just going to say she's a very beautiful lady. I don't know what she saw in him. He must have something. He must have the Brian Higgins look or something. I don't know. That's all good, brother. It's nice to see you back. Nice to see you around the place. As long as you're okay, that's the main thing. As long as you're good, baseball dad. Nice to see you, brother. Here we go.
Happen and claim Bryan made some shocking internet searches from his son's iPad.
What I'd like to do now is just describe his actions in the days from January 1st. Defendant indicated on January 1st at 3 p.m. he did some errands and went to his mother's house in Swampscott, but got lost because he didn't have his phone. He said he knew he was lost when he saw the pirate ship on Route 1. Defendant stated.
So, thank you, Jersey Jen, for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you for joining the Erin. What do we call it? Erin Hack Club or something? What's it called? Erin's Taco Club. Thank you for joining. That means you're now officially a member, and that means you now cannot leave. So, welcome, Jersey Jen. You are now a member of the Erin Hack Weedo Club. Thank you, Jersey Jen. Appreciate you, my darling. Taco, 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 taco. Just in case you didn't know, this is Erin's taco. It's a multiple device thing. This is her Erin taco. So thank you very much, Jen. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Thank you, Sarah P.
15 minutes, they went to Whole Foods and CVS. Surveillance was checked and he did not enter either of those stores. On January 1st, defendant Googled using his son's iPad. Some of his searches are as follows. Keep in mind that the defendant said he left at 6 a.m. At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m. on the 1st, how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44, how to clean blood from wooden floor. At 11:56 on the 1st, luminol to detect blood. At 1:08, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia? At 1:21 p.m., is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? Those were on the January 1st. There was also information gained from the defendant's phone, which showed.
They're really bad, Mexi. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem, because this is why the judge does not want to send them out, because this makes their case. Without all this, they're going to really struggle with their case. The prosecution are really going to struggle with their case without all this, hence why they want it in. But like all these, I presume, or I'm saying all, I'm not sure which ones, were obtained illegally. So they shouldn't be admitted. You know, that's the problem here. Sarah, it has been a long time since I last played with your taco. I'm a virgin to the club. I had to see it. She shows it to everybody. Don't worry, Tracy Jan.
On January 2nd, he was at Home Goods in Norwell, where he purchased 3 rugs. There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth? On January 2nd, following those, the defendant was seen on surveillance at the Home Depot in Rockland. In checking the surveillance, the defendant is observed on a security camera pushing a cart. Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes, tape, towel, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hatchet. He had a face mask and rubber gloves on at the time he was pushing the cart in Home Depot. At 5:32, he was seen at the Derby Street in Hingham, now removing the gloves and the mask. Data from his phone also tracked his whereabouts on January 3rd. Locations were traveled at 4:27 on January 3rd to an apartment complex in Abington. Surveillance shows the defendant's Volvo, as well as a male fitting the defendant's appearance, exit a car near the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster with the garbage bag and leaves it. On 4:48, he hit another complex in Abington, and at 5:10 p.m., cell phone shows records at another apartment in Brockton. Video shows a party consistent with his appearance and his Volvo. Again, he discarded items in the dumpster. On January 3rd, that same day, at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods. At 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good? On January 4th, the following day, the defendant went to Home Goods and TJ Maxx. He purchased towels as well as bath mats and men's clothing. At 4:15 that day on the 4th, he went to Lowe's where he purchased squeegees and a trash can. On January 4th, when Cohasset police went to the house on the well game check, officers observed his Volvo with seats down and a plastic liner in the back of the car. The next day, a view of the Volvo showed his seats folded down, floor mats with some dirt, and the carpet appeared to show fresh vacuum streaks. When asked about the liner, the defendant said he threw it in the trash. Chemists later analyzed the car and there was President flag in the car. On January 5th, a review of the data from the defendant's phone showed his phone traveled at 8 a.m. First Tuesday here and then to Swampscott, where his mother resides. The phone traveled to the complex where his mother lives at 9:30 a.m. Went for about 5 minutes around the building to the southeast corner. In the southeast corner of that complex is where there is a dumpster. The dumpster was later secured and searched. On January 8th, police and crime scene services searched the house in Cohasset. They found blood in the basement, a knife with the presence of blood. The knife was damaged. A second knife was also found in that basement. In addition, there was heavy-duty large top plastic liners purchased from that Home Depot trip. As part of the investigation, police checked for activity on honest credit cards, banks, flights, trains. There was no activity since she was last seen on January 1st. Police also tried to track down what happened to the bags that the defendant was seen throwing in the dumpster earlier. This was over in Abington. These bags and what was in them were already picked up and taken to a location for shredding and being incinerated. By the time police located that, they were already destroyed. However, investigators did secure and search the dumpsters from defendant's mother's complex in Swampscott. It was searched at a transfer station in Peabody. Investigators recovered 10 trash bags. Inside the trash bags, many of these items contained stains consistent with blood, affected lot. Among the items secured were towels, rags, slippers, tape, Tyvek soup, gloves, cleaning agents, carpets, rugs, hunter boots, Prada purse, a COVID-19 vaccine card in the name of Bryan Walshe, a hacksaw, a hatchet, and some cutting shears.
But after that hearing, a judge ordered he be held without bail. Toward the end of March of 2023, he was indicted by a grand jury on charges of murder, misleading investigators, and improperly conveying a human body, all of which he pleaded not guilty to. But in April of that same year, more details were released. Investigators say Anna had taken out a nearly $3 million life insurance policy where her husband was the sole beneficiary. But according to Bryan's defense attorney, there isn't evidence he needed the money because his mother was wealthy. The case would take more unexpected twists, even while Bryan remained locked up. But court documents would give more insight into the relationship between Bryan and Anna. It was revealed in court documents their relationship was strained. A friend of Anna's told investigators she was planning to move to DC full-time with her children. But it was also revealed there was another man in Anna's life. According to court documents, Anna had an affair with a man in Washington, D.C., and even spent Thanksgiving with him in Ireland and spent Christmas Eve with him before going missing. The man told investigators he and Anna dated for several months. The two were planning on celebrating New Year's together on January 4th. But Anna reportedly stayed with her husband after giving him an ultimatum while he waited for sentencing for art fraud. In 2021, Bryan pleaded guilty to 3 federal fraud charges after scheming in 2018 to sell fake Andy Warhol paintings online. He wasn't sentenced in that case until earlier this year, when he was ordered to serve 37 months in prison with 3 years of supervised release. He was also ordered to pay $475,000 in restitution. But where does that leave Anna's case? Nearly 2 years after being reported missing, Anna's body still hasn't been found. But that possibly won't matter, as her husband is set to go on trial for her murder in the fall of 2025, which could keep him behind bars for the rest of his life if convicted. However, a familiar name from another high-profile Massachusetts case could possibly present a hiccup in Bryan Walshe's case. Michael Proctor, who was one of the lead investigators in the Karen Reed case, was also one of the investigators looking into Bryan Walsh. Proctor was relieved of duty after sending crude text messages calling Reed a whack job and telling his sister he wished Reed would kill herself. While Proctor claimed his emotions got the better of him, he was relieved of duty after Karen Reed's case ended in a mistrial this summer. But Bryan Walsh's defense attorneys are seeking emails and texts from him.
But in this case, the government, the federal government and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were essentially working together. They were working to investigate a homicide that Norfolk was prosecuting. They were investigating the state police for integrity violations, policy violations, inappropriate conduct, failure to supervise. And so this information has been starting to get turned over to us. And as Mr. Tipton articulated, whether it comes to motive or credibility or bias, that's part of what we want to show and what we expect to show. So we believe the material is Rule 14. They have it, ergo we should get it. So I don't think 2E is even necessary yet. If they've indicated they're going to take that road, then that's fine, but that does not negate our argument that it is Rule 14. And the SJC as recent as 2020 has clearly stated that it is in their possession. With respect to the cases they cited in their response, they rely on Como versus Bonnet, which was a 2015 case. I don't believe that's on point. Bonnet is a case in which the state district attorney's office was not aware of the identity of a confidential informant. And so it wasn't in their custody. And secondly, they were saying that it was privileged. We have nothing to show that anything in those 3,074 pages are privileged or protected. We don't know. We've pulled it together from pleadings from other cases, responses from the government, just to know that they have it, roughly what it's about, and then several letters between the district attorney's office and the federal government talking about this material, specifically the officers involved. And the reason I can point to, there's a myriad of reasons why it would be relevant, but what we're able to determine is that Trooper Proctor, who was the lead investigator on this case, the moment he stepped foot into investigating Bryan Walsh and the disappearance of his wife, he knew he was under federal investigation. And so his bias, his motive, anything or his integrity is forefront for him. So with all those thoughts, when you're considering all of that, I don't know how it's not Rule 14. I don't know how we're not already in possession of this. And so otherwise I rest on the papers. And they talk about Beal, your argument. In Beal, I agree the prosecutor doesn't have a duty to go investigate our case, but they haven't. So we're not asking them to go get something they don't have. And in footnote 4 in Beal, which isn't cited in their brief, it specifically says the government isn't able to simply put their head in the sand if there is something exculpatory. And documents that show that the lead investigator in a homicide case knew he was under federal investigation the moment he stepped foot in the case is certainly.
Isn't it even strong? Well, I'm not making your argument, but wasn't he already under prosecution?
No, Your Honor. Do you mean
So
Mr.
what's the
Walsh,
time?
or
Yeah.
do you mean, no.
What's the timing of his federal indictment?
Do you mean do you mean Trooper Proctor or Mr. Walsh?
I thought you were talking about Mr. Walsh.
No,
and
Mr.
there's a
Walsh
bias
is
because
state
he knew that
investigation.
Mr.
No, Trooper Proctor knew he was under federal
federal
investigation
investigation.
the moment he
I thought
stepped
you were
foot.
saying there was a bias against your client
No.
because he was under
No,
federal law.
no, it's Trooper Proctor.
That's an additional bias, by the way.
Right, but we're just focused on that part. The moment he stepped into this investigation, and bear in mind, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, they control homicide investigations. They work with the state police with CCAP. So now the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office knew that Proctor was under federal investigation, specifically for how he investigates supervision, et cetera. He now is the case officer in this matter while his case is pending. So that's one of the myriad reasons why not only are these documents relevant, they could very well be exculpatory. And under Rule 14, it's not exculpatory. It's material and relevant.
But a judge denied their request, writing that turning over the complete extractions could compromise sensitive information related to ongoing investigations. It's unclear if the defense will choose to call him as a witness, but prosecutors announced back in September they wouldn't call him to testify. And with months left before Walsh is set to go on trial, it could be one of the biggest trials Massachusetts has seen since Karen Reed's. However, in a case with so many twists and turns, more bombshells could be dropped, as prosecutors say they're waiting to get all the DNA evidence in the case. But both sides will have another opportunity to discuss it at a hearing that's slated for early in the new year. It could be one of the biggest cases of 2025 as Bryan Walshe is set to go on trial for his wife's murder. I'm joined now by Massachusetts-based attorney Jennifer Roman. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining me. First, I have to ask, what's your reaction to Walsh going on trial next October? Does it come as a surprise to you that it wasn't even sooner?
I actually thought October was kind of quick for first-degree murder investigation. There's a lot of investigation that needs to happen on both sides, on the prosecution side as well as on the defense side. And so that alone can slow things down. But then we just also have a court system that's so incredibly backed up. So having a trial date scheduled for October 2025 on a case that started in January 2023 seems about right to me, given just the amount of investigation and the full docket that our courts have here.
Yeah. And it seems like, the prosecution has an overwhelming amount of evidence. They have Google searches, they have surveillance video, they have forensic evidence. And I know a lot of people always say no case is ever a slam dunk. But with this overwhelming amount of evidence kind of pointing to Bryan Walsh as the alleged killer, what do you make of that? And do you think the case could be a slam dunk case?
Nothing's a slam dunk ever. We just never know what a jury's going to do. And I think the fact that they don't have Anna Walsh's body is going to be a strong focal point for the defense team. If the prosecution's telling us there is a lot of circumstantial evidence that would link Bryan Walsh to this. We have his Google searches in the days following her disappearance. Last time she was seen was the early morning hours of January 1, 2023. In her home after they had friends over to celebrate the New Year's. So we've got him conducting Google searches about how long before a body starts to smell, how long before a body decomposes, best way to dispose and dismember a body, use of a hacksaw in dismembering a body. And I think that hacksaw Google search is particularly damaging for Bryan Walsh because one of the physical pieces of evidence that the police were able to recover from a dumpster very close to Bryan Walsh's mother's apartment complex was a hacksaw. And that hacksaw was found with a purse, the shoes that the boots that Anna Walsh was last seen wearing, her COVID-19 card had her name on it, a piece of a necklace that she had been known to wear. So there's a lot of physical evidence that was recovered that with that hacksaw that suggests, okay, that item was in fact used to dismember her. So it starts to build that very strong circumstantial case against Bryan Walsh. And we don't have anybody else saying that they saw her or that she disappeared. So I think the evidence against him is very, very strong. But again, we never know what a jury is going to do, and we don't know what defense is going to be mounted on his behalf. And that's kind of the big question in the room is, what is their defense going to be? It seems like...
See you later on the... Bye on the...
Right now, given some recent motions that they filed, one of their angles of potential attack is going to be the investigation itself. Because they're going after Trooper Michael Proctor, who was implicated and is under federal investigation for another high-profile crime, the Karen Reed trial, which is here out of Massachusetts. He's also involved in the Sandra Birchmore case, which is where the prosecution or the police originally concluded that she had committed suicide, and then the family kept the spotlight on it, had an independent medical examination done, and determined she had not died by suicide. She had in fact been murdered, and the person who's accused of murdering her is a police officer. So they seem to be pulling in these characters, these investigators saying, look, they did it once before, they could do it again, meaning they did a shoddy investigation before. maybe they did a shoddy investigation here again. So that seems to be the most plausible defense that they're going to mount. We haven't heard any rumblings of a third-party culprit defense, that someone else did it. That seems like that would be very difficult for the defense to mount, considering the physical evidence that was found at Bryan Walsh's mother's apartment complex, right? That's too much of a coincidence. So it does seem like they're going to attack the integrity of the investigation. And that was a big part of the Karen Reed defense that recently went to trial, and that ended in a mistrial. So we don't know. You never know what a jury is going to do. I certainly think the evidence is strong. I think it's compelling, but we haven't seen the defense yet, and that could change things.
Yeah, and that Michael Proctor kind of tie-in really was kind of surprising to see in this case. The prosecution for the Bryan Walsh case has said that they are not going to call him to testify, which, considering everything that's going on, I'm not too surprised by them making that admission. But do you think the defense could call him kind of in hopes that the jury will see these, prior bad acts in a way that, got him tossed off of the case, one in the Karen Reed trial, but also relieved of his duty?
Yeah, I think it would be the defense is going to need more than the link of it was Trooper Proctor in both cases to be able to pull in these alleged prior bad acts by Trooper Proctor. There's going to need to be more of a link to that same unprofessional and shoddy police work in this case, as he was accused of doing in the Karen Reed case. Right now, we're not hearing that that's what happened here. But again, we don't know. I mean, the prosecution has said, we haven't gone through all the records. There's an ongoing federal investigation, which is sort of shielding Proctor from the state level. And the prosecutor's office can't release certain evidence right now because there's this federal investigation. So I think right now it's a treat definitely for the defense to bark up, but we just don't know where that's going to go yet. But we should know soon.
Yeah, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more to divulge later on, especially once we get more into that. Going back to just the crime itself, what are your thoughts on what Walsh is accused of? Not only murdering his wife, but allegedly dismembering her body and throwing her remains away like trash. It's been years now. Her body still hasn't been found. But what does that all say to you, especially with the level of planning when we kind of tack on these Google searches that were made as well, too?
This crime is these allegations in this case are particularly disturbing. It is such an intimate, violent crime. And the parties had children who were in the home when this murder and dismemberment allegedly happened. And so this kind of intimate partner violence and homicide, I think, always adds a component of just a sense of just being horrified by it. But then you tack on the other facts of this case, that the allegations are this dismemberment, the allegation of basically throwing parts of her body in various dumpsters and who knows where else to try to hide the evidence. It just starts to become just more and more icky. And just more and more disturbing the more that you hear and the more that you think about it. And so it really is just a horrific crime and allegations of what he's alleged to have done.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier in our discussion that, this right now is a largely circumstantial case. How difficult, though, we cover a lot of trials here at Law and Crime, obviously. And so we have we've covered a lot of cases, murder cases specifically, where there hasn't been a body found. But in your opinion, how difficult could it be prosecuting this case without a body? And how do you think the jury will react to it once it goes on trial?
I don't think the lack of a body is going to be any hindrance to the prosecution in this case. There's too much other physical evidence that she was murdered, and there's too much other circumstantial evidence linking him to that murder. So I don't think the lack of a body here is going to be an issue. I mean, this was a woman who was a mother. She held a solid job down in DC. She, by all accounts, was rising the ranks with her position. So this isn't a situation where the defense might be able to suggest she just sort of decided to check out and that she's still alive, but she's just chosen not to engage. that's not even plausible for half a second here. Not with we're talking about a mother, somebody who had a good job, somebody who was providing for her family. So I don't think the lack of a body here is any hindrance whatsoever to the prosecution. Nor do I think that that's really where the defense team is going to go with this. I think they're going to try to challenge. I mean, they're going to try every avenue they can. Let me be clear about that. They're defending him on first-degree murder charges. But I think they're going to challenge the investigation itself. I think they're going to suggest if Bryan Walsh's DNA is not found on the murder weapon, on that hacksaw that was recovered, and we don't know what those test results are going to show yet, or at least they haven't disclosed it yet, then the defense has got a stronger argument. But if his DNA or fingerprints were found on that hacksaw, then this does become as close to a slam dunk as it can be for a prosecution.
Jennifer, I want to ask you, in your opinion, what do you think the motive was here? Do you think Bryan was mad about the affair? Do you think it was money? What do you think the motive is here? Even though, prosecutors don't have to prove motive in their case. But, I think that's also been like a lingering mystery as well, too.
Sure. Well, motive definitely helps develop a story around why somebody would commit a crime like this. And there's certainly, according to the prosecution, there's a couple motives. The fact that he thought she was having an affair, the fact that they were having some financial difficulty. I mean, he subsequently got convicted of selling forged art, selling two fake Andy Warhol paintings. So, his financial circumstances weren't great. She was the breadwinner. She was providing. She had a life insurance policy on her life for $2.7 million, of which he was named the beneficiary. So there's financial motive here. She was worth a lot dead. And then there's the emotional component that he did think she was cheating on him and having an affair. So he had a lot of motive, plausible motive, that would explain why he would do something like this, at least on some levels explain it. I mean, nobody can really explain why murder happens, particularly not a horrific crime like this, but it does provide a motive. And I think it's a compelling motive. Both of those are.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, Jennifer, I want to thank you so much for your time and your
For fuck's sake, it's muted. I just looked it up. It was released in December, this episode. So Proctor wasn't fired quite yet. So maybe that's why it wasn't quite so surprising to her. Right. Obviously, we're going to lunch break now for me anyway. Dinner break, not lunch break. I've got another stream here. I've not seen this at all, but it's obviously everyone's favorite Annie Elise. She covered this 2 weeks ago. So she talked about the case from her perspective. So Mary, quite contrary. How are you, my darling? I think he's guilty, but I'm flabbergasted by the hypocrisy the prosecution wants to use the Google searches when they felt. This is another reason I love you, Mary. Yes, the prosecution said in Karen Reid trial that it wasn't accurate, but now also they're accurate. Yeah, it's disgusting, to be quite honest with you, Mary. It's very disgusting. I agree. I totally agree with you. Just let's not get started. It's maddening. Also, they know Proctor's a piece of shit. So they may not have known. You were right, Robert. They may not have known officially because he wasn't charged. He didn't lose his job yet, if you know what I mean. So they were still going through the process. So she may have had an inkling, but from a legal point of view, from her point of view, she wouldn't have known. As in, none of us. Like, we all knew he was a piece of shit, but he still had his job, if that makes sense. So maybe that's why she did that. One of the main reasons DA Meatball's goon squad takes shortcuts in is that DA Meatball can't wait to waddle up to the MSM mic tree and announce the good guys have just nabbed the bad guy quickly. Yeah, we all seen what he did to Karen. Hey, Dylan, coming in late again, but hey, Kasma Iron Mama, hello, my darling. Nice to see you. I'll just put that in chat because she's going to Iron She's in there watching the chat. But us for starting from the start. Muted you, amateur. I'm sorry. I'm not a pro like you. As you can imagine, Mexi changed all the back end here, so everything's a loss here. So she's made my job a lot more challenging. I'm joking. She's made it easier. Yep. So So I think that's probably why, Robin G, you're right. Hi, Kasai Mama. Right. Let's watch Annie Elise here whilst I go and make my dinner as well. So I'll put this on for you. And then after this is done, we should...
City near you.
Oops, shit. After this is done, we should be starting the hearing or close to starting the hearing today in Dedham. And Dennis and Brenda Sweeney are there. So this is the evil mastermind or complete moron, ? Bryan Walshe and Anna Walsh. And if you don't know Annie Elise, then where do you live? Annie Elise is one of the biggest names in true crime. So, and I believe she's friends with the Glera as well. She was actually in court one day for the kind of retrial as well. So, yeah, that's just what she has to say whilst I go and make myself some dinner. So here you go.
Hey guys, I am so excited because we are finally going back out on tour, and this is going to be our
the investigation.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to impound a body.
On January 4th of 2023, she was officially reported missing after she didn't show up to work. Bryan also reported his wife missing and told authorities Anna left their home for a flight to D.C.
It is such an intimate, violent crime. And the parties had children who were in the home.
Hey True Crime Besties, welcome back to an all-new episode of Seriously. Hey everybody, welcome back to an all-new episode of Seriously with me, Annie Elise. And we have a massive case that we need to talk about today. It's one that I have talked about in the past, starting years ago, but there have been a lot of updates. And I feel as though this case is now kind of rediscovering a whole new interest, and people are finding it because everybody was glued, obviously, to the Karen Reed case, right? And this case has a lot of the same players, cough, cough, Michael Proctor. And it is just, on the surface, when you don't even include all of that, it is just such a wild case. It is like the dumbest murderer on the face of the earth is involved in this case. And you know, I say it all the time. I love to see criminals big, dumb, and stupid. And this guy is like a grade A freaking moron. His Google history says it all. He is so freaking beyond shady. He looks like, who's that guy from Family Guy? Is it Quagmire? Like the guy with the big rectangle head? Literally, he looks like that. And I usually don't come for people's looks, but if you're a murderer, it's kind of like gloves are off. I can do whatever I want. And this guy is just a freaking moron. And we love to see it though, because it's like, we love when idiots think they can get away with murder and you end up getting caught because you're such a freaking moron that you Google literal things of like how to dismember, how to cover up, how to do this, what hacksaw is the best. Like, you're an idiot, and like we love to see it. So anyway, in today's episode, I'm going to be going over some of the updates of the case. I'm also going to be stitching together some of the pieces from the previous episodes where I've covered this case, because it's been years and years and years, and I just want it all in one easy place so that you can learn about the case start to finish and hear everything that you need to hear. And if you haven't guessed by now, it is the case of Bryan Walshe and Anna Walsh, and it is very deeply upsetting and deeply disturbing. And as we go, I think you too are also going to be kind of like, who the hell is this guy? Like, did he really think he was going to get away with this? What's going on? Which, let me just throw it out there. Everything that is in this episode is alleged. He has not been convicted and found guilty at the time of this recording. So, innocent until proven guilty. Insert big eye roll here. No, seriously though, this case is deeply haunting and very upsetting, and it just deserves to have a bigger spotlight on it. And a lot of people, like I said, they are curious about this case, especially coming off the heels of everything that went down with Karen Reed and Michael Proctor's involvement. So I'm going to break down everything, and I'm also going to be, like I said, putting updates along the way so that you just have the full, most up-to-date version of this case. But let me start by just asking you this simple question, okay? What if the person that you built a life with turned out to be hiding something extremely dark, something extremely dangerous? Because that is what's happening in this case. It really does have it all. It has betrayal, a missing mom of 3, Google searches that are literally straight out of a freaking horror movie, and even fake Warhol paintings. Andy Warhol, the famous artist, okay? So, like I said, this is the case of Anna and Bryan Walshe, and we are going to get right into it. Anna Walsh is a 37-year-old mother of 3 from Cohasset, Massachusetts. She's a very beautiful woman, standing at 5'2" and around 115 pounds. She has brown hair, brown eyes, with an olive complexion. Now, those who knew Anna say that she speaks with an Eastern European accent. She is a native of Serbia and came to the United States in 2005. Before coming to the States, Anna was commuting back and forth between Serbia and Washington, D.C. on summertime work visas. She is a very career-driven woman who was just full of all kinds of levels of intelligence. Anna is multilingual and able to speak not only English and Serbian, but also French, Spanish, and Croatian. She graduated with her bachelor's degree at the University of Belgrade in Belgrade, Serbia, and then obtained her master's from Ivy League Cornell University in New York. Anna went on to work many hospitality jobs before her most recent job with Tishman Speyer as their regional general manager in Washington, D.C. and the Baltimore area. She commuted during the week to Washington, D.C. for this job and stayed in a townhouse in the area that she had purchased back in March of 2022 for $1.3 million. According to friends and court records, Anna and her husband Bryan married in 2015. Anna is also a mother of 3 small children between the ages of 2 and 6 years old. So now let's change gears for a second and talk about Anna's husband, Bryan Walshe. Well, it's a little harder to find out information on him because unlike Anna, who is a very much active person on social media, Bryan is the complete opposite. Bryan is 47 years old and is the co-founder and CFO at LETS, which means Leadership and Effective Teamwork Strategies, which actually seems to be shut down as there is virtually no information on this company at all. The couple has been featured in Boston Magazine, and Bryan has also been featured in the Boston Globe as a Boston-based international art dealer. However, with all of this and this fancy-looking life and this facade that one might believe when reading the paper, Bryan does have prior legal issues and therefore is actually currently on home confinement and wearing an ankle monitor. See, in November of 2016, a buyer found 2 Andy Warhol paintings for sale on eBay. The paintings were 2 of Warhol's Shadows, which is a series of untitled abstract canvas paintings from 1978. The original listing price for the paintings was $100,000. In the advertisement, the eBay seller was Bryan, and he included a picture of an invoice for the 2 Warhol shadow paintings with Warhol Foundation numbers and a purchase price of $240,000. Now, this buyer on eBay believed that the paintings were authentic because it had the Warhol Foundation numbers, it had that invoice. By all accounts, these were authentic pieces. So between November 3rd and November 5th, 2016, the buyer arranged with Bryan to purchase the artwork outside of eBay for $80,000. This is something that oftentimes happens on these websites, whether it's Facebook Marketplace, eBay, any of these sales websites. And you always have to be extremely careful because a lot of the time people will try to skirt around the fees and they'll try to bribe the seller saying, hey, if we go off site, go offline, I'll pay you less, but eBay won't take the fees. So essentially you may actually be making equal or more. Is that okay with you? But what happens when you do that is you don't know who you're buying or selling to. And if it's off-site, you don't get a lot of the protections that come with those websites and the guarantees and the security of where your money is being transferred and sent to. But in any event, that's the deal that these two made outside of eBay. So Bryan and the buyer signed a contract which specified that the buyer had 3 days to terminate the contract and get a full refund if the buyer did not accept the artwork. On November 7th, 2016, the buyer's assistant flew to Boston and met Bryan in person to retrieve the paintings and provided him with the cashier's check for $80,000. According to bank records, the cashier's check was deposited that same day into an account that Bryan controlled, and $33,400 of it was subsequently withdrawn in the following 2 weeks. The day after purchasing these paintings and retrieving them, the buyer, of course, wanted to take a look at them, wanted to look at the authenticity of them, and wanted to check them out, knowing that that window was closing for this 3-day guarantee or refunds policy that Bryan put forth. So on November 16th, the buyer removed the paintings from the frames and found no Warhol Foundation authentication stamps and noticed that the canvases and staples looked new. So when he compared the paintings to the photographs from the eBay listing, they did not look identical. The buyer concluded that the paintings he purchased from Bryan were not authentic. The buyer then repeatedly attempted to contact Bryan, who initially did not respond, and then was making excuses for the delay in refunding the buyer's money. The buyer was Ron Rivlin, the owner of Revolver Gallery in California, the largest Andy Warhol gallery in the world. Ron said that he's bought in thousands of Warhols, and this is the only purchase that got him. He was so familiar with the art, but this guy had somehow tricked him into this. He said he was good. He had a clever playbook and an Oscar-worthy performance. He also stated that when he first met Bryan, Bryan came off as charismatic, articulate, and professional. However, according to Ron, Bryan's demeanor completely changed when he was caught lying about the fake paintings, and he was very tactful in how he played the legal system. He also said that Bryan has a masterful ability to coerce and deceive people. With this crime, Bryan was facing up to 50 years in prison and a fine of up to $1 million combined. But the government was set to agree to a sentence that included no jail time at all. However, after Bryan allegedly embezzled funds from his late father's estate while out on bail in the Warhol case, they are now seeking a sentence currently of 30 months in federal prison. That's right. Just when you thought he couldn't get any scummier or scammier, he went and caught another charge in federal court when he plundered his deceased father's estate after finding out that he had kept him out of the will. Now, let me just tell you about this for a minute. His father had the ultimate mic drop moment in the will, saying, and I quote, "My best wishes, but nothing else." Ugh. That would catch anybody off guard. I don't want to say anybody, but anybody who's expecting to receive something from a will. So according to court filings, Bryan illegally helped himself to more than $100,000 in cash, paintings by Miro and Dali, pottery, art glasses, and even a car belonging to his father's estate, which he then sold off. Now, when this case went to federal court, the rightful managers of Bryan's estate had the opportunity to send letters to the judge talking about how the embezzlement truly affected them. And honestly, they did not hold back a single bit. Dr. Fred Pescatore, the longtime best friend of Tom Walsh, Bryan's dad, said he and another man, Jeffrey Olmstein, who were Tom's dearest and closest friends for almost 3 decades, had quite a bit to say. He said, "Tom openly discussed Bryan and his grandchildren with me often. Tom had mentioned that another grandson was on the way, and he outright stated that like his son and his prior grandson, he wanted nothing to do with the new offspring. Tom told me that Bryan had been in contact about the new offspring. Tom stated that Bryan was looking for money again and that it made him quite uncomfortable. Tom indicated that he kept the conversations with Bryan as short as possible. Tom was always clear that he did not want his son Bryan to inherit anything from him." Going on to say, "I had no individual animosity towards Bryan, so Tom felt open to discuss how he felt about Bryan and the pain and disappointment that Bryan had caused him, stemming from the time Bryan had stolen a significant amount of money from Tom. I personally spoke with Dr. Martin Samuels, and he was not interested in being involved in the estate as he wanted absolutely nothing to do with Bryan. Marty stated that Bryan is an evil person and capable of just about anything, and I want nothing to do with this, so please do not involve me." And Marty was a work buddy of Tom's. It is clear in our communication that he had heard what all of us had heard from Tom regarding Bryan's lack of honesty and integrity. Bryan and Tom's estrangement had everything to do with money. Bryan stole money from Tom and swindled him out of almost $1 million. Bryan basically did to his father what he is accused of doing in Boston in federal court. Their estrangement had nothing to do with Tom's alternative lifestyle, but rather all to do with Bryan being a sociopath who could never stay in one school as a child. I even went on a trip to China with Bryan, Tom, and my partner at the time. I witnessed firsthand what Bryan was capable of. I saw Bryan attempt to smuggle out antiquities from China. When Bryan was confronted, he picked up a stanchion and literally attempted to kill 4 or 5 guards that had come to talk to him about his crime. Bryan is not only a sociopath, but also a very angry and physically violent person. I want nothing to do with him, but I will stand up for my friend Tom's rights, and I will not let his memory be on the pack of lies from Bryan. Wow, like a pretty bold letter and statement. But get this, Bryan's legal troubles and his all-around scumbagginess, it went even further back, even before he and Anna were ever married. Okay, you guys know I am all about taking charge of my own health, right? I feel like all of us should. And that's why I chose Function Health. I've talked to you about it before, but it's honestly the only health platform that I have found that gives you the access to real data. My boyfriend Bryan threatened to kill her and her friends. There aren't many other details other than Bryan threatened her over the phone because Anna later refused to cooperate with police and an investigation, so it never progressed or went forward. So we know that Bryan is a walking red flag, right? I mean, he has stolen art, he has embezzled from his father from the grave, he even allegedly threatened to kill Anna. However, does that necessarily mean that he would take it a step further and really hurt her? Or was that just an idle threat? And that's pretty much what Anna's friends and family were left wondering when she went radio silent on January 1st, 2023. Then, 3 days later, on January 4th, police received a phone call simultaneously from Anna's husband Bryan and her employer Tishman Speyer. Anna was missing and had not shown up to work in 3 days, which according to her employer, this was extremely unlike her. However, we later learned that the employer is the one who made the initial missing persons report for Anna. So just keep that in mind, that Bryan did not report his wife missing for 3 days. Anna was last seen at her home in Cohasset, Massachusetts between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. on New Year's Day. Bryan stated that Anna was taking a rideshare from her home to Boston Logan International Airport in an attempt to catch an early flight to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport on January 1st due to there being an emergency with one of the properties that she was in charge of in Washington, D.C. However, after further investigation, there was no rideshare scheduled for the morning of January 1st.
Officer Gregory Lawrence was the first to interact with Walsh and updated the court on how the investigation even got started.
Who did you meet there at that residence?
Bryan Walshe.
Can you explain to me what happened when you got to the house that day?
I exited my cruiser and he met me at the doorway and said that he wanted to report his wife missing and file a police report with the Cohasset Police.
And what was his demeanor like when you saw him at the doorway?
Very calm.
Now, this initial interaction with Mr. Walsh, was it recorded?
No, it was not.
Why wasn't it recorded?
Cohasset Police did not have body-worn cameras at that time.
And so what had he told you he had done to try and locate his wife at this point in time?
He told me that he had tried texting her and he did contact his employer, her employer.
And what did he tell you as far as the last time he had seen his wife?
It would be Sunday morning, January 1st, 2023, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he say where she was going after that point?
She had a work emergency and had to go back to Washington, D.C.
Did he say how she was going to leave the home that day?
She was going to take either an Uber or a Lyft.
And head to where, sir?
Logan Airport.
In addition, it was also determined that her cell phone pinged in the area of the home on the 1st and the 2nd, which was after Bryan said she had left, indicating that Anna was not in Washington, D.C. In addition, investigators were able to confirm with all of the airlines that Anna did not board a plane at all during this time frame. Meanwhile, officers from the Metropolitan Police Department in DC searched the townhouse, but found no sign of Anna there anywhere. Investigators stated that Anna's cell phone has been off since January 1st, and that her credit card and debit cards have also been inactive since New Year's Day as well. Bryan told police that on January 1st, he had 3 hours allocated to take his mother home from a surgery that she had, but that his mother had recovered from the surgery quicker than expected and had driven herself home. However, he still used that time that he had approved and allocated to go visit her and run errands for her. So Bryan says in that time, he left the couple's home without his phone, got lost on the way to his mother's house, and then later went to both Whole Foods and CVS. But when police pulled surveillance video from those stores, Bryan was nowhere to be found. But you know where they did see Bryan? At Home Depot. And on surveillance, he was seen with a cart full of cleaning supplies, including cleaning products such as mops, brushes, tape, tarps, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, and a hatchet. At Home Depot, he was wearing a face mask and rubber gloves, and the total was around $450 for this supplies, and Bryan paid in cash. At 5:32 p.m., he was seen on a street camera removing his gloves and masks. The next day, on January 3rd at 4:27 p.m., Bryan drove to an apartment complex. Surveillance showed Bryan's Volvo pull up to a dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He leaned, and whatever it is in the bag appears to be heavy because of the way that he was carrying it. He walked over to the dumpster and left the garbage bag there. At 4:48 p.m., he went to another apartment complex. Then at 5:10 p.m., he went to a third apartment complex, and video surveillance showed Bryan and his Volvo throwing things away at that dumpster. The following day, on January 4th, he went to TJ Maxx and HomeGoods and purchased towels, bath mats, and men's clothing. January 4th was that same day of the wellness check. When police came to the house, the officer saw Bryan's Volvo with the back seats laying down and plastic liner laid out on top of the seats. But at this point, they were just doing a wellness check, and he was saying, "No, I haven't seen her. She got on her flight. She was going to DC. I don't know." So the next day on January 5th, the back seats of his Volvo were still down, and the carpet seemed to have fresh vacuum streaks on it. The police asked Bryan about the liner, and he said that he threw it away. Once the car was analyzed, there was still some blood in it.
What car did you look at?
There's a Volvo XC90.
And did you get any permission to look at that car?
Yes,
And who'd you get the permission from?
Mr. Walsh.
And what did you notice about the Volvo?
In the trunk, the trunk was lined with like plastic sheeting.
And so were you able to open it at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, fast forwarding to January 5th, which was a Thursday, what did you do to try and locate Miss Walsh that day?
I did a lot that day.
Let me just go back for a second.
I apologize.
There was I'll do this from time to time. There was a plastic sheet, you said lining the rear area?
Yes.
Is that a trunk or is it more like an open area in the rear of an SUV?
The trunk area is a SUV with a hatch.
Mm-hmm.
So the trunk area, not the seating area.
Okay, thanks.
So not like a sedan though, which would have a separate distinct trunk. It has access to the seats.
Correct. If the seats would fold down, you could go from the trunk into the back row.
Okay.
So I'll call it a traditional SUV configuration?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we learned that during a later visit to the home, police searched the attic, but they didn't find anything suspicious. Investigators also said that the plastic liner that was originally noted as being in the rear of the SUV, that was now gone. Sergeant Schmidt told the court that investigators questioned Bryan Walshe about whether Anna might have taken her own life or abandoned the family.
During that interview, what did he say that his normal contact would be with his wife, Anna Walsh, while she was working in Washington?
A daily contact.
During the interview, did you have the opportunity to ask him whether or not Anna was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And what was his response to that?
She wouldn't do that.
What, if anything, did he say she was unhappy about?
Stress from work and distance.
And was he asked about extramarital affairs on either side?
Yes.
What did he say?
Neither of them had extramarital affairs.
Did you ask, or was he asked on whether or not, on if they had had an argument the morning she left January 1?
Yes.
What was his response?
There wouldn't have been enough time that morning.
What do you say the biggest argument they had recently was?
She had a 2 weeks, 2-week vacation scheduled, and instead of coming home, she was in Belgrade visiting her mother.
Now, did he say what was causing stress in their relationship at this point in time?
Yes.
What was causing stress?
The distance, being away from the children.
And in addition to the distance, were there any other stressors in their relationship?
Prior legal issues.
So he told you that he had another criminal matter going on?
Yes.
So at this point, things just are not looking good. Anna hasn't been heard from since New Year's, and Bryan's alibi does not check out at all. He's also been caught on video making all sorts of suspicious purchases. But that's not all. Buckle up, because things are about to get even worse when the investigators get a hold of Bryan's search history. And like we say, the Google history will get you every time. Bryan used his son's iPad to do the following Google searches and the following activities. January 1st, at 4:55 a.m., he searched how long before a body starts to smell. 3 minutes later, at 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. A little over 20 minutes later, at 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. A little over 25 minutes after that, at 5:47 a.m., he Googled 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. Then at 6:25 a.m., how long for someone to be missing to inherit? At 6:34 a.m., can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m., how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44 a.m., how to clean blood from a wood floor. At 11:56 a.m., luminol to detect blood. Then he pauses for a little bit and comes back to Google at 1:08 p.m. and he searches what happens when you put body parts in ammonia. Searches again at 1:21 p.m. Is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? On what planet do these criminals actually become stupid enough to Google search all of these things that are very incriminating, then to have their spouse mysteriously go missing either days later, or in this case, potentially days before or the day of? I mean, you are literally asking to get caught. Go to an internet cafe, do anything. You're using your own family's tech devices to make these searches. On what planet do you think you're not going to get caught? It blows my mind. It really, truly.
It blows my mind. Right, I don't know what she's on about. I see the comments. I will put her off. That's fine. I never watch it, so I don't know. I did see the comment though. Important comment by Lady Di, which doesn't happen very often. People. Lady Di was mentioned. Always take everything with a pinch of salt. Do your own research. That's important. Christine Rundle as well. She's hot, but you know, make your own research. That's what I'm saying. Same with me. I'm hot, but do your own research. You know, ladies, it's important to everyone do your own research on everything. We are about 45 minutes away from it all. So starting. Let me see if there's any streams up ready for it. Let's get prepped. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. No, there's nothing ready yet, so it's just fine. So you're stuck with me speaking now. What do we want to talk about? Dogs? So make sure it's low sodium salt. I know. J-Mac's complaining, Lady Di's complaining, so I knew I had to switch it all off because you know what they're like. They fucking won't shut up, like So you got to. Lady Di's probably disappeared now because she's so pissed off with the stream being on. So yeah, what else is going on? Let's have a look here. As I had a really nice luncheon and dinner today. I had pancakes with sausage and bacon both times. So homemade pancakes as well. So oof, that's where I was. So I wasn't really listening to what was going on with this. But we've been through it. I think it's a consensus to know that at the end of the day, there may be trouble ahead. So today is a motion to dismiss, I believe, for Bryan Walshe. So that'll be going on today. I'm not sure what else is going on in the court. But I think it's been interesting. I think it's been good to catch up because there's a lot of stuff that we're covering here I don't remember, if I'm being honest. But I do remember one thing. Norfolk County employees are pieces of shit. They need to do better because if I'm being completely honest, this should be checked out and he should be probably released. And that's not good. That is not good, people. That's not good that he will be on the streets. But there needs to be a line drawn. Imagine if it wasn't Bryan Walshe, right? And imagine if this was, I don't know, Lady Di or whoever. You've got to have the same energy for all of them. No matter what the case is, you've got to take yourself away from the case, Bryan Walshe, and look at this from 30,000 feet and go, right, would you in a normal trial allow illegal obtained evidence, to be put into a trial against a defendant, no matter who it is, or no matter what it looks like for them? The answer is you wouldn't allow it by law. It just shouldn't be. So then you put this into the Bryan Walshe context. In essence, the case should be dismissed. As much as that sucks. No, I've never tried Staffordshire oat cakes. Tried it. No, I haven't, Badaza. I haven't, to be honest with you. I didn't know that was a thing. Never had it. So it taints the case. So, and that's what I'm trying to say to people. Forget about Bryan Walshe. Forget about him and whatever he's done. You just got the judge has to look at this from a legal point of view, legal standpoint. Can you imagine if it's Karen Reid right now and this had happened? Everybody be up in arms going, fucking hell. So you have to have the same energy for everybody. And that's why I'm like, it should be dismissed, in my opinion. Unless they think they can take him to trial without all these things, without the searches, without everything. If they think they got enough without it, then fair enough. No, go to trial. But none of these should be admitted. Lady Di too, shame on you. I know she's not here though. I can pick on her. She's disappeared. I don't think she's a fan of Annie, so I think she, along with some others, disappeared on me. But shame on her anyway, Lady Di. Shame on you, Lady Di. Being gone for about 50 minutes, you missed nothing. You missed nothing. We're just playing whilst I was having dinner, another stream, but it wasn't a very popular stream. By all accounts. So when I came back, I was like, oh, he's gone. So we're just discussing the case. And yeah, just the point is, no matter who the defendant is in this case, the case should be dismissed. Does that suck? Yeah, of course it does. Because, you got all this, but I know. Pancakes, not fucking flapjacks. Flapjacks are different. I love flapjacks though, J-Mac. I do like flapjacks, I'll be honest with you. Golden syrup flapjacks. People like to put raisin stuff in them. I'm not raisins, but just give me plain golden syrup. They could have got a search warrant for the iPad and phones and have to find the blood, so a sloppy way to... The thing is, Badaza, it's the way they've always done it. It's the way they've always done it. Which begs the question, how many cases have they done this to? I pretty much know it's hundreds, if not thousands, where they find everything and then go for the search warrant after the fact. No one's ever questioned them before. Not until Karen Reid trial. And now questions are coming out and it's like, well, So you're telling me I can't just look at stuff like I want to, but he's guilty. It doesn't matter. There's a way of doing everything. There's a way of obtaining stuff. And if we don't hold them accountable, they're just going to go through all these stuff. They're just going to go through everything. Imagine that, right? If they just arrested me and went, right, we're just going to take. Do you consent to, I don't know, whatever? Just want to check your messages with X. I'm like, okay, is that it though? Yeah. And they start going through all my photos and find my nudes and stuff like that, find my dick pics and stuff. And they start going, oh, that's a small one. I was like, how the fuck have you looked at my pics? So, yeah, you always should never speak to the police without a lawyer. You shouldn't give anything over. You need a search warrant. And they're clever because they're always like, oh, your search warrants, yeah, we can get one. If you don't give us permission, we can get one anyway. Okay, cool. Get one then. Until then, I ain't giving you anything. So, no matter who it is, nothing illegal should be allowed. No, I'm afraid, though, that people are tainting it all because it's Bryan Walshe and what he allegedly did. But as you say, it doesn't matter. It could be anything. You know, can you imagine if people have the same energy? If it was for Karen, do you know what I mean? So, blueberry or chocolate chip pancake. I prefer J-Mac said chocolate chip, but I prefer plain. But my mother's pancakes, that is. And then maple syrup on top. I love chocolate chip, but don't like some plain. How about you? I like obviously honey on it. What do you call maple syrup? Raisins. You shit raisins. J-Mac only on Shove Tuesday. UK ones are more like crepes, so sugar and lemon. Yeah, mine ones aren't that bad. Mine are thick. I like mine thick. Do you know what I mean? So I agree with you. A lot of places doing super thin with sugar and lemon. I don't. I thick ones. Like the ladies like them. I make my pancakes like the ladies like them, big and thick. So, actually, Robin G likes crepes. So, right, let's have another look, see what's going on here. If there's anything here, Bryan Walshe. Live. Nope. Yeah, a lot of people like thin crepes, to be fair. I'm not. They're fine, but I want a bit of substance to it. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. How do you like your pancakes, though, J-Mac? How do you like your pancakes? They are sweeter. They are sweeter normally. You're right. Hey, Jersey Jen. I've never had a crepe. They don't look good to me. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay. I like them thick as well. Dirty bitch. J-Mac. They are good and sweet. Are we still on pancakes now, or what are we talking about? I eat PB, peanut butter on my pancakes, fine. I like peanut butter. Of course you do, J-Mac. I started to type something and I digressed. Don't worry. Digress away. Nutella. Now, I will give you a part. So, I have not found the... Oh, motherfucker! I've got something stuck to my foot all the time. Velcro. I will say this. I love peanut butter. I just find if it's on pancakes, when you go to eat, it's just too dry. So I don't know if you have something. Would you have strawberries on it? Same with Nutella. I think it'd be quite dry, but I would probably prefer Nutella. And I probably would put some strawberries, quarter strawberries all over it. Do you know what I mean? To give it that juice in your mouth whilst you're munching away. I had a pancake, right, in Vegas once. I said, can I have a strawberry pancake or whatever it was? And it came out with a fucking stack of like 8 or 10, and they're thick bastards. I ate 2. I ate 2, and that was it. I couldn't eat the rest. Do you want to take it home? I was like, fuck no. I'm done. Do you know what I mean? They're just so big. Too big for me. I've never had PB on my pancakes, and I've never tried Nutella either. What, have you never tried Nutella on your pancakes, or you've never tried Nutella full stop? Because if you have never tried Nutella full stop, then get the fuck out. Do you know what I mean? Let's just put that out there. Just PB. Is it not too dry? But in fairness, your PBs are better quality than ours. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So maybe smoother. J-Mac, I was like, you. On plain the choc chip pancake, plain. It has to be on plain, Aaron Hack and Robin G. I was like, maybe too far, Jersey Jen. No, never too far. There's no boundaries here, Jersey Jen. Just say as it is. Say it with your heart or your boobs, whichever one you prefer. I only eat butter and sugar and crepes, same as lefts. What's lefts? What's lefts? I've never heard of lefts before. I like butter and sugar and crepes. I love that. And I like that actually on pancakes. Now I will put butter on pancakes, plain, no sugar though, no need for it. But I had bacon and sausages just now, so nothing on plain pancake with maple syrup. That's not what you said. What do you mean? Is that towards me? I don't know what you mean. I never said that. Too big. No, you never have. Just plain. Never tried to tell. Whoa, okay. That's mad. Mad. And waffles only PB. That's mad as well. Never tried that. Never Jersey Jen. I don't like hazelnuts, so no Nutella. You don't like Nutella, fine. No taste like Reese's with chocolate chips. Aha. It's very difficult to go too far this chat, Jersey Jen, no, especially with Sarah P. So just people that don't know Sarah P, she is one of those people. She's one of the kindest people, you know. So she does a lot of community service. So Sarah P, every weekend she goes into prisons to meet with prisoners, and she just obviously shows them a good time. She puts her high heels on, mini skirt on, low cut top, and walks through. And, hey y'all. She's got tassels and stuff on. So, she's good one for that. She's a good one for that. Norwegian Scandinavian type crepes are a little different texture. Okay, I did not know that. We don't know how well. I am trying, Josie. I have not shown my boobs today, so I am trying. Because I do know lots of people don't like it. So I am trying. But sometimes it's hard not to. There you go. Bad Dazza, why are you blowing my mind with this PB talk? I know Erin Hackey is a big PB person. She always has told me that. Cannot even stand when people use hazelnut in the coffee. I'll use vanilla, but not hazelnut. I couldn't use hazelnut. Lol, memories 81, perfect. Lol, you said something like, don't like it too thick. I said, that's not what she said. Instead of, that's what she said. Okay. She does like it really thick. I love peanut butter with syrup on my pancakes with chopped pecans. There's a challenge for you, Bad Dazza. My stupid phone. Stupid phone. I love it. Erin Hack, me too. Don't get me started on the damn candles. What's the candles for? I'm allergic to chocolate, so it's my treat. Oh, yeah, you are. They don't allow you to wear clothes like that in prison. You have to be fully clothed or unclothed. Sarah P. Rob, and the smell of vanilla. I love vanilla coffee. So I've heard. All right, lovely P, SRP. He's gonna kick your ass. She would kick my ass as well. You all would kick my ass, to be fair. Ask Mike D. Bill struck a nerve. He likes vanilla. I like vanilla lattes. I've not had one for ages. I asked for a vanilla latte in Starbucks about 2 weeks ago, and they just gave me a latte. I was like, I just paid for vanilla, but I couldn't be asked to go back in, you know. My phone keeps cutting my messages, damn it. Don't worry, we get what you're saying, Jersey Jen, it's fine. I love PB, you love all sorts of PB so much, but I've never tried it on my pancakes. I've never tried it, so I'll have to try as well. The problem I got is, if I buy peanut butter, I'm the only one that eats it. So, even a small pot, I can't give away. My second niece actually loves it as well, but she never comes over anymore because she's too cool for me now. So it gets to waste, you know. So I don't buy it then. Erin Hacker's allergic to nuts, except for her husband's. The smell of hazelnut. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of hazelnuts. A little butter first, J Mac. I like butter. I've no doubt about that, Baldaza. I hate that when that happens, Jersey Jen. Lovely Sarah P. Can you leave your hat on? Can you leave your hat on? I got morning sickness from the smell of vanilla when pregnant. That's it. Cannot even be around. I get that, though. I get that. When I get morning sickness, I understand. Things turn me off as well. I get you. I'm having 9.5 weeks kitchen scene vibes with all this food talk. So what? Buy a small jar. It takes a long time. But I thought it went off after a couple of weeks. And also, do you prefer smooth or crunchy? I think I have to go with smooth because it's easier to spread. So I heard about your allergies. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I don't love chocolate or nuts. But allergies scare me. On bananas, allergic. You're allergic to bananas? Shit. I have my daughter allergic to cashews and pistachios. Wow. Yeah, this is madness. My smell when pregnant was oranges. Okay. Oranges and lemons. Smooth, 100%. I don't like nuts except for the two in your mouth. I know, J-Mac, I know. I'm allergic to shrimp and lobster. My mother is as well. Not crab. Okay. My mother's allergic to all shellfish. Jersey Jen, smooth. Smooth operator. It's more hives. It's not where my throat closes, so it's manageable. I'm allowed 8 M&Ms before I get hives. Oh, M&Ms. They're nice as well. Cravings for lobster and chicken. That's a weird one. Chicken parm and spaghetti, not together. So that's interesting because I've not had a good chicken parm yet. So I'm waiting for my good chicken parm next time I come out to Boston. My hubby is the same, not crab, but the other's weird. Oh, it's weird. Leanne is here. Another one that loves the dirty talk. How you doing? Well, that's allegedly. I'm not saying that she's into all the sexual innuendos. Allegedly. I'm not saying that she is, but allegedly she is. And Leanne is into custard ice cream. So when I get out to Boston, we're going to get custard ice cream. So looking forward to that. I've never tried that before. That is manageable. Did you learn that at some type of medical trial? Better hope Brenda didn't hear that. No, Brenda knows. I've never had. So me and Brenda had chicken parm in La Guana, whatever it's called. La Squana, whatever it's called. Both of us couldn't eat it. It was disgusting. It was vile. So Brenda would actually give me a high five. She's trying to palm it off to me and say, look, you have that for, take it home with you. I was like, fuck it, no chance. Put it in the bin. It's disgusting. We're not to go for chicken parm. Yes, you remember. I see you have tested this. She's pushed us at the limits. Do not go to D&E for mediocre chicken parm. No, I've been outside it, but I've never been inside it. I'm afraid to catch any germs. She made it for you, didn't she? Nope. I've had... no, she's cooked a lot of stuff for me. That's one thing she never cooked for me. But yeah, no, we had me and Brenda had chicken parm, and Dennis, and obviously Dennis fucking ate it. I ate it as well, but it was disgusting. And I even said afterwards, is this chicken parm? Because if it is, I ain't having it ever again. I was super young and figured it out with the reactions, nuts and bananas. You don't make it easy for me, do you, Hack? I know instantly my tongue, you don't make it easy at all for me. My tongue was itchy. I want to rip it out. Hello, allegedly, LB. How are you? She's shy now, allegedly. All. That's awful, Erin. So now, what are we doing? Waiting for the hearing to start. We're waiting for the hearing to start. Oops. Oh, I could have sworn she did. Oops, no, she did most of my cooking, mac and cheese, and stuff like that. Steak, or what do you call it? Chicken soup. Doing me chicken dinner, all delicious. She's a very good cook. Very good cook. I'm used to it. J-Mac, I adapt. She does adapt in those weeds. LB, nothing beats the coffee shop by the courthouse. So good. If the guy in the coffee shop's amazing, but the woman's a bitch, sour bitch. Sounds like it would have been better going to the Olive Garden. I think I would have. Yeah, La Squana, or whatever it's called. It's supposed to be the best place in the world, but disgusting. What hearing? So there's a hearing today for Proctor's comms for King, Walsh, and all that. Do you know what I mean? So Rosemary is doing the hearing at 2:00. So 1:00 your time, Erin. So in Dedham. Dennis is over there as well. High Legendary LB. Blue Bunny. I've heard of Blue Bunny. Isn't that the porn star? You know, the one that took whatever. I won't say it. J-Mac, hi, how are you? Or maybe it was the mac and cheese. Mac and cheese was gorgeous. One of my favourite meals. And not just that, it's the corn muffin as well. That made it delicious as well. Robin G, what's up? What's up, bitches? Glad you won yesterday. Oh, I'd love to see you, Leanne, on the TV as well. You were there. Yeah, it was lovely to see you on there, Leanne. Vinny's out on camp. Oh, I thought Blue Bunny the porn star. Sorry, Blue Bunny ice cream. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Blue Bunny's the name of the coffee shop in the book. That's Blue Bunny's fantastic. That's so that's a different coffee shop. So if that's the coffee shop you mean, that's amazing. That's amazing. That one, the bookstore one, is really good. The one next door to it is the Italian one. So, Bonnie Blue. Sorry. So sorry, it's Bonnie Blue I was thinking of, not Blue Bunny. Sorry, my bad. Bonnie Blue. I don't know why I mixed them up. Other locals are getting tickets to Wilbur. Oh yeah, so yeah, is anyone going to the Turtle Boy Wilbur thing? I think that's in September. I think tickets are going to sale. Are they going on sale today, tomorrow? There you go, Jersey Jen. Blue Bunny is amazing and everyone is super nice. Yes, that's a different one. That's a different one. J-Mac that's a different one. They are actually very nice in there. J-Mac, heard of Rampant Rabbit, never Blue Bunny. Blue Bunny ice cream is also amazing. Never tried that. Their coffee is nice though. Erin Hack, not too far from me, but it sells. It's online access. I will buy it. Yeah, it's definitely online access, Robin. I think it's going either today or tomorrow. It's on sale. So, right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at it now. Oh, Leanne's probably going. You going, Leanne? Yeah. I think it's on sale. As I say, it's going to be on sale at some point. Right, let's take a look here now then. Bryan Walshe. Oh, Paisley View. Okay. No, I don't think it's Paisley View. Right. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. Ba, da, ba. No, still no stream for it. No, can't see that. He said he was going to set up some for pay-per-view for you. I think, yeah. Well, I heard he was doing it for afterwards. I'm not sure he can do it live, or something. I don't know. Maybe you could do it live now. I have no idea. Hello, Jen T. How are you, my darling? How are you? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. You talking about it. Hi, Vinny. Oh, Vinny's with peanut butter. Shit. Jeepers, jelly. Hey. Vinny, hope he's enjoying himself. There you go, Jen. Nice to see you, my darling. Yeah, he does. I think it's the textures more than the taste. I can see that, though. I can see that. I can understand that. It's not the best texture. Allegedly. Just work and do things. You work ahead, girl. You go, girl. You do your work. You go shake that ass, as they say. Work. Right, I'm trying to find everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. Everybody. Rock your body right. Back streets back, alright. Bum 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 bum. Oh, live. That's what I want. Twerking. Happy day. Do you twerk whilst you work? Erin Hack. How is Vinny doing? I can't believe summer's almost over. What's a slip and grip? It sounds dirty. I'm singing at work now. Sorry. Everybody, everywhere. Wave your hands like you just don't care. I don't know the rest of the words, but I'll sing it like a ding it like a dee 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 dee. Oh, everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, alright. I'm trying to look for stream. Oh, there's another trial there. I didn't know that. Okay. No, nothing yet. I use grape jelly. So handsome. Thank you, J-Mac. I try my best. I try to spruce myself up a little bit. Thank you, though, for the compliment. I appreciate it. No sorries. They can go suck it if they don't like me sucking. I say the same thing. I used to. Some people don't like my singing, but it's my party and I'll cry if I want to. When does Boston area start school? Is it early September? 2nd September, I think. Minnesota starts Wednesday before Labor Day for 2 days, then back Tuesday. Dumb as fuck. That's new. Always used to be Tuesday. I have never heard of a slip and rip. I bet you have. Definitely sounds dirty. I love PB and fluff. What's fluff? I'm not sure about the jelly too. PB and fluff. What's fluff? I don't get that bit. Yes, she is. I'm lost now. You see, the chat just gone. I've lost the chat. I've lost it. I don't know what's going on in chat anymore. Okay. So, Young Jerks is streaming it. Fine. I'll have that up ready just in case. But it looks like Young Jerks is streaming it, but I'm not sure if any other networks are streaming it as well. Marshmallow fluff stuff. J-Mac slip and grip was having. Aaron Hack have done that as well. So stupid this year. We go back Tuesday after Labor Day. When is Labor Day? I don't even know what Labor Day is. Carrot cake that Brenda makes. Oh, now then. I will be honest, it was probably the best carrot cake I've ever had. Not even allegedly. Not allegedly. Fact. If you've not had it, you're missing out. And when I first arrived in Boston, surprised everyone, and you see me carrying a tray that was literally full of carrot cake. Brenda just gave me in shock because she said she baked me a whole tray to myself, and she was so shocked. She picked it up and just gave it to me. I think I surprised her and Dennis very well that night. Fluffy's marshmallow spread. Okay, I'm with you now. I don't know what marshmallow spread is, but you know, it sounds delicious though. It's making me hungry. I'm sorry. They said it was due to COVID to make up over the years. I mean, come on. I think we're good now. I was talking about the bagel one. Ah, okay, the bagel one. I didn't have coffee, the bagel one. See, we're all talking about different coffee shops here. So yeah, there was about, what was it, 3 or 4 coffee shops there? So the bagel one, I didn't try the bagel one, bagel coffee. So I didn't try that one. Yes, it is. So Marion Hark, I'd much rather go after Labor. Thank you for explaining it. Labor Day is September 1st. So I was right when I said September 2nd. And you know what? September 2nd is a special day in my life. It's my mother's birthday. My mother's birthday is September 2nd. Or as of you guys say, what do you say? You say 9/2 is my mother's birthday. 9/2. Oh, right. Let me put this up here just in case. No. Brian Thompson, Luigi's victim the week after it happened. On my local news now, a man is accused of harassing and stalking family of UHC Bryan Thompson, Luigi's victim. Oh, fuck, really? It's all going on in Minnesota. Oh, thank you, Robin G. Robin G sent me something that looks like sperm. I won't lie, that looks like sperm. Okay. And now I understand why you ladies like marshmallow fluff. Okay. Okay, thank you. I get it. Okay. Oh, Robin G. You could that picture. You gotta say I'm right though, do you know what I mean? Coffee Fresh Bagel, presume so. I think it's only one bagel shop. I think I was thinking of the dessert shop. Bakery. I was thinking of. Yes, I was thinking of the bakery, and you were thinking of the bookshop. J-Man. I'll go shopping tomorrow morning as well, so I need to get my groceries. Bloody hell, Robin G, send me another picture now. Right, what's this one now? No more sperm. Oh, okay, that's better, Robin G. That's better. That's better, Robin G. Thank you. Because the first one did not look. Leanne's behind. Okay, Leanne's behind on the stream. Now she's getting back. Streets back. All right. Bam, 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 bam. Gonna get in trouble laughing at desk. And the first one was just like, that's literally just. I won't say it because that was a spoon of fluff on it, but it was dripping. Do you know what I mean? So it did not look like. It looked dodgy. Anyway, I get it now. I'm not sure if I would try that or not. Right, let's have a look here then. Let's have a look here. Yeah, this is why J-Mac loves fluff. J-Mac. Oh, J-Mac, what are we going to do with you, eh? Bad. Bad to the bone. Right, I would have phoned Dennis, but Dennis is probably in now in court to see what's going on. No. Hang on. Bada. Badaza. Oh, you said that, not me. This stream has now gone down the pan already. It's gone down the pan. We're done. No, I'll take that back there. Okay, no, nothing on that one. Yeah, it's only Young Jerks to show him, but he's not gone live yet, so. So half day, August for South for Vincent, half day on Friday, 29th, then off for the Labour Day. Oh. I mean, great for. Well, I mean, why can't they just be off to the second? That just makes no sense. Unless they just want to settle them back in, but that makes no sense. Just I think he did it again. Yeah, be honest with you, I think he did it again. Oh my god, Vincent. Yeah. Third time lucky. I was challenged. You should have seen the things I put in the first. I deleted. I'll tell him, Vinny, guess what? Third time's a charm, though. Leanne, that's what they say. Allegedly. Right. They better be showing this now at 2 o'clock, otherwise I've just wasted a full day. Boo, 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 boo. We're singing to each other. I'm just like trying to find a stream. I can't find one except for Mike. Ugh. Anyway, it is what it is. It'll start when it starts. It starts. We'll use Young Jerks as one if there's another live one. It's all good. Doesn't really matter. No point looking for anything that's not there. So yeah. Anyway, what else is going on? What else is going on? She's got something different on Jen. She hasn't got the actual court. That's an old one she's showing, not today's one. I'll have to try that. Robert G must be a mess. I always talk about fluff still. I don't even know what we're talking about. Time with us is never wasted. No, never wasted. You're all good, Jersey Jen. You're all good. There's nothing live yet for it. If there is, we'll jump on with the Young Jerks. The only person I trust is Young Jerks anyway. Well, I mean, obviously Turtle Boy and stuff, but and the Clearer. But wasted. Time with us is never wasted. No, you're right. It's not. It's not. No. So good, J Mac. So good to be good by you. You try to. I want to try with I love root beer. That's one thing I can't. Why the fuck do I do this? Right. This is a Bryan Walshe stream. Bryan Walshe stream, and I'm already here talking about root beer now. You have to. I say, you have to have ADHD or some shit like to be here because I just jump too much. I annoy myself, people. I really do annoy myself that I do this, but I can't concentrate on one thing. I really can't. I can't wait for root beer. I miss root beer. I'm on Pepsi here because I love root beer so much. I try and get 1 or 2 glasses of Pepsi a week. Try to keep it down. Mike is good, people. Mike, you wouldn't understand. Mike is he's one of the best. He's also one of the best at allowing you to stream his streams. He has got no ego. He's got nothing. He's just like, yeah, feel free to use my streams, and he does that because I've been stricken by the content creators. He has. It's just scum, but he's not scum, and that's why you've got to be careful who streams you stream. It's not as easy as just streaming anybody. You just can't, because they will try and get your channel deleted, and it's happened to me. So Mike is very gracious with sharing the streams. I appreciate that as well. Some people are just assholes, like, who cares? I get it. It's out there. So that's why I appreciate it. But I appreciate it. Anyway, fuck it. Right, he's just gone live now, so let's have a look. Right, we're live. 1 day ago on Facebook. Yeah, I played it. I'm pretty sure I played it. I always had a birch beer. I'd never tried a birch beer. I love Pepsi. Root beer first, then Pepsi. So is Mike. That's why I love this stream. Works well with my brain. That's why I jump all the time. I don't even apologize anymore. It's people to write to me and be like, I can't watch you because you just jump over and you do this and that. I'm like, it's just my brain. I'm sorry. I used to care. Now I don't. I mean, I am who I am. So, I mixed 1 can of Diet Pepsi and 1 can of. You said this before. In a Yeti. What's a Yeti? I don't know what. Oh, you explained it to me before. Actually, not too little sugar, not too much. Best creation ever. I was thinking the sandwich. My son tried the soda and said it was delicious. I want to try cream or Coke. Like, yeah, I'm supposed to try cream, but I never tried it. Birch beer is similar to root beer. It's so good. Pennsylvania Dutch. I don't know what Pennsylvania Dutch is. You need a Yeti. Yeah, I need to look up what Yeti is. So is Mike the best, like Pepsi? Okay, sorry, I didn't click. I'm sorry. You're right. I appreciate him for allowing us. Well, I've not even asked him, but I don't need to. Because I know he's not going to strike my channel. He's not a scumbag. So that's why I'll do that. So you are the best, Mike. Thank you very much. And I'll promote him. And I know you all watch him anyway, so it's fine. And his links are there. His Cash App, Venmo and stuff. I encourage people to watch his channel. Metal Travel Mug. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I just rolled over my fucking foot. Oh, just rolled over my foot. Ah, jeepers. What a fucking bitch. So just like this then is what we're going to say. This is a Yeti. This is a Yeti. Oh, that fucking right at the edge of my small finger. Oh, do you see I got socks on. Oh, right. Hang on. I followed you, Josie. Where did Josie go? Where did she go? I know, I'm joking. German act decent. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll take a look then. I'll have to take a look. I got one. Okay. I got a Yeti then. TB Green. Small toe. Yes, small toe. You are laughing, you bitch. Um, yes, he's a brand. Okay. Where you at, Josie? I was sad to have someone as Bev Teal. Mexi woke up. Thank you, medallion. You'll be okay when the pain goes. I was told. Yeah, I'm fine now, but it caught the edge of it. I should wear shoes or slippers or something. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me boost this sound then. Ready? Oh, you are here, yeah. J-Ma confused us all. She confused us all. She said she followed you, but she meant she knew what you were saying. Put your slippers on. Bound to happen one day. Yes, I need to put my slippers on. Clemson orange. I need to get some more Clemson stuff as well. Crocs. No, people say don't watch the midlife crisis if you wear Crocs. They say so. Don't wear Crocs. I never worn Crocs ever. Not once. I know. Fucking hell. Right, everybody on board. We're all going on this bus. Erin Hartree drives the bus. Yellow bus. Yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives the bus all day long. Right, all aboard the bus. All aboard the bus. Let's get some. Erin, take us around the block a few times and let's come back and start again. Let's start again. We're getting confused now. Ugh. Ugh. But we all know what the real reason we're fucked today. Just remember, it's always Dana's fault. Funny part is I drive and you are all passengers, so who is this? Yeah, but you drive and you boost the seat, licking the fucking window. You're still driving, going in your booster seat. I'm dying. My windows taste like strawberries, window lickers. You are an ass. You are the best, buddy. I love you. You are the best. You're not the best compared to Tracy, Leanne, Lady Dar. You know, I could list everybody, obviously, but you're still the best, though, Dana. The best a man can get. My window tastes like peanut butter. Right, don't give Erin Hack any peanut butter, please. She's allergic. Nope. Oh, can you imagine if you just tuned into this stream? Going, right, there's going to be a serious Bryan Walshe hearing, and then, fuck, you know. You must be thinking, no, we went into the wrong stream. Oh. Could we start again, please? Yeah, I don't know. I remember that song, actually. No, that's a good song. That's a good song, Robin G. No, I'm not. You're on a booster seat, that's for sure. You're on a booster seat. I know that much for sure. Glad I got you yesterday and got baptized. Jen, honestly, I'm glad that you did. Because if you came today, you would have turned around and gone, this is why my fault. I mean, I love it, but how many people do you think comes into this stream and sees this and thinks this guy is, he's off his trolley? So I'm going. I am leaving. Oh, I'm gonna find a YouTuber that is serious and talks about what they advertise. I advertise stuff, and I talk about dogs and menopause and testosterone and phones and peanut butter and sperm. Oh, fucking hell. But you know what? I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change it. Do they make booster seats for drivers? I think they do, don't they? I'm in danger. Robbie G, I somehow keep coming back. Part of the furniture, Dana. Why are you part of the furniture? Well, you know why you're part of the furniture. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. Right. That's still live, so it's fine. I'm a Jersey girl. I don't get scared easily. Let's go, Jersey Jen. I mean, is that safe? Your airbag should line up correctly, right? Yeah, but you drive like this, don't you? Erin Hatchery drives a bus. Yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchery drives a bus all day long. So if you had a booster seat, you'd be more like... So instead of like... You'd be like... I just choked on my water. At least you should just do water. For real. I imagine you driving a little jalopy like 3 man and a little baby around the countryside. Do you see my video on Facebook, Erin, with the horse and cart? That's like a true reflection of where I live. Allegedly, Erin, they have to do something for the vertically challenged people because they drive, never watch Little People Big World. No one ever watched that. They should be worrying not to eat or drink while watching this stream. I'm sorry. Definitely J-Mac. So Tracy and I were out and about last weekend. A pretty woman come on the radio and I started singing your version. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind they like to meet. Dana and Dennis, these two speedo men. She almost drove off the road laughing. Chappy be like, what's that? What is that video? I don't know what that video is. I can't click on it. Hang on. Let me click on it. Ah, right, okay. 3 men, a little lady. I'm going to England. I will never look a pretty woman the same again. Every time I send that picture of Dana and Dennis at work, he cracks me up. One of the co-workers just saw them in speedos and was like, what are you watching? Leanne. If I'm on a booster seat, then you'd be tired. You'd be lined up and not staring at steering wheel. There you go. That's hilarious, Dana. J-Mac, that depends on who or what you're eating. Badazza, you're a bad man. Allegedly. Just another day for Chappie. I know. Josie's going to kill me. I love Josie. She tells me when I'm being too much, and I'm being too much right now. I need to... Because otherwise I get... Yeah, no, stop. Right, okay. Has a picture frame on her desk. Well, let me close my curtains. Hang on. Oh, I'll be back. Oh, right, I'm back. Oh, shit, I paused the stream. What the fuck? What an idiot. I paused the stream. Nothing on it, so that's fine. Nothing on. I love Josie too. We all love Josie. I knew I liked you, lol. Josie and I are OGs. To be fair, the bad does Josie likes anyone with, you know, I love Josie J Max. Sorry, Josie and I are OGs together on a few channels. You are. Thank God he's gone. You literally did not go anywhere. I went to close the curtains, put the light on, I went and wash my hands. So I got severe OCD, so I have to wash my hands a lot. So you should see the 85% I don't say out loud. Well, you do, just not on stream. J Max loves this show, Dirty Mind. Just now. Yeah, just now. Yes. So, yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. I hope you're not new, because you will. I mean, like, what just happened in the last hour? I don't know, is the honest answer. But to be fair, I don't like covering stuff. I just rather this. But I know people don't like it. So is your sink outside the door? No. Well, my door's right there. And am I freezing? Because on my side, I'm freezing. And then I walk like 10 yards, 10 steps, and I'm by the sink. And I just wash my hands 4 times very quickly. And then dry it for 4 seconds. And then back in I come. So Dana, I don't know, Robin. Erin Hack, I'm so glad you're saying what I'm thinking. What? Haha, don't leave the UBs. I promise you'll be okay. No, it's fine. I mean, yeah, I think everybody that stays and comes in at the right time, they enjoy it. It's just, obviously, when you are coming to a new channel and you see them talking about stuff we talk about, I get it why they leave, because it's like, that's not what's advertised. I should just advertise the stream as thumbnail with talking shit. Oh, here we go. Starting. No, I'm quick. They all say I'm quick. Too quick, some would say, Erin. Why 4 times specifically? Because it's an even number and it's a quick number. I do it 4 times. I have to do either 4 times or 12 times. So 4 times the soap or 12 times. I can't do 8. Don't ask me why. So yeah. One bot kicked me out for good. No, I just replied to you on Discord as well. I just replied to you. I just advanced to level 26, Erin. Did you have to wash because you touched the curtain? No, I had to wash because my head was fried and I had to do... I have to do it every time I transition on the stream. I have to wash my hands or do something that... Normally wash my hands or do something that's like... I don't know. It's impossible to explain properly. But when you got a weird brain, it makes sense in my head. But it's the same thing when you see Mitch put the light on, I have to do it twice. I used to have to do it 100 times. So that's how bad it used to be. Fucking hell. There was movement there, wasn't there? It wasn't just me. Court 25. Hopefully Mike has got this into control. But that is part of it, though, J-Mac, if I'm being honest. That probably is a part of it, to be fair. Do you have OCD? Is that mean to ask someone? I swear I mean that generally. Yes. No, it's fine, kid. You can ask away. I have scored the most severe score you can ever have for OCD. I have very severe OCD. Very, very severe. You can't get higher OCD than I have. Basically, there's a stigma to it, obviously, but no, I don't. I used to be ashamed of it, but I'm not ashamed of it anymore. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Part of your life. Part of your life, innit? My app won't open at all. Bot is like that annoying co-worker that laughs at his own stupid jokes and these crunchy apples to annoy everyone at work. I get OCD, yeah, you know me, I'm a clean freak. They go, I'm not that much of a clean freak, to be fair. Just other stuff I'm a freak about. I can't explain it. Cleaning's not one of them, actually, but I get what you mean, though. I got in a huge fight with Bot one day. You guys should have. I know, I saw it. It was a bit amazing. You literally go back and forward against the bot. Every time Aaron will respond, the bot will respond back. Please click the mic button to retry. Go on, Mike. What's going on, Mike? He's in gallery view. Thank you, Mike. Have I boosted it? Yes. Let's make it bigger. That's what she said. Right, there you go. Thank you to the Young Jerks. Here's links at the bottom. Support the Young Jerks on the Cash App, Mike Crawford, or on Venmo. And if you want to... really, I never knew that. OCD is very intriguing to me. Actually, the way minds operate in different ways is intriguing to me. Current mind specifically, but also OCD. Yes, I could go into it a lot, KD. It's ruined my life in some regards, KD. But if it wasn't for OCD, I probably wouldn't be here today doing this with you guys. So I can't say it's totally ruined my life. Now the bot said I have ousted my usage. I'll tell him about usage assas. I've never been kicked out of Discord, just yet. You down with OCD? Yeah, you know me. Hello, Wicked Psyched. Young Jerks, there you go. Thank you, Sarah P. I don't think I have OCD, but my husband says I'm a neurotic. It's not just OCD. There is a lot of other stuff, though, Katie. You know, I bet everyone here probably has a touch of like ADHD or ADD or something, because most people can't cope with people that jump around. I jump around a lot, so there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stigma, like the stigma around autism and stuff like that. But I know not a lot, but I know a few people have got autism, and people got a different perspective what it looks like, what it actually is. Yes. KD, I'm very intrigued by the brain as well. That's why my first degree is psych. I love it. You just like head. I know. Hi, Wicked. Hope you're well. Hi, Wicked. I have kind of issues. God bless Tracy. Yes, you do. And so does Tracy. I mean, Tracy's not all there because you're proof of that, Dana. You're proof of that. OCD, ADD, I have both, but proud of it. Absolutely should be. I think I was ashamed of it at the start because I didn't understand it. But I'm not. You know, I talk about it. I should speak about it on stream, because there's a huge stigma on it. You know, but yeah. But yeah, one day I will speak more about it and my own experience. But mine OCD is not like, you know, some people got about cleaning and stuff like that. I get it, but no, mine is just like everything you can imagine. It's weird. Shit, the way I could pick your brain about so many things, you probably annoy you, but my brain is such random question. But this is why, you know, you got, you know, you're weird, KD. And I'll say that in the most endearing way possible. When I call people weird, it's the most endearing way possible. I'm a weirdo. Do you know what I mean? Here we go. Hi, Robin G. ADD is no longer a thing. It's all ADHD now. There you go. Why the hell wouldn't the news stations have camera in on this? I don't know. It's mental, isn't it? Did it get worse after Boston? Because no, I'm on medicine, so I'm on a lot of medicine, so that helped. Some parts of it did lead me to have a bit of a breakdown. I did have a breakdown on the way to Boston, but I had a panic attack. But no, I think I got it all in control. Well, not all in control, but I got some of it under control. I sure have ADD and diagnosed, and they say if anything crime-related is calming to you, something's wrong. So that will tell you everything you need to know about me. Hi, Keith. There you go. Katie's my brain is wild. Nobody understands me and never annoy. I understand you for my sins. Hi, Keith. J-Mac, well, I'm old as fuck, so we all ADD, but whatever it is, I have it. Haha. Yeah, it changes names and stuff. It'd be better, so that's good. Yes, I am. I am getting better, thanks to the meds and stuff. I am 100% weird, bizarre even. I'm very aware of that, and most people in my life would have probably described me as mysterious in a lot of ways because I'm all over the place. Yeah, so same here. I try and control it, but my urge now is like I want to do something else now. Like I don't want to wait here for this. I want to go do something else now. I want to get like a car chase on or something. I just hate it. I have a bitch syndrome. Yeah, no, you do have a bitch. Resting bitch face as well. Yes. We talked you down during your travel. You did, Dana. I appreciate you, my friend. Dana did help out during my breakdown. Thank you, my friend. I do appreciate you for that. We stream so much. Do you get out enough, Chappie? I can't. That's the problem. I struggle to go out. I can't drive. I'm not allowed to drive at the minute either because of my sleep apnea. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Do you know what I mean? It's a whole thing. I'm not allowed to drive or anything. So a bit tired, and because my testosterone is so low, I can't. I haven't got the energy to exercise and stuff. So it's a hard sequence to go past, But I'm definitely better than I was. I'm definitely better than I was. So, but I'm still far away from being right, Lovely Sarah P says, I am a bitch as well. Yes, you are. Lovely Sarah P, you are a bitch. Yes. Robin, no, it's because people are stupid. They're probably not yours. My son has high anxiety and I have talking down all the time. There you go. It's a killer. Maybe walks at sunset. Once I get better, Erin, I will. I will. Just stay away from. Yeah, I live right next door to a pedo, who's now allegedly set up cameras. So I have to warn my nieces, don't walk in front of his house. Pedophile. I just wish he'd fuck off. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why he's still here. He can't get work or anything because he's a pedo. So I just wish he'd leave. But we can't do anything, unfortunately. We tried to get him out, but we can't do anything. I know, and he's right, my next door neighbour. He is to my right. So if my nieces come out here and play in the garden, he sees them. So my little one, I hate it because she wants to go outside, and I'm like, fuck, hate it. I know, I need a bridge and Arsenal. I genuinely do hate it. Weren't you all trying to? Yeah, we couldn't do anything. They said no, couldn't do anything. We tried to get him out of the house, but no, nothing we can do. The amount of anxiety meds I'm on is ridiculous. If it didn't work, I'd be committed. Yeah, I know, Dana. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? We should be more open about it. I need to be more open about it, for sure. I think people would be surprised with my story. But J-Ross says, I don't like that at all. Very unsettling. It is very unsettling. We can't let the children outside at all. Even when they are outside, I'm always scared that he's filming and stuff like that. So, J-Mark, do you find yourself to be a curious by nature type of person? Any situation I'm completely curious about. They're on, in fact, and fixate on questions from left field that no one would think of. That's a good thing, though, I think, Katie. Well, you guys, I guess I'm lucky I don't have to deal with that. No, but you've got other things you need to deal with, Aaron Hack. So you've got your own issues, my darling. Hippie chick, she's here. Anxiety is my middle name. Yeah, I know. It sucks, doesn't it? J-Mac, that's what the meds are there for, to help people. For sure. If the meds work, take them and get better. Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things you have to take for a lifetime. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. That's for another day. It's all good though. It's all gravy. I say it's all white gravy, baby. Or not get better. Manage it, I guess. Yeah. I've tried to do it without, but no, it's not. You can't do it. I can't do it anyway. Katie, 100%. I also sense things that just know things. It's weird. Aaron Hack only has small problems. Whoa, Dana. Dana's picking on Aaron Hack. Oh, shit. Dana, to be fair, though, we both have small problems as well. It sucks, doesn't it, mate? you know. We've all got 100 problems, and that small thing's only one. My cousin went off his meds for 1 year and he lost his fucking mind in a not good way, but that's a story for another day. I know. Right. Come on. I thought we started, but obviously not. Again, thank you to Mike from Young Jerks for this, as he hasn't got a clue that I'm streaming it, but I know he doesn't mind, so it's good. I love Dana too. Well, I mean, I love Tracy, but I tolerate Dana. I tolerate him. Can you remind me what you do for work, lol? One of my curious questions, of course. She's a nurse, Katie. She's a nurse in the school. Or she, aka in Boston, she's my doctor. She tells me what I need to do and how to do it. Yeah, Erin, you're still not back in Discord, Erin. You've been kicked out, I think. Katie says, Erin Hack, you must have a patience of a saint to be a bus driver. I got Dana, Tracy, and then Paul together with Chappie because I love them all. There you go. That's tough, Erin Hack. Sometimes people feel good on meds because of the meds, and then they think they don't need them and stop talking. Then yes, I'm not actually. It's a joke because Chappie says I drive a short bus. For everyone else, but Abdullah's put. Oh, here we go. Fucking hell! All right. Hello, my darling. What's your name? What's your name? Where are you from? Hello. What's your name and where did you come from? What are you waiting for? This woman to speak to us. Hello. Yes, I'm a nurse for everyone else, but I'm Dilla's personal concierge doctor. Oh, I've not taken my gummies today as well. Erin Hack. I didn't take my gummy. Not Erin Hack. J Mac. Hello. Like, madam, whatever you do not strip. Do not do a SRP. Please. Can you imagine? This is not just any cam. This is proper cam. As in, oh, Court TV's in there. What the fuck? Let's have a look then. Duffy did used to be a school driver, yes. They did say Court TV was in there, but they're not streaming it. Or you walk in straight. Yeah, well, that's only for Mexi. Me in my boxer shorts is for Mexi Texi. That was a special request by Mexi Texi. She's like, hey, when we're streaming the Karen Reed trial, can you walk around in the boxes and scratch your balls? Because I love it. So I did. Just for Mexi, though. I should get the links myself, shouldn't I? But I don't know what the link is, and I need to ask for it. I should ask Mike for it, but I haven't. Oh shit! I paused it again. Some serious rumors, at least in my world. What have we done now? You need to get gummies for work, but the good gummies there. I know. I know, Kitty. I just go with it. It's all good. I admire school bus drivers because the patience it takes. Holy shit. OMG, my mind is blown. Erin Hack, I literally have thought you drove a bus for people thought Erin Hack. It's funny. Allegedly he's well behind the stream as well. I love it. Same J Mac. Laugh. I can't wait. Is Erin pranking us or has the love been pranking us? I love it. Hippie chick as well. She thought she was on OnlyFans. Get out there, get those doors off the Jeep. Oh, that's amazing. Erin Hattree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives a bus all day long. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Everyone does think I do, but the OG's chappy. Why would they think otherwise? I'm dying laughing right now. Who's messing with us? It's fantastic, isn't it? For fuck's sakes. Dana, right. No Abercrombie and Finch, right, people? If you like Abercrombie and Finch, then you're not welcome to this stream. This song is so different in my head now. I know. Oh, Erin had to spoil it. That was everyone's dream of you in a bus, Erin. Erin Hatch. She drives a bus. Yellow bus. Yellow bus. Erin Hack. She drives a bus all day long. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Has Lady Di gone then? Lady Di has just disappeared. I think she's annoyed with the Annie Elise stuff, so she left. Right, what's going on here? I was once determined to be not so smart. I was determined I'd ride a short bus. From there, I ended up being the driver. Yeah, she's back. OnlyFans. Sarah P. I haven't taken my top off all summer. I know. I've been waiting for my topless pics. My nudes, J-Mac. Still haven't had any yet. Fuck's sakes, J-Mac. Pull your finger out. I got moved from the back of the bus to the front, so I'm keeping you company. I help control the others. And Robin G's taking the monitor list as well. You're supposed to be helped that day. The thing we finally learned about being in this chat for over a year. I know, I love it. That's what I mean. This chat's full of shit, but it's great. Wait, what, J-Mac? Exactly. I say there'll be, and she still doesn't appreciate me. I know. Fashion sense and Dana. If you need fashion sense ideas, go to Dana. Or if you need dating advice, go to Dana. Thank you for the explanation. I see her. No, she's been here all day. Then I put Annie Elise on, and she left, and she got really annoyed with Annie Elise. So I'm the bus monitor. You are the bus monitor. I mean, honestly, I don't even know most of the people in this chat's names. If their YouTube name is something different. She's back. Guess who's back? Back again. OnlyFans. Tell a friend. Sorry, Robin G. I'll just sit at my desk. See you. Be quiet. Yes, please be quiet. Listen to Robin G. My Jeep. Oh shit! Right, sorry. Did she get her power back, or was that yesterday? No, she's back. No, it's more. Oh, here we go. Abercrombie and Finch guy. He's joking, Leanne. He's joking.
Could I have the two gentlemen that are in custody brought in, please? Thanks a lot. Mr. Tipton, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. No, I don't need Is Mr. Walsh there on the video? I just don't see him. I don't need to see him, but is he there?
I don't see him.
Yeah, no, neither do I.
Yes,
the
sir,
sheriff's office is there.
Yeah,
I just don't. Here we go. Oh, maybe not.
we can go get him. 1 second.
Great, thanks a lot. Let's start with identification. Let's start with the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Lisa Beatty for the Commonwealth. I'm at the table right now. There are various other assistant district attorneys who represent the trial teams on the various cases who are also present in the courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're going to speak on behalf of Mr. King as well as Mr. Johnson. I am getting in for Attorney Cataldo with respect to the co-defendant of Mr. Johnson's case.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nicole Scapici on behalf of Mr. King and Mr. Johnson.
thank you. I have Mr. King in the back, okay?
Attorney Joseph Krosky Jr. on behalf of Giovanni Della Santos.
Okay, and he's here. Okay, very good. And Mr. Johnson is here.
Dylan Davis, alternate corner, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Tipton? Mr. Tipton, could you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh. Attorney Porges will not attend today.
And Mr. Walsh is here. Mr. Walsh, can you hear us? You can just wave or whatever.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tipton, we still have to fix your microphone. Still tough to hear you, sir. All right, where do things stand, Attorney Beatty?
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to have further conversations with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I can report the following to the court. Ordinarily, the U.S. Attorney's Office would have 2 weeks to reply to the motion that the Commonwealth filed in federal court. We've had some productive conversations, and we're hopeful that we've reached an agreement that will narrow the issues for some period of time. They will be filing a response to our motion in court, seeking modification of the federal protective order, which will do a number of different things. The first thing, they will be seeking a modification that will permit the release of the previous court orders so that this court can review those orders. The second thing that the motion for modification will seek is permission for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to review the remaining confidential materials that were provided to the Reed and the Reed prosecution and defense teams. So I want to be clear at this point for the purposes of the record that at this point in time, all of the proctored chats or communications have been produced to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office outside of the protective order, and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office has provided those to all of the defendants who are part of this motion and will continue to provide those to other defendants. However, that left the remainder of the confidential materials, which we had not been allowed to review. So the motion will seek permission for us to be allowed to review those additional materials. I would characterize those.
That's the motion that you filed before.
We filed a motion for that, seeking that among other things. The U.S. Attorney's Office will file their own motion.
And they'll file a motion in accord with yours?
No, because there are what I would characterize as two groups of remaining materials. There are grand jury materials and there are non-grand jury materials. Their motion will allow us to review both sets of materials. We will be permitted to produce Rule 14 materials from the set of records that I would characterize as non-grand jury materials. We will not need to seek further court order or permission from the U.S. Attorney's Office if we review the non-grand jury materials and find Rule 14 material that is relevant to the other matters. We're calling them the other matters, these cases here that we're discussing. We do not have an agreement with regard to the grand jury matters. So if we review the grand jury matters and we find what we determine to be Rule 14 material, at that point in time, we would have to seek either a TUI or go back to federal court and file an additional motion before Judge Casper. The third thing This is my understanding that the third thing that the U.S. Attorney's Office motion or response, however you want to look at it, will seek is a status on this matter before Judge Casper in 45 days. So if Judge Casper agrees with that, we will not have a return or destroy deadline that is pushing the matters at this point in time.
And does the U.S. Attorney's Office also agree to the tolling during the period between now and whenever Judge Casper decides?
Yes. They had already
agreed to that.
They had already agreed to that.
Let me just see if I can recap.
Thank you.
As best as I understand it. There are two types of materials that have not yet been produced to the defendants in this case.
That have not been reviewed by the Norfolk Attorney's Office and have not been produced for these cases.
All right, so let me just go slow here.
All right.
Certain documents have already been turned over to these defendants under protective order,
Yes.
which came from the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Okay, but leaving those aside, of the materials that are part of the confidential material from the federal court, there are two categories. One is grand jury materials and the other is non-grand jury materials.
Yes.
You haven't yet defined what you mean by grand jury materials. Presumably, if the grand jury took testimony, that would include transcripts of testimony. I don't know if the grand jury issued subpoenas. I don't know, and I don't know if you're considering subpoenaed material to the grand jury to be grand jury materials. But let's leave that distinction aside. Whatever constitutes grand jury materials, there's some other stuff that is non-grand jury materials that was collected by the U.S. Attorney's Office in connection with this investigation related to the Reed case. And what you have is an agreement from the U.S. Attorney's Office that as to the non-grand jury materials collected by the U.S. Attorney's Office and produced as confidential material in connection with the Reed case, the non-grand jury materials, even the U.S. Attorney's Office would agree to allow you to review and to determine whether anything in that material should be produced in King or Johnson or De Los Santos or any other of the cases that involve Trooper Proctor's investigation. As to the grand jury materials, they still are opposing your ability to produce any of that material and opposing your ability to review any of that material. Is that correct?
No.
No.
We are allowed to review those materials in order to determine whether, in our opinion, there is Rule 14 material.
Okay. So at this point, they're taking the position that the non-grand jury material may be reviewed by you and turned over without further order, although I guess it's subject to their production of the documents to you other than through the, under the protective order.
I think that we don't have this finalized yet, but my impression was that we would be able to use the documents that we already hold.
Okay. And are they taking the position, the U.S. Attorney's Office taking the position that notwithstanding the protective order issued by Judge Casper, they can make that determination unilaterally?
No.
So they're seeking a modification of the protective order to allow them to give you the authorization to review it separately?
Yes, so this is all subject to Judge Casper's approval.
All right. And then with respect to the grand jury material, however that category of universe is defined, the U.S. Attorney's Office is taking the position, at least as in front of Judge Casper, that you can review it and all the other prosecutors involved in this case, the other cases, the related cases, can review it to make a determination as to whether it contains anything that needs to be produced as exculpatory evidence or impeachment evidence under Rule 14. And
I know that it will be all the prosecutors in the office. I think there will be at least 2 prosecutors in the office, 2 prosecutors probably who have already signed the acknowledgement, who will be able to do the review.
Okay. The U.S. Attorney's Office is asking for a status conference in 45 days. Presumably, Judge Casper might decide it much sooner than that.
I think what they are hoping is that they will file the motion, Judge Casper will act upon the pleadings, and then the 45 days would be scheduled from whenever it is that she issues her order, assuming that she adopts this proposal.
What's the 45 days for?
For a status to see where we are. I don't know how long this process is going to take.
Oh, you mean a status on the return of documents after this review has taken place?
Right. I don't know if we'll be able to do the review in 45 days. I'm optimistic, but you know, anything can happen. And so I think the suggestion was this way we don't have this deadline that is just pushing everyone. And so then we can see if we've been able to complete the review, if we can continue to discuss the issues that remain, or if there needs to be further litigation or what needs to happen.
Okay, so we are making progress, incremental progress. I have not received any new filings from you or from anybody else between the last hearing and this hearing. So all of this is being reported to me for the first time orally here in court. Maybe it's true also for defense counsel hearing it for the first time here in court. Does defense counsel have any thoughts, concerns, issues?
Yeah, you are.
I'm sure you have thoughts and concerns and issues, but you know, my gut feeling here is we're going to need another hearing on this, and I'm not sure that less than a week, you know, or a week's time, anything longer than a week might not be appropriate, because we don't know what Judge Casper is going to do. We don't know if she's going to adopt the tolling. We don't know whether.
That's exactly what
what
Judge Casper says.
Right. Right. It seems to me unlikely that she would say no, but I don't know, and I can't assume the conclusion here. So,
is there, I guess, can I ask a question, Judge?
sure.
Is there any agreement between the Commonwealth and the U.S. Attorney's Office not to destroy the documents until Judge Casper makes a decision? And can we have a day after that decision to get in here and talk to you?
What do you think?
Well, I've always said that we would not return or destroy before Judge Casper made a decision, and that the U.S. Attorney's Office has agreed to that. I do want to say that I'm out of state next week, so I would be asking to go to the following week. If something comes up, I can get on Zoom if necessary, but.
So the only concern I have, and I'm never going to interfere with anyone's vacation. The only concern I have is if Judge Casper makes a decision tomorrow or Monday that says this order isn't getting extended for whatever reason, we're out of Judge. That's my concern. If this order expires, the order that we have right now, I know there's an agreement between the Commonwealth and the U.S. Attorney's Office, but it's not their order, it's the judge's order. So if the judge says no on Friday or Monday, then what happens?
What do you think?
I will notify the court, and I will get on Zoom if that happens.
Okay.
That's just on behalf of Mr. De Los Santos. Again, in theory, this does sound like progress. I do share the concern if a decision comes out from the federal court from Judge Casper. I'm comfortable enough with a 2-week date, with the caveat that if circumstances on the ground change and the landscape in federal court changes, that we could have this case advanced to address the court.
That's where I was coming down, okay, is put this on for a next hearing, August 27, 28, 29, something like that, convenient to the parties, dog days of August, with the additional order that upon a decision by Judge Casper, all parties, all defense counsel, and the court will be notified within 24 hours so that we can accelerate proceedings on this case if need be before the 27, 28, 29.
I'm not available on the 27th because I have an all-day motion to do trial here in Suffolk. Do what I have on the 28th, make myself available if that works for the court and the parties.
The 28th or the 29th is better.
I'm here on the 28th.
Okay. So the 28th at what time?
2.
Yeah, let's do 2 o'clock.
Sure. And may Mr. Johnson be here again?
Yes.
And I'll have Mr. King here.
Same with Mr. Dela Santos.
Okay. Mr. Tipton, how do you look on the 28th of August?
I'm fine, Judge. I'll appear. If I can, I'll appear by Zoom. If I can be present, I'll be present, but I'm there.
Okay. Zoom will be an option for you.
Thank you.
Anything else we should take up?
Judge, I don't want to believe.
Looks like we're making some progress, and I feel confident now that the information isn't going to be destroyed by Monday. And if it is, we'll have an opportunity to speak to you before that happens.
Okay. Mr. Tipton?
Yes. The only thing I want to say, and I'm not going to belabor it, we'll address it on the next one, but we have, in my case, we have a trial date coming up in October. If we're talking about 45-day status date, then we're talking about the grand jury, then we're talking about TUI. I'm just putting a bug in everybody's ear that we do have an October trial date, and everything needs to be done expeditiously in the Walsh case at a minimum. I'll leave it at that.
The Commonwealth is mindful of the Walsh trial date and has expressed to the U.S. Attorney's Office that we are anxious to bring that case to trial and do not want there to be any delay, and we will be acting accordingly.
So the only other concern I have is the two attorneys that are going to be authorized. I would assume that they would have conversations with the attorneys that are assigned to the case so that they know.
I'm not going to micromanage the district attorney's office's obligation to produce all exculpatory evidence. They will have to bring somebody up to speed so that if they are limited in who can review the capital C, capital M confidential materials as defined in the various orders, that those people are in fact up to speed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Sure. 27 at 2 p.m.
28th, I believe.
28, yeah.
28, sorry, 28 at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great day, Judge.
Could I have Mr. Buckley brought in?
Not my client, Judge, so I will drop off, Judge. Thank you. I appreciate you. Jim, what do I press, Jim? Jim? Oh, fuck. Jim?
Your Honor, you're all set with the Norfolk Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Yeah, you're all set. Mr. Walsh is all set. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jim. Take care, Jim. See you next week, Jim. Okay, time it. And there you go. They kicked me out. So that was a good hearing. They asked in chat, and I was like, "Yep." I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine for that hearing. No problems." Even though Don Adelson will be on the same time, I was like, "Yeah, no problems." But there you go. Another bullshit hearing. What can you do? It is what it is, though. Do you know what I mean? It's a good point. The trial is starting in October, and we need to get ready for the trial. And judge is messing us up a little bit here. So I'm gonna need to go and talk to Larry and speak to him about our next moves in this trial and see what we're going to do next for the next hearing. But I think we got it under control. I do think we got it under control. A little bit worried that we might not be aligned for October. But story of my life, another quick one. That's the story of my life. I start things with great intentions, but I finish them too quickly. That's the problem. But it is what it is, people. Right, we're done. I'm not gonna. There's 14 people here, so I think that tells me everything I need to know about finishing the stream for the day. Right. Tomorrow's stream is... Don't Google it. Well, you can Google it. It's Holly Bobo. It's a murder case. I'll tell you what it's about because I got it in the description box. Holly Bobo. It's a Tennessee versus Zachary Adams. It's a 2-day hearing. So Zachary Adams, he says the man who killed 20-year-old Holly Bobo will be in court Thursday and Friday for a 2-day hearing regarding whether or not Zachary Adams should get post-conviction relief and a new trial. Adams' co-defendant, Jason Autry, reportedly told a psychologist that he fabricated his testimony during Adams' trial. Bobo was kidnapped and disappeared from her West Tennessee home in April 2011. Her skull was found 3 days later. Zachary Adams, his brother Dylan Adams, and Autry were arrested and convicted in the case. Zachary Adams is the only one who was sentenced to life in prison. So there you go. That's what it is, just a hearing for that. So they did day 1 today and day 2 tomorrow. So I will do both hearings. When I say don't Google it, I mean don't watch it. Sorry, I should have said I should watch it tomorrow. You could Google it. The other case is just don't watch it. It's been streamed today. And then what I'll do is we'll zoom day 1 and then catch up with it. So we'll do it from 9 and zoom through, and we'll zoom through it all because they'll start day 2 then, and we will soon catch up with it. So it's fine. So we don't count. What? No, you count. Sorry, I did come out as a little bit thing. No, you do count. Sorry. I didn't mean you guys. Oh, shit. It did come out wrong. You see, I'm a dick. Thank you, Badaza. I'm feeling a little small. No, you shouldn't feel small. I feel small. Don't you feel small? It sounds fake. I don't trust you after this whole bus driver thing. Morrissey's off to get right on that. I guess we don't matter. Sure, fucking hell, you arseholes. All of you fuckers are arseholes now. Now, how to make me feel guilty. Bye, Leanne. Fuck's sakes. No. For fuck's sakes. How to make... That's one way of making me feel really bad. Wait, what are we doing now? I mean, I was just going to end early because we've had a few long days. Because I was like, everyone's left, and I was like, oh, well, not everybody, obviously, there's 14 left. But I just meant in the way that I was going to leave early because most people have left the stream. I did not mean all of you, honestly. I know, but now I feel bad. Thank you, Leanne. Now you matter to me. Thank you, Leanne. You're the best. Thank you. I am sorry, people. I know you're joking. But I do feel bad now. As I did say it in a way that was a bit dickish for me to say it that way. Don't you start. Don't you fucking... This one, I don't give a shit. J-Mac, you fuck. No chance. That's fine. I genuinely don't mean it like that at all. I definitely don't mean it like that. KD, we don't matter, he's ditching us. I didn't hear you, I was blowing my nose from crying. Shut up. Get back to monitoring that bus. Why are you feeling bad? No, you came back. You just came back. What a mofo. You just came back. All of you. Right, I'm staying on. Okay, I'm staying on. Right, no, it's fine. Wicked, I'm sorry. Right, fine, everybody. I'm sorry. I just told everyone they didn't matter. I'm staying. No, you, Lady Di. Oops. My husband called just as he started. What did you do? I told everyone they did not matter, but they do matter. But now I'm staying. Come back and leave with this shirt. I'm rude. Lady Di's here. Now he's staying. Don't start that! Right, I'm going. Oh, shut. No. Oh. No. I'm an asshole. Oh. I know you're all joking, but I'm an asshole. Oh. I am an asshole. Right. Let's search for the next stream. Fuck. Do you know what I'm going to do? All the ladies say that as well. You're too easy. I know. They all say that. Right. Do you know what I'm going to do? Do not start. I've given this motherfucker the ammo now. as well, Sarah P. You know, you fucked us. Did you really hate Annie Elise that much that you left? Did you really hate her that much that you left us? Ah, right. So I'm doing another stream. I was going to do this at some point anyway, so I might as well do it now because of you mofos. So I don't mind doing this. It's, you know what's coming, and so it's fine. I'm going to start it on another stream though. Maxie, shut up! I thought you didn't like her. That's why you left. I thought you weren't enjoying it. There you go. No, I'm doing another stream now. Let me just set it up. I enjoy these anyway, so it's fine. You know what's coming. I enjoy them, so we'll watch this now. Some car chases. We'll do a couple of hours of it, and then that's it. But I enjoy these, so yeah. Just as Leanne said, this is Dana's fault. Everybody, I am so sorry, Dana. You mofo. Right. Mexi Sexy is in line, by the way. Where's Mexi Texy? No! Mexi didn't leave because of it. Oh, Losers Channel. Stop it. This is the Losers Channel. That's why you're here. J-Mac. Right, let me do this then. Download. No, it's fine, Lady Di. I'm not going to rest. I'll play this. I'll make this stream, and then you know with what's coming is car chases. So there were a few car chases over the weekend, so we'll just watch that anyway. So it's fine. I need to do it. Replay car chases. Okay, and then I'll just put in car chases. LAPD cars, and then I need to put in my this is how we do it, boom. This is how we do it, baby. This is how we do it, baby. Ooh, ooh. This is how we Hey, what? The alternate corner sloppy seconds. Don't you stop. Don't stop me now. Don't stop me now. Having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. Having such a good time. Having a ball. Don't stop me now. Don't stop me. Having a good time. Having a ball. Don't stop me now. I wanna go, please. No stopping me. Dana's fault. This is all Dana's fault. This song doesn't go with Dana. Da. This is all Dana's fault. Don't Dana now. Having such a good time. Having a ball. Don't Dana now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Live stream created. Right. I need to just set this up here. Replay cartridge. I need to go into here. Content. Bryan Walsh. Redirect. Let's redirect you mofos to the replay car chases. go over there. Then what do? I go out there. And then I go into the next stream, car chases. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 ree, 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 ree. Let's set up this bad boy. Hi. Let's set up this bad boy. Right, done. Right. This is the end of the stream then. I will kick us over to the next stream. You should be able to go straight over there and watch it. So if, let me get you the link just in case. For you on YouTube, here we go. No, wrong one. Let me get this for you. Someone's already over there. Oh, nice. Right. This is the link. And then it's not Christmas. What the frick? Right. And then, yeah, if you don't come over, that's fine. If you do come over, brilliant. I'll see you over there. We go get some car chases. So love you. Most of you. Thanks for guilting me into doing this. I love you all for that. And I do apologize if somebody did take offense. I did not mean that. I love every one of you. Thank you very much. And on that note, see you on the other side.